Welcome to Getting Real with Josh Boyer, the show that embraces radical vulnerability and authenticity. Josh creates a judgment-free zone for his guests to share openly and candidly. Listen in as they discuss life, philosophy, passion, drive, empowerment, and purpose. Join us as we seek to leave our world better than we found it and send ripples of positive, lasting change out into the world.
Now, boom. There we go. We're recording.
We're recording?
The My Backstory Podcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to My Backstory Podcast with your guest host, Chris Osman today. I'm actually interviewing Josh Boyer, the owner of this podcast. So welcome, Josh, to your own podcast.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, it's kind of funny, man. I'm kind of nervous about sharing my story, so it's like now I can see what it's like for the people on the other side of it, like when you're sharing like whatever you choose to share, it's like It's kind of nerve-wracking, so I don't know what kind of questions we didn't, just so for the listeners, like Chris didn't tell me like, hey, I'm gonna ask you these questions, prepare for it.
That's true.
I have no clue what you're gonna fucking ask me, and I'm an open book, so we can go down whatever rabbit hole you want to, man.
Yeah, so how we got here is about a year ago I did a podcast for you, right as your podcast was starting out. Yep. And I just had an amazing experience with that. And that's actually the first time we ever met in person, and we've been boys ever since, which is crazy, which is part of what I love about the whole like Instagram podcasting thing. Yeah. What kind of experiences have you, or like positive experiences have you experienced just from doing this podcast?
It's awesome, man. Like for me, it's been the networking with people, like meeting you. Like I never probably would have met you if I didn't start doing the podcast. Today, right before I got here, I got off the phone with Jay Dobbins, who was the guy who infiltrated the Hells Angels, and he's starting his podcast. So he was hitting me up, asking me some questions about Lipson, and it was like, how awesome is that, man? You got all these guys' numbers like in your phone that you can just like hit them up if you have a question, if you have something, whatever. So for me, that's been the best part, I think. And then the other part is just the traveling and seeing different spots of the country that I hadn't been to before.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So obviously no one knows anything about you, but everybody has a backstory, which is the theme of your podcast, which I think is really, really cool because everybody truly does have a unique story, right? Okay. No one shares the exact same story as somebody else. They're similar. People could have similar backgrounds and similar experiences, but no one's exactly alike. So I think that's what makes stuff like this so popular, right? Is that you get to dive in a little bit deeper, and you're not held to a time frame, right? If you're on television interview, it's going to last maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes. If you were lucky to have a guest spot on a news station or something like that, it's such a crunched down amount of time. And it's literally you're just jamming out bullet points that no one really truly knows anything about you. So I think what you're doing is amazing, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And that's kind of been a work in progress for me too, because I was kind of sticking to like, I can't go past an hour. I can't go past an hour and a half with these podcasts. And as I've gone, I've found that there's more juice when you just allow the person to talk and share their story. And if that goes fucking 4 hours, it goes 4 hours. It is what it is. And it seems like the ones that are longer, I'm getting more feedback on. Like people hitting me up, dude, that was gnarly, bro. That was like a really good podcast. And the ones that are kind of like just really super fast and like we just jump through we like just brush over some topics, there's not that great of feedback on it.
And I think that's why people tune in and listen, because a podcast you can just dive so much deeper and keep talking till you're blue in the face. Really, you could take a 4-hour recording and make 4 1-hour episodes, or you could just have it all out there and just let people listen to it whenever they want. And most people drive, they commute, so half hour here, an hour there. Podcast is the deal, man.
Yeah, it was the first 4-hour one I did that I just released I think a couple weeks ago. I didn't know, like with Lipson, like that's who I host my podcast through, and I go to like upload, it's like, dude, your file's too big, you got to go through some FTP, like blah, blah. So I was like, dude, I got to learn how to do all this stuff because I don't know how to do it. So you had to go through a separate like third-party site, load it there, and then fetch it over to, over to the Lipson site so they can do it. So it's all been a learning curve for me. The whole thing, like this whole process, like podcasting, setting up the camera, the microphones, like it's been kind of cool, like learning how to do all that stuff and learning from other people too, like that are doing podcasts. Like, hey man, if you do it this way, probably better, if you did, maybe, here's a suggestion for this, a suggestion for that. And I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, as fun as it is to be mic'd up and talking to people and learning about their story, at the end of the day, potentially there are tens of thousands of listeners who you're producing a product for, right? So you want the best bang for their buck, even though it's free, right? All these downloads are free, and that's another incredible thing. I don't think that many people, think about or put much stock in, is that this is 100% out of your own pocket. Right. And then, I don't know much about podcasting. I've even bugged you about doing my own. Yeah. So, for anybody listening to this or watching this, like, I bugged you. I've been up to your house. We'd gone to the store to look at microphones and setups and all this stuff. Yeah. It's not cheap if you're going to do it right. Yeah. And then on top of that, how big does a podcast have to be before you start getting sponsors? Yeah,
it needs to be pretty, you need to have, I think a minimum of, I want to say 15,000 downloads per episode.
Okay.
Before you start even getting looked at for sponsorships. But when I started, I knew that I didn't want to just get any random sponsor to sponsor my podcast just to make a buck. It's I'm sponsored by, Hydro Flask and blah. It's if I don't believe in the product, I don't really want it on my podcast. Mm-hmm. And I think you're going to lose followers or you're going to lose listeners by having any sponsorship first off, because no one wants to listen to that shit.
Yeah.
So so if I know that, at least the shit I have on here, I want it to be gnarly, that's something I believe in. So I've been working with or in the process of filling out applications to be sponsored by Delta Airlines.
Okay.
So if I can seal that deal, that will be huge. And for me, it kind of fits into what I'm doing because I'm traveling all over the country.
Sure.
And that's the other thing with podcasting. You can do it your own way. There's people that do it through Skype, through Zoom. And that works. That's cool if that's the way you want to do it. But for me, I knew that I wanted to do it a little different than anybody else was by traveling to people. And that's what's got me in the door with a lot of people, because they're like, what? You're gonna fly to me? And I don't have to move. I don't have to go anywhere. Cool.
Yeah, that's a unique thing that you have all this stuff in your padded travel cases, and you literally will jump on a plane and you're like, where are you at, man? Middle of Texas? Cool. And you'll go out to the middle of nowhere. You'll knock out a podcast, but while you're traveling, you're also reaching out to people through your Instagram account, just DMing people and saying, hey, I follow your page, really like what you've got going on. I'm going to be in, say, Dallas. Yep. And I noticed that you're in Fort Worth. Any way I can come over and most people say yes because it's super convenient.
Yeah, for sure. That's how I got with Mike Redland. That's how I ended up doing the podcast with him, was that I was in Austin doing a podcast with Clark and with Wes.
Yep.
And it was I know he was 3.5 hours away, but I'm but I'm in Texas. Everything's 3.5 hours away. So I might as well hit him up and see if he's down for it. So he was like, yeah, let's do it. So I drove up there, and I think I ended up changing my flight because my flight was out of Austin, and I was like, fuck, I'll fly out of Dallas. I'm not going to drive all the way back down. I did the same thing with Mario Romero. I did a podcast with him in Houston, and then I had a barbecue to go to in Dallas. And so I go to the barbecue pig roast and do a podcast there, and I was supposed to drive back the next day to Houston to fly out, and I was like, nah.
Yeah. Nah. So have you spent that much time in Texas?
A lot of time in Texas, actually. I used to live there. So I moved from California when I was, I think 10 or 11, and lived in Texas for about 4 years, and then moved back to California. But then with the podcasting,
what part of Texas were you in?
Buda. So it's 13 miles south of Austin.
Okay.
And when I was there, it was this little country ass town. They had this little caboose set up off the freeway. That was the only restaurant in town, really.
Wow.
There was I think they had when I lived there, they finally put a Burger King in the ConocoPhillips
and how far station. Was that outside of Austin?
13 miles south.
That's it. It was so small, just going
super
that
small.
Far. Wow.
Yeah, they had a country fest called the Buda Fest every year. And it coming from California, I was like, what the fuck? Where are we? This is crazy.
It's a different culture out there, right?
Yeah,
it is. So what's your impression? I mean, obviously you're in California now, and we'll get into where you grew up and all this thing, but when you go to places like a Texas, right? I try to explain to people, because a lot of bros of mine were in the military are from Texas. Yeah. Spent a lot of time in Texas hanging out with folks, and it is I don't think people really understand. They say, oh, the great state of Texas, right? It's hey, man, we know this is Texas. It's the great state of Texas. And I don't think people really, really, truly understand. That's a whole nother type of white person fucking around out there.
Oh, definitely.
It's just a different vibe, a different pride in country, pride in the state, pride in the flag. I mean, everything they got going on is Texas, Texas, Texas. Yep. And it's such a rapid departure from other stuff that we see so I'm always interested to talk to people who live in California and then go out and see that. So what's your impression?
Totally. I think that there's they set the bar, I guess, for like pride in state. You know what I mean? Where it's like they could be their own fucking country. And I think that a lot of people, I think that the people that live there believe that. You know what I mean? Like this is like the fucking don't mess with Texas. You know what I mean? And they're very proud of their heritage. They're very proud of their state. And so for me, it was different coming from California. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm from California. It's kind of cool, like whatever. But in Texas, it's like there's a sense of pride of being from Texas.
Very much so, yeah.
For sure. And the other thing, too, is like when I first moved there, I was like, dude, is everyone like running for politics, like for president here? What the fuck? Everyone's waving at each other and saying hello. And that was a change because in California, at least where I grew up, not too many people talk to each other. There's not a lot of interaction, and so being that I lived in Texas for a while and I had family in Mississippi and then I came back to California, I was always that kid that was talking to the parents, talking to people, saying hello, being, just being a cordial kid.
Yeah.
And even my wife to this day, like the last house we lived in, I was like, hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a plate over to Marlene. She's all, who the fuck's Marlene? I'm like, our neighbor? She had no clue who it was because like she's like so in her world and Marlene's in her world and they don't ever talk, but I make it a point to like meet my neighbors and be like, hey, I'm Josh, this is my family and blah blah blah.
Sure.
That way if anything goes down or if I'm leaving town, be like, hey, can you keep an eye on the house and stuff like that. But most people just don't even talk, they just kind of stay in their own little worlds. They park their car in their garage, they close the garage, come in their house, and they don't even see their neighbors,
right? Well, I think part of that has to do with the culture that we have here in California, but also the amount of people that are here, right? I was talking to a friend of mine about the amount of people that are here. There's 38 million people in the state of California, right? I mean, that's more than the country of Canada, the entire country, as far as populated, right?
Yeah.
And we're all jammed on 3 or 4 freeways trying to get someplace. I think people are just so wrapped up in the minutia of their life and the whole California thing, just hustling to make as much money as possible because it's not cheap to live here.
Yeah.
A house that in Texas is $250,000 is $600,000 here. And it's a fixer upper. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah, totally, dude. When we were buying this house we live in now, I was like, dude, what are we doing? Like paying this kind of money for this house? I really wasn't interested in buying another home in California. I was like, I think we should probably like think about moving outside of California. But my son's here and my family, and it's like, fuck, we'll just bite the bullet and do it,
Yeah.
And I don't regret buying the house, but I don't know how it's sustainable. I think that the way the housing market is here, it's fucking crazy, dude. Like I don't know how people afford to live here anymore. Unless you're renting, or you have like rent control like you have in Santa Monica all over the place. Like people have been living there for years.
Sure.
It stays the same. But it's fucking hard, man. It is hard to live in California.
Yeah, and I don't know, other than, say, Section 8 housing out here, right? And they have, I don't know of an actual law of like rent control in San Diego.
I don't think they have one.
Yeah.
I know there's certain, I think it's like city ordinances, city ordinance. And I know Santa Monica has it where they can't raise the rent. So people that have lived there for like 30 years paying like $500 a month living right on the beach. I'm like,
and then the guy next door who just moved in is paying $3,000.
Yeah, or $4,500. Like, fuck, you got
for a two-bedroom. For a 2-bedroom, no garage, just an underground parking space.
Yeah, it's generational too. Like you can pass the lease down to your kids. So like I know my buddy lives in West Hollywood. And it's like right off the strip. So, I mean, there's a lot of shit going on down there. And the rent there is incredibly high. But like his mother-in-law lived in that place and then she passed it down to her daughter. So it's like they pay, I think like $700 a month.
Right.
And it's fuck, dude. Anybody else is going to be paying at least $4,000.
Yeah. I've always wondered, I wonder like if I drive through neighborhoods or see like super nice houses and stuff like that. I always wonder what people do for a living, right?
Totally.
I still want to just knock on doors and just say, sorry to bother you, you know what I mean? But show up in like a suit and tie so they don't think I'm crazy. But just, hey, I'm going door to door. Like, what do you do for a living? Because I was in the military and supposedly, we're heroes and all that shit. Right. Thank you for your service. But I'm like, but that doesn't get you a house like this. What the fuck?
It'd be a great study, man.
What are all these people doing? Because there's so many people, millions upon millions upon millions of people in California paying astronomically high real estate prices. Just say like New York, Manhattan. Like, what is everybody doing?
Yeah, it's a trip. And I think my neighbors probably wanted the same shit about me. They're like, dude, this guy is always home. Right. He never like leaves for work, and then when he leaves, like, and his truck isn't there, he's like gone for days on end because I'm traveling somewhere.
Right.
And they probably wonder, but
They probably think you're a contractor for the agency or something like that.
Some shit. I mean, I'm growing my hair out now, so probably not. They probably think I'm some fucking weird hippie that runs a commune somewhere. I don't know.
Maybe a drug dealer, all your tats.
I thought that I was like, I wonder if like any of the neighbors think I'm some like kind of drug dealer, you know?
100%. When I first met you, I was like, that dude's definitely got a key of heroin in that briefcase.
Definitely. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked, man. But like most of the neighbors that we have some cool, like they're all pretty cool actually. I haven't had any issues with any of them. And they've never asked, no one really asked me what I do.
I don't know. I'm literally, man, I've been in this place for 3 years and I have no idea. There's an active duty SEAL in the neighborhood.
Yeah. I
know him, but I literally don't even talk to him either. He's just in and out. He's so busy. I'll like wave to him and his wife as they're like leaving. I'm like, oh, hey man, what's up, dude? But it's not, I have no idea who my neighbors are, what the fuck they do for a living.
Yep. That's most people, man.
Yeah. They could be moving, literally, I could see them putting like body bags into a trunk. Be like, hey, how's it going, man? I wouldn't even care.
That's how it goes down, dude.
That's how it goes down, man. Mind your own business.
Yep. That seems to be the California way. Everyone just stays in their own little bubble. And that's cool, But I think I got that from Texas, was like just being more cordial and like making it a point to like, go out of your way to say hello to people and get to know people. I mean, doing the podcast for me was very unsettling at first because I wasn't like I think I'm an extrovert, but I'm also a very niche kind of like guy. Like I stay in my own little area. I have my crew that I trust, that I like, that I'm cool with.
Sure.
And I don't really venture outside of that very often. I get pretty bad like social anxiety if I'm in crowds of people. Like I hate going to the mall. I don't like movie theaters. I'm just not interested. Mm-hmm. So doing the podcast was definitely like nerve-wracking at first because it's like, dude, I'm going to these different states to meet different people that I fucking have never met. And I'm in their homes or they're in my hotel rooms or whatever. And it was just very, very weird.
So do you think that is some type of childhood thing, some type of, I won't say a disorder because I don't like,
100%. Definitely.
So some type of social anxiety.
Yeah.
And then you mix that with, okay, this is what I'm doing now for a living. This is, I reached out to them. They said yes. So there's that unspoken or maybe internally some type of expectation you put on yourself to perform so you don't fuck the podcast up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always had this weird thing, dude, where I'm like, I've had this fear of like judgment, fear of like, and playing small ball, being like, I'm not good enough for that or whatever. So I'm going to kind of just stay behind the scenes and do my thing. And so doing the podcast, it was definitely like a growth edge for me. It was like, I need to get out of my comfort zone and do things that are out of the ordinary and that like meeting new people and expanding my network. I've always found myself to be a leader, but I wasn't allowing myself to put myself out there too much. And when I tell people that, dude, I have really bad like social anxiety, man. I'll tell like people even I've known my whole life, like, dude, we would have never guessed that. I was like, I put on a good face, dude. I can like go out there and pretend, very well.
Sure.
But underneath it all, it's like, dude, I'm fucking trembling inside, because I just don't want to be in that situation, but I just man up and do it anyway.
Yeah. It's almost, and I've experienced it myself. I don't have social anxiety. I'll, pretty much go anywhere, talk to almost anybody. Yeah. I don't have that type of fear, but I do sometimes find myself, especially with say Instagram, all the social media, doing these podcasts and, interviews and shit for TV and stuff like that. I find that it's like, okay, man, maybe this is what they're expecting I should be like.
Right.
So it's sometimes I actually catch myself. I'm like, man, am I pretending to be a caricature of myself, like a spin-off Chris Osman or whatever? But in reality, man, I like sitting at home watching television, chilling out. I like quiet. Yeah. So I have these bursts of energy, like crazy ass energy, and then I'll hit the wall and be like, I just don't want to be around anybody, talk to anybody for like 2 or 3 days. It kind of, and then it recharges my soul almost.
Totally, dude. We were going to marriage counseling, Kathleen and I would get, one of the points of contention with us was that I would leave and go on these trips to do podcasts, and Kathleen's with the kids, and and I would get home. And I was like, dude, I needed like a day or two to just fucking unwind for a second.
Sure.
And in her mind, it was like, this motherfucker is out traveling. Partying probably, which I wasn't. But, and he's like on vacation. He doesn't have to wake up to any kids. Like he's just doing his thing.
Eats when he wants, getting 8 hours of sleep, can watch TV in quiet.
Yeah. So like
she hates you. She hates your guts.
Totally. But the one of the things the therapist told her was like, you got to remember though, like a lot of things he's not sharing with you, is that like it taxes his nervous system going and doing all this shit because it's not the norm for him.
Sure.
So when he gets home, you need to give him a day. Give him a day to just unwind and relax. Because I was the same way where I was like, dude, I need a day to just not talk. I need to not human at all. Just like sit here. Yeah. And I had that a lot with, like I brought a buddy with me on a podcast journey over to North Carolina and Virginia Beach. And I think I did 3 podcasts in one day. And then we got to the hotel and he wanted to talk to me, you know, we were smoking a little bit and he's like, yeah, let's talk, you know, go down the rabbit hole or whatever. And I was like, dude, I don't mean to be rude, bro, but I have nothing to talk about right now.
What were you guys smoking?
It was,
ooh, that good, huh?
No, hold on. It was, no, I'm trying to remember the strain and everything. It was, I think it was Purple Punch by Ascend. Ascend is, like, I don't like to smoke flower if I smoke. Yeah. I'll use, because it's just so much more convenient to use a vaporizer pen, you know. And I don't really smoke that often. It's rare now. It was a lot back in the day, but now it's very hit and miss. You know, if I feel like it, I will, but most of the time I'm not. But yeah, we were in there, and he's like, "Dude, you don't want to talk?" I'm like, "Bro, I'm talked out, dude." Like it's a lot of work to like do podcasts and actively listen and have like a response for people. And on top of that, like you're nervous because you're meeting someone new for the first time. Like you said, you don't want to fuck it up, and it's like fuck. And then you're like, all right, dude, I just need to shake this off and get ready for the next one.
Well, and you and I have known each other for a year, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like we hang out every weekend,
right?
You know what I mean? Even though we're friends, but even there's a sense of ease. Yeah. Me being on this side of the microphone, you being over there, right? So, like you're saying, it's like as you're talking, obviously I'm engaged, but then in my mind I'm like, okay, what can I do to continue the conversation to keep it engaged, right? So there's not like this lull and like, hey, what do you want to talk about next? Yeah. You know, but to your point, flying into some city you haven't been in, meeting someone you've never met, and you're like, hey man, I'm Josh, go ahead and sit down. You mic them up, you know, put the headphones on. You're like, okay, here we go. You know, that could be nerve wracking. I can see totally. That.
Yeah, it's active listening, you know, like you said, like keeping the conversation going. Because there's been a couple podcasts that, I mean, very few of them, but some of them where it's like, dude, what can I ask next? You know, because it's not, they're not very talkative. They're kind of closed off. And there's been some that have started kind of slow. And then once they ease up and they know that I'm not like some pretentious dude, I'm not judging them, I just want to hear their story. Then you can even hear it over the podcast where they like open up more and it's like, all right, cool, man.
Yeah, where the comfortability level goes up and they know that you're not there to get it like a gotcha question or trap them in some way and make them look like a fucking asshole. So that's good. Yeah. So where are you originally from?
Originally, I was born in Glendora, California. So Glendora is probably 30 miles outside of downtown LA. I don't know why I was born there.
Because that's where you came out of your mom's vagina.
Well, yeah, there's that. But I don't know why. Like, they didn't live there, though, you know? It wasn't like, oh, we live in Glendora, so you're born in Glendora. It was like, I think at the time, I looked at my first Social Security card. They were living in Monrovia, which is, I don't know, fucking 15 minutes away. And maybe they were just driving, and, like, she went into labor, so I never really asked her. But, I was born in Glendora, but I was raised primarily in Southern California.
Okay, and then when you were growing up, where'd you live at in Southern California?
So when I was a small kid, up until I was in kindergarten, I lived in a little town called Temple City, which is outside of Pasadena, LA, suburb of LA. And we lived with my grandmother. And I went to kindergarten, you know, at the local school there. And then I think in first grade, we moved to Rialto. And I don't know if you know much about Rialto, but it's not the happiest place in the world.
Sure.
It was, I think we probably were the only white family in the neighborhood we lived in, probably. Predominantly African-American. So there was challenges, you know, like living there for my brother and I both. He's 2 years older than me. And, you know, walking home from school and they'd be like, hey, you want to fight my brother? And it's like, no, I don't even know your brother, you know? Right. And then next thing you know, you're fighting, you know? And like, as a kid, like I was fucking scared, you know, because it's like,
that's scary stuff, dude. Yeah. I mean, like, look, and how old were you, do you think? 12, 13?
So I was first grade, so I had to be like 6 when we moved there, 6 or 7.
Yeah, sorry. I missed the first grade part.
Yeah.
I skipped to where you were literally in junior high already.
Right? Yeah.
Sorry.
So I was like 6, and I one of the memories I had from there just kind of like highlight what kind of area it was. I was running home because, again, there was like a fight, and they wanted to fight me or whatever. So I'm running home because I'm scared shitless.
Right.
And I think they jacked my bike, a couple of dudes. And so, like, I'm like, fuck, man. So I'm running home, and they're chasing me. We get to the front of my house. My mom's standing at the front door, and there's a dude standing there, and he had a class ring on, so he had to be 18. He probably just graduated high school.
Sure.
And right in front of my mom, dude, he just blasted me right in the face, dude. Just shattered my fucking nose, dude. And I'm like 6 years old at the time.
Broke your nose.
Broke it.
Wow.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
What'd your mom do? What'd your brother do?
My brother was like 8 at the time, so I don't think he did shit. He probably.
He saw that and was like, no thanks.
Yeah. My mom was like chasing him and like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And I think at the time, I don't want to slander anybody, and I don't really have a relationship with my mom, but I think at the time she was like the local coke dealer at the time.
Okay.
I can't like confirm that and say that, yeah, she definitely was, but I think there's enough evidence there to prove that she was making ends meet however she needed to. Yeah.
And do you think that because there was like a lot of just random people coming to the house to buy shit? Or
yeah,
was
totally.
she, just working the Batman hours out?
It was a little of both. So like my brother and I at that time, it was kind of weird. Like looking back on it, there's a lot of things as an adult that I'm going back and piecing together. But as a 6-year-old kid, 7 years old, my brother and I spent a lot of time alone. Like we were at home a lot alone. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is my mom? It's kind of weird.
And you get along with your brother?
No, we don't have a relationship anymore.
Yeah, I don't get along with my brother either. So so you guys obviously spent a lot of time together.
Dude, we were tight as fuck growing up. Like we were like best friends, best buds.
And then the wheel fell off the bus.
Big time.
In adulthood.
Yeah, it did, man. Yeah. When we got out of the military, that's when it all shifted, and things just changed for the worse. I think a lot of that was just boundaries for me. Like, I don't wish my brother any ill will. It's not like, hey, fuck that guy, he's a piece of shit. I've had people call me job reference type of stuff, because we were in the same industry, and I've never said anything negative about him. I never will, because I just don't think it's right. I'm not gonna fuck with his livelihood, but at the same time, we don't need to be bros.
Sure.
Just kind of do my thing. He does. Yeah.
So when you were growing up, do you have a memory of for the first time saying enough's enough and standing up for yourself and fighting back, beating somebody down, and what was that emotionally, what was emotionally going on inside of you? Like when you realized, I don't have to take your shit. I can actually fight and defend myself. Yeah,
it was, we moved from Rialto and moved to San Bernardino, which is a city right next to it. And same thing, it was not a great area. It's funny, I go back there now, I'm like, dude, what the fuck were my parents like thinking, like living in this shithole, dude. But anyway.
What year was that, do you think?
1988.
Yeah,
something like that.
I would say it all boils down like regardless of race. I think as far as low income housing is low income housing.
Yeah,
I think it's just all about priorities and literally what people can afford economically. You know, as much as they want to be in the house on the hill and in a safe spot. Maybe that's all they can afford. I know my parents are broke as fuck.
Yeah, I didn't know, because my stepdad, because we were alone for the first part, I said like 6 and 7, and then at, I think 8 years old is when my mom met my stepdad, and he had a great job, man. He was a ex-Marine, but he worked for GTE and was making a fuck ton of money.
Okay.
So I never understood why we were living in that area. But anyway, to answer your question, I was in school in San Bernardino, and the demographic being largely African American, being like the only white kid, I was getting fucked with all the time.
Yep.
And I think at this point my stepdad was already in the picture, and so he, being an ex-Marine, he was a tough son of a bitch. He didn't fuck around at all. And he finally just told me, like, dude, you need to stand up for yourself. Stop. He knew that like I had like inner rage inside of me.
Sure.
That I wasn't letting out, and I was just like kind of being like a sensitive crybaby, because like I think in my heart of hearts, like I didn't intentionally ever want to hurt anybody. But I knew that I was capable of it, so I was always scared of that anger. I was scared of that rage, like, coming out. I was like, dude, I'm literally gonna fucking murder somebody. Like,
interesting,
because I was so angry and so pissed off for just being fucked with,
Yeah.
So the first time there was this kid, I don't remember his name or whatever, but he came up to me for whatever reason, and we're talking shit, playground shit, and he punched me right in the mouth, dude. And I had braces on at the time. And I was like, fuck, dude. So my lip is like caught on my braces, and it fucking hurts. And I remember I stopped like the fight. I was like, hey, hold on real quick. And I went to the bathroom to like take my lip off of my braces, because it was literally like plastered to the braces. And I I remember looking in the mirror and watching like the blood come out of my mouth.
Sure. Yep.
And I just like that rage just fucking started boiling over.
Yeah.
And I went outside and went back outside to the blacktop or wherever it was and beat the living fuck out of this kid.
Did you say anything to him, or you just walk up and start wailing on him?
I think I walked up to him and just started wailing on him.
Nice.
They used to call me like Wonder Bread, white bread, you know, and I think I was probably telling, oh, you're burnt toast, you know, and so we were fucking just going for it. And that was the first time that I really let it out, you know, like where I was like, yeah, that's enough. And then same thing kind of happened.
Now, was he hitting you back and you just didn't feel it because you were in the zone?
No, I don't think he could. I think I had like, I mean, it was a long time ago, so I don't know if the memory is correct, but the way I remember it is like I kind of had his head down, was just like uppercutting his face and his stomach, and like he couldn't even like, even if he tried, he couldn't have hit me.
Right.
And yeah, I was just fucking livid, and I got suspended, obviously. And
now, how did you feel though? Like, for the first time in your life, there you are as the victor, right? You now taking the, let's say, take the fight to the enemy, right?
Yep.
You unleash this aggression.
Yeah.
Emotionally, was it like a sense of release, or were you concerned? Were you just like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that and I lost control? Or you're like, that was pretty awesome. I'm never gonna let somebody beat my ass again because it sucks.
I think I felt like it was awesome. It gave me like a sense of power, a sense of like I knew like what I was capable of at that point. My stepdad was he was a black belt in Hapkido, I believe judo. I don't know if they have belt systems. I want to say he was like a brown belt or something. And Taekwondo, he's a black belt. So like he was like training us like in martial arts and stuff.
In the garage.
Yeah, in the garage, in the backyard and stuff.
Did he use mats for the judo flips and things like that?
Fuck no. It's the 80s, man. No way, dude. No way.
Something tells me if it was today and it was 2019, your stepdad would still not be using mats. He'd fuck you.
No. He was shortly like thereafter. This might have been around the same time frame. We were at the house, and my parents always had like random people living with us. You know, they went through this phase of like really going fanatical with religion. Like my stepdad was not a violent man. He wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't like a partier. I mean, he's a Marine, so he partied. He had a good time.
Yep.
But my mom was, she was a wild child for sure. I mean, she had my brother and I before she was 18. She had both of us, you know. So she was, you know, doing her thing, partying and whatever. So I think like she probably hit her rock bottom, and my stepdad kind of went along for the ride, and they just found Jesus and went crazy with it. But as a result, we always had random people living with us. You know, we'll help them. You know, we'll have them come stay with us. And it's like, fuck, man, these people are weird. You know.
Yeah.
So we had this couple living in the basement, Mike and Kathy were their names, and they were gonna move out. And so, you know, we're all helping them move their shit or whatever. And there's this Mexican cat shows up. His name's Geronimo. And
I love this story already.
Yeah, for sure. So he wants to go down into come up from the basement. And we had like stairs that went into the house, and there was also stairs on the outside of the house. So he wanted to come up the stairs in the house and kind of come through the house. And so my mom, even though we don't have a relationship now, the one thing I will say that's definitely positive about her is she's very streetwise. She's very smart. She's a survivor. She's kind of a thug, you know what I mean? Like she can figure shit out. And so she knew that the dude like was just trying to scope the house, you know, and see what he can come and you know, jack later. And so she was like, no, you're not coming in the house. Like go out through the other way. And he's like, nah, you know, whatever. And one of the things, too, that I thought was fascinating was that my mom learned Spanish because my stepdad was Mexican. She learned Spanish he just taught her, and she became fluent.
Wow.
So they were having words in Spanish, like, back and forth, and she understood everything, whatever. And so my stepdad's name was Josh, which was funny because his son's name was Josh. I was Josh, and he was Josh. So it was Josh, Josh, and Josh. So anyway, she's like, hey, Josh, because he's trying to push his way into the house. So she's like, Josh, this man's trying to push me, you know? And she was like, yeah, within like 2 seconds, like he was like in this dude's face. Like she's like, I don't even know where he came from. He just was like, bam, like in this dude's face. And he was telling him in Spanish, like, you know, you don't fuck with me. You don't fuck with my family or my house and blah, you know, was telling him all kinds of shit. Well, being the dumb, ignorant kid that I was like, oh, dude, my stepdad's getting ready to fight. You know, I gotta get involved with this. So I got in between him and the Mexican dude. The other Mexican dude, they're both Mexicans, so I was a little
3 Joshes, 2 Mexicans, and go.
Right.
Jesus.
So he's like he's backing this dude up out of our sliding door, and he gets him out of the sliding door. You know, he's pushing him. I'm kind of in the middle, like, oh, what's going on? And so once the guy like walks away, he turns around and just bam, just backhands me like right in the face, and busted my lip because he hit me with his ring. And looking back on it, I was like, oh, was that abusive? And it was like, no, he was teaching me a lesson, and the lesson was like, dude, don't ever get in the middle of me and another grown man ever. You don't know if that guy had a gun, if he had a knife, and now you're gonna get stabbed. Now you're gonna get shot. Mm-hmm. And I think other kids would have taken that differently. They probably would have been like, oh, dude, what the fuck? This dude just drilled me. Yeah. I took it as I kind of deserved it. And it was a lesson learned. And it is what it is. I'm never gonna backhand my own kids.
Now, did he talk to you afterward, or just hit you and walked away?
No, he talked to me. He talked to me. Everything was about a lesson with him. It wasn't like hey, I'm just gonna hit you and then whatever, because he was heavy with the paddle,
sure,
heavy with the hands for sure. We would move to like different places or whatever, and I was like, hey, I want to ride my bike, and he's like, nah, let me scope the neighborhood first before you ride your bike. I'm like, dude, why are you so fucking paranoid, man? Just let me ride my bike.
Yeah.
So I remember we were having words about that one day, and so he just grabbed me and just fucking flipped me over his back, a little judo throw, got on top of me, and so you think you could take a man? You think, and
yep.
And the like I said, a lot of other kids would look at that and be like, or adults and be like, dude, that was abuse. But for me, even now as an adult, granted, I won't handle my kids that way. I can look at that and be like, it was a good lesson because it taught, like, he was trying to teach me something. And the thing he was trying to teach me is that he cares about me. He loves me. And he doesn't want me being hurt. So like he wants to know as an adult, like what the neighborhood looks like. So if I don't come home, at least he'll know where to look, or have an idea.
Well, there's something very, I'd say, pure about that type of treatment because, here he is, this, ex-Marine or former Marine. For all the Marines listening, you're going to now DM me to be like, hey, bro, it's former, ex? Not ex. Like,
sorry, my bad. Devil dog for life.
Semper Fi. But, that he's taken his life experiences, but he's not able to communicate. And you know what I mean? Just like my dad kind of wasn't. It was just like, hey, man, he was in the military his entire life, his entire adult life, basically. And it was always just this, I won't say penchant for violence, but it was, it was always like, I'm going to hit you and then we're going to talk. Or I'm going to talk, then I'm going to hit you. There was always some type of physical pain to cement the lesson.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So I wonder, like, if you look back on your life, in your childhood, do you think that him hitting you and being that rough with you cemented these life lessons into you? Or do you think if he'd have just talked to you that you'd have just forgot about it?
I don't know, man. I think he used to always tell me that I was like the most hard-headed out of all the kids. Like he would tell us like, hey, if you go do this.
He wasn't lying.
Yeah, I think he was right. And he was like, if you go do this, like you're gonna get punished like bad. Like I'm gonna smack the shit out of you. Like don't go do it. And I was always that kid like, okay, if I do that, it's gonna be really fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun, and I'm gonna get smacked for it. Fuck it, it's worth it. I'll do it. And
so what's something that you did that was super fun, would do it again, but got busted and paid the price for it?
I think he told us like don't leave like the camp. We were in Mexico. We'd go down to Mexico and do some missionary stuff down there, build houses and shit. There was like people living in cardboard boxes. And,
was that during the summer times when you had the time off out of school? Is that when you guys would go?
You know what? I don't think it was, dude, because we'd go on the weekend. So it would always be my stepbrother and stepsister were always with us. And we had them every other weekend.
And what part of Mexico would you guys go?
San Vicente. So it's Baja California, by a little town called little San Vicente. I don't know what it's called. I mean,
so once you cross the border there in Tijuana, then what type of drive time to get down there, do you think?
Probably 4 hours maybe, because it's past Ensenada.
Yeah.
Because I remember we'd stop in Ensenada to get fish tacos, and I was always stoked on that.
You're like, hey, I'll go dig ditches and help build a village for some tacos.
Yeah. So he would like make us do things like, you're gonna learn how to sing "Jesus Loves Me" in Spanish before I let you outside to play. That's what you're gonna do. So he would like teach us like how to do it in Spanish, and to this day I know how to fucking sing it in Spanish because of that lesson. It's like, dude, we're gonna sing that shit like until we can't get out until we do. So we gotta learn.
Yeah.
But one of the times he told us like, hey, don't leave like the camp that we were in. Like don't take off, or you're gonna get in trouble. And I think all of us, like all the kids, like my stepbrother, stepsister, my brother, myself, and we had an adopted brother that lived with us as well. We're like, fuck it, dude, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
So we took off. We found like a pack of dogs They had they had puppies, so we all like just
Sure.
we just jacked the puppies. Like we were kids, we didn't know any better, you know.
Right.
Like, yeah, fuck it, we'll take their dog. You know,
How old are you guys?
we had to be like, I was probably like 10,
Oh,
10,
wow,
10 or 11.
Yeah, You're grabbing puppies. You don't
Yeah,
know.
for sure, dude. So we grabbed the puppies, and I guess like one of the villagers, fucking told like one of the other people like, hey, these kids are over here stealing dogs and fucking scaring our chickens and whatever. So we got hit for that, I'm pretty sure. But that was one of those moments where it's like, I didn't care. Like the adventure was worth it. You know what I mean? Like going out in the middle of fucking Mexico, dude.
Yeah, the pleasure is better than the pain. Like it's worth it. Right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So there was a lot of those moments where, I knew that if I do this, I'm going to get in some shit, but it's worth it to me. Yeah.
And now going down to Mexico at that age, were you consciously aware of, how you lived and then how they were living in Mexico and how much better you had it, even though it was still in a, low income area and, there was obviously violence in the home and a lot of, stress and shit like that going on.
Yeah.
But what did you take away from that as you were being a part of it and growing up around it and seeing it that often?
I think at a young age, I had a keen sense of like true homelessness and like when you truly don't have shit. So like I would go, it made me appreciate the things I did have a lot more as a kid. Mm-hmm. Like whereas like I had a tetherball court, one of those tetherball deals. I had a basketball court. We had chickens, geese, rabbits. We had a pool. We had all kinds of shit. And even though it was in a shit neighborhood, we had a lot of stuff, and it was, and there was a lot of fun things that we got to do as a result. And so I'd go down to Mexico, and see these kids like in cardboard boxes, like that's literally what they lived in.
Yep.
And they're smiling, they were happy.
Yeah. And
so then it made me like be less cunty, if you will, about like you hear, I'm bored, I have nothing to do, we have nothing, but it's like, fuck off, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's a kid over there, like, kicking rocks, literally, dude, for, like, his entertainment, Right. And I'm sitting here crying because I only have a tetherball court or I only have a basketball court and only have a bike. And it's like, they would fucking give their left testicle to have that,
Yeah. Or just to be in America, right? To be able to sleep in a room with air conditioning and clean sheets.
Yeah. It would have been easy, I think, as a kid to resent my parents were like, dude, why are we going down here? Why are we doing this shit? But as an adult, and I don't think I ever did as a kid. I think I was kind of grateful for those experiences. And I think as an adult, I definitely am because even though I'm not on the religious tip, it did teach me a lot about humankind. It taught me a lot about giving back. It taught me a lot about compassion. And it really did give me a keen sense of awareness of like, when I see a homeless dude on the street or a homeless woman on the street, I can pretty much tell immediately if they're truly homeless or if they're just playing the system, know? Because I learned it as a kid. We were in the parks feeding homeless people pretty much every weekend. Mm-hmm. So you learn quickly, like there's people there that are there for the free meal. And then there's people there because we were there when it was raining. It didn't matter what the weather was. And so the people that showed up when it was still pouring rain outside, you just kind of they're really homeless and they need the food.
And did you just do that on Thanksgivings and Christmas?
Every weekend, man.
Every weekend. So you guys are really actually doing it.
Yeah, definitely. We were either in Mexico, one weekend would be in Mexico. The next weekend we were in the park in San Bernardino, downtown San Bernardino, feeding the homeless.
Damn. And how many years did that go on for?
Probably about 4 or 5. They had a homeless ministry called Abba Cares was the name of it. And we used to have like these bakeries used to donate like bread to us, So my parents had a dually. And so we would fill up the dually, with a bunch of like fucking bread from this bakery in Walnut. And then we would go down to the hood and we would just pass out bread to all these people that didn't have any food.
Yeah.
And so that, the bread lady's here, let's go get the bread. So, I mean, it was good shit, they'd be like, cinnamon rolls and all kinds of other cool stuff that he's like, was getting ready to expire. And so it's like, well, we're not going to throw it away, just give it away. So we got that. And then there was like Thrifty back in the day for anybody that's from California. I don't know, Thrifty might have been outside of California, but now it's Rite Aid. But back in the day, Thrifty ice cream was like legit, man. It was like the best shit
still
ever.
is. And it is now Rite Aid.
Yeah.
But they still have the single scoop or double scoop and
So they used to donate to us too. So like we would get those boxes of ice cream, And as a kid, it was kind of cool because it's like, yeah, we're gonna give some of this away, but then we're also gonna keep some of it so we can have it for our family. And so I think I have a lot of good experiences came from that. I think a lot of it.
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Cookies and cream.
Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your favorite brand of ice cream today?
Thrifty. Thrifty.
Over Ben and Jerry's or something like that.
Yeah, Kathleen and I had this talk the other day. She loves like having ice cream that is that has like nuts and chunks of stuff in it, and what I'm like, dude, just give me like just I don't mind cookies and cream. It's just a little Oreo. It's kind of soft. I don't want like all kinds of nuts in my ice cream and other weird shit. I like pralines and cream is another one that I like. Because
really
it's like,
good. Yeah,
it's just a good flavor and it's cool. But the Ben and Jerry stuff, I don't really get down too much with all the crazy stuff. I'll get something like actually Half Baked is pretty good because it's it's like fudge and
don't they have like pretzel chunks in it?
No, it's fudge and they have like cookie dough American chunks. Yeah, they have a bunch of wild shit, but that's one of them that I like because it's like not a bunch of chunky shit. But yeah, when I was a kid, cookies and cream was my jam. It still is.
Yeah. What was the name of that ice cream place you took me to when I came up to visit you?
Handles.
My God.
Yeah, man. Really good.
What part of the world is that in again? If anybody's ever around your neighborhood, they got to go to this ice cream shop. It's amazing.
So in Rancho Cucamonga, there's a spot called Handles off of Haven and the 210. And it's all homemade, like right there, restaurant made, whatever. They make it right there on the spot.
Yeah.
And it's fucking delicious.
It was phenomenal, man.
Yeah, man,
you were like, hey, we got to check this ice cream spot out. I'm like, yeah, I love ice cream. Let's go. I'm thinking, okay, whatever, man. Fuck. But it was literally mind-blowing good. Yeah, it was amazing.
I liked it, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad you liked it, too. It's good shit.
So.
I'm going to move this.
Uh-oh.
I don't think it's picking up your face enough. There we go. Now it is.
Picking up my face? You need me to move my chair?
No. I just wanted to, like... now it's reading the faces, but I could see like before it wasn't seeing your face enough.
Yeah. You just gonna let this roll just like this, let everybody hear it?
Yeah, well, it's just recording, so I mean, it's not live. So I'll let it roll. I don't give a shit.
It's like you're adjusting the camera so you guys know this is no bullshit.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So let's talk about immigration for 2 seconds.
Let's do it.
Or for 20 minutes or whatever. So anytime you turn on the news or anything like that, like the world is in fucking up in arms about the quote unquote crisis at the border and this and everything. Now, if you're anything like me, I grew up in San Diego, right? So if we left my house right now, we could literally be in Mexico in 20 minutes, right?
Yep.
You and I grew up around Mexico. You were in Mexico a lot of times, right? Your family helped out and did a lot of missionary stuff down there. And obviously there are millions of Mexicans in California, documented, undocumented. Personally, I've never had a problem. I don't feel like what you see on the news. I don't feel any of that like type of tension or anything like that. Yeah. And I do believe that part of the problem is no one's ever been in their shoes.
Yep.
So what do you think as far as that goes is, being there, seeing them, if you were living in those conditions, like tell people all the time, hey man, if I took away your fucking passport, dropped you off down there, you know what I mean? Yep. In the same economic conditions, the same type of living conditions, how long before you're trying to hop over that fence? Yeah. So, do you, what's your take on a lot of this shit?
I think my biggest take on a lot of it is I think people are, for the most part, and I could be this way sometimes myself, so it's not I guess it is a judgment, but I think most people are just judgy fucks for the most part. And they're very quick to like look at like a situation and not see the big picture of it all. Like you just said, like put yourself in their shoes. How would you get down? You know what I mean? Like, people that get mugged, it's like, oh, I got mugged and fuck that guy or whatever. Okay, well, yeah, that sucks and all, but like, what would you do if like you had to feed your family and you're walking and you see some dude walking down the boulevard and you have no money, you have nothing to feed your kids with. You see some dude walking by with a Rolex and all kind of, you're probably going to gangster his ass, like,
why not?
It's about your family, dude. That's
survival,
it.
Man.
Right.
Yeah.
So my stance on the immigration stuff, like, granted, it would be cool if like, they came over here legally, and I 100% support that. But I think that that's not a reality. It's just like, fuck, dude, people are like starving to death, So they want to get over here for a better opportunity. I've never had an issue with any. I mean, let's be real, like immigration. Look at like big corporations. Who are they hiring? You know what I mean? A lot of them are hiring illegal immigrants because it's cheaper.
Yep.
So it's like you see all of our agriculture, you see all these other things. You know what I mean? Like most people, like their gardener or whoever they're hiring to work around their house. Chances are they probably aren't legal. They're probably illegal. And why are you hiring them? Because it's cheaper than hiring an American. Because there's no such thing as minimum wage.
Right.
You just pay them whatever you fucking feel like.
Sure.
So I think that's the real issue that people aren't talking about, that the corporations are the one that are like causing a lot of this shit, you know, because they're hiring them too. But it gets sensationalized through the media. So my stance on it is that, like, yeah, I'd love them to come over here legally, but I understand that, like, if it was me and I was in their shoes, I could have compassion for that story and be like, you know what? Fuck it. You do whatever you got to do to survive. Yeah. I make zero apologies for how I support my family.
Yeah. Well, both of you, and you know, I like touching this point about the drugs, right? You always hear these like canned sound bites. Oh, there's drugs pouring over the border, blah, 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 right?
Who's doing them?
Right. Exactly right. And that's the thing, is people are not taking into account that 80% of all of the drugs produced in the world are consumed right here in the good old US of A.
Yeah.
So it's supply and demand, right?
Totally.
No one says, hey, we really need to get everybody to stop using drugs. I personally would never stop. I'm like, nah, I like smoking weed. I like hitting the edibles. I like doing my thing.
Yep.
So, you know, one, do they really want to stop it? And I think it's just fear mongering, right? Like, oh, hey, man, if we build this wall, if we do X, Y, and Z, all this drug use is all the drugs are going to stop. I'm like, well, there's no border wall in Florida, in New York, Canada. Like, you know what I mean? All the cargo ships that come from China or from Mexico, you know, those are just, you're not going to, what are you going to put stop all the ships and the cargo containers and, you know, the shit just pours in from everywhere, but it's because we're using it.
Totally.
You know?
I think the other thing that people aren't really willing to discuss, and, you know, it gets sensationalized through the media, is like, oh, these immigrants come over here and raping people and killing people and this and that. It's like, come on, dude. Like, a large fucking majority of the illegal immigrants that come over here are just coming here to help their families, and they're good, hardworking people.
Yeah.
They're not trying to fucking hurt anybody. You know, I had a lot of frustration around, like, medical care was probably like the biggest thorn in my side, because it was like, dude, like, I have medical insurance, and then I'm having kids, and it's like, I still get a bill for $5,000 or whatever it is, and I still got to pay that. And then the illegal immigrants or whoever that don't have medical insurance come in there and they get it all for free.
Yeah.
And so that I had kind of like an issue with. I was like, fuck, that kind of sucks. Like, how's that fair?
Yeah. I've always wondered too, if let's say something happened, if you just rolled into the emergency room and you're like, oh, hey man, I broke my arm, right? Obviously they're going to treat you, but what would they do to me if they said, hey, do you have insurance? And I said, nope, thanks guys, take care.
They'll send you a bill.
Right.
And then collections, and then, you know, whatever. But like, yeah, so it's a broken system, you know, because there are like illegals that are illegal immigrants come over here, that are even people that are here legally that are Americans that just don't fucking have insurance,
right?
That are getting shit for free, and then there's other people that are hardworking, that, you know, have insurance, and fuck, they're still getting hosed by these bills, you know,
for sure. And the one thing too, that I see that is missing from not our discussion specifically, but the discussion in general, is it's always about Mexico, right?
Right.
They don't talk about the millions of people that come from around the world illegally, and they come into the country, and then they just stay here, or they're like their visa expire however they got here, and then that's that. Then they're just off the grid living. And it's always this, oh yeah, they don't put any money back in the economic engine because they earn money doing whatever they're doing.
Send it back home.
Send it back home. And I'm like, okay, so why are you mad that an adult is doing that to take care of their family? Like, I don't understand. One, I don't understand that whole piece of it. But then also, like, why aren't you mad at the Chinese guy doing that? Why aren't you mad at the Canadian doing that? Or the guys from Africa or from India? For, you know, you can name any country on earth. There are people in America here illegally. And I don't really know if people seriously take into the account of like, hey man, we're not you specific, you know, you as an individual are not that special. You were just fucking born here.
Yeah, totally.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel super grateful that I was born in the United States, but I'm also, I think my stance with immigration and with a lot of things is like, if it doesn't like directly impact like my life or my family's life, I really don't give two fucks about it. You know what I mean? Like, I think even with like gun laws, you see people just getting so worked up over the shit, dude. Like, shall not be infringed and this and like, okay, cool. You know, like I get it. I get your stance. But where I stand, like I own guns. I love them. They're great. You know, it's a tool. So it's fun to have, fun to shoot. But I'm not going to get all worked up over what the new gun laws are. I already own them. No one's going to come in my house and take them. I mean, if they do, then I'll cross that bridge when it gets there. But I don't know. I think people are looking for something to get fired up about all the time.
Something to be pissed about, right? Do you find that that because of, like you touched on earlier, social media, right? That it's so easy to just be a hater.
Oh, totally.
To read something online, and then there you are, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a text war with some random stranger, and people are just going back and forth, spitting venom. And I've done it too, man. I get in arguments with people, and even my wife's like, "What the fuck, dude? You've been arguing with this stranger for an hour." And I'm like, you know what I mean? Because you can get like wrapped up in it.
Oh, totally.
But it's that whole thing of like, I need something to cling on to, something to, I don't know, take a stand on or believe in or stand up against or stand for. And I'm like, why can't you just go to the gym, go to work, take care of your kids, fuck your chick? You know what I mean? Why do you got to be so angry about something that literally has zero effect on you, on your day-to-day life?
Yeah. And I mean, I get like a lot of the, like, especially with the gun law stuff, like I get like, there's people that are taking a stance because they think it's setting an awful precedent to go down a really bad path, because history has a tendency to repeat itself. And I understand that completely. But I think that there's a middle ground to everything. You know what I mean? There has to be. It can't just be all right or all left. There has to be a middle ground always, dude. And for me, that's what I've always tried to do, is like just stay in the middle. And the reason I stay in the middle, because it leaves me open to suggestion. Like, okay, like that doesn't make much sense. So let me think about that. Okay, that doesn't make much sense. Let me think about that. So it always gives me the opportunity to like, not waffle, but just kind of like learn new information, constantly learn and be like, okay, does that make sense for me? No, I don't really support that gun law. That's kind of shitty, and it does set an awful precedent. So I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon with that. Yeah. Or if it's like, okay, like they want to do mental health checks if you buy a gun, and the right or like, no, fuck that, shall not be infringed. Like, well, it kind of makes sense that they would do a mental health check. You know what I mean? Like, I would say that the large majority of the people that have done these like mass shootings or whatever, they're broken men. You know what I mean? They're broken and they're mentally fucked up. So
yeah, and I think the rise in this epidemic of gun violence and the mass shooting is classified as 4 people either being wounded or killed in one incident, right? So basically we got about a mass shooting in this country every single day of the week, right?
Probably every minute. If you like talk in Chicago and all kinds of other places, dude, it's happening all the fucking time. Right. Just the media's not reporting it all.
Right. Well, and that's another point too, is that like more people die in Chicago every single year than the troops that are being killed in Afghanistan, right? Yeah. But yet we don't have 19,000 troops in Chicago trying to help the locals, which I just think it's like, oh, hey, man, whatever. I don't know.
They'll sort it out.
No, they'll sort it out. They'll fix it. I don't ever understand. I've always chewed on that thought about, why we're in over 100 countries right now, roughly about, 100 countries plus. We're always out being, quote unquote, the light of freedom and the beacon of hope for the rest of the world. And I'm like, man, maybe we should just bring everybody home. And go unfuck our own cities and our own,
I've had that internal dialogue with myself, like where it's like we're going, even with us going down to Mexico and doing that work down there, granted it taught me a lot of things, but it makes me wonder, like as an adult, I think about it, I'm like, dude, like we have so many issues here at home, and there's so many homeless people here. There's so many people struggling to make ends meet. There's people who are struggling with mental illness, with all these other, like drug addiction. I mean, you name it, there's all kinds of issues, education, whatever. And it's like, why don't we solve those? Why don't we take care of home first before we start worrying about like world problems? Sure. And it's always been like an internal thing with me where I'm thinking about that, but at the same time, it's like I want to keep an open mind and be like, I still care deeply for humans. I don't care where the fuck you're from. Like I care about you, but like at the same time, it's like we're so hyper focused on all these other issues outside of our country that we're forgetting what's happening right here at home. Yeah.
And my view on the gun violence and the crazy shit going on is, I believe, and I could be 1,000% wrong, but I do believe that a lot of these kids, and if you see the pictures of them all, they're pretty young people, right? Yeah. It's not like the 65-year-old man whose neighbor, beat up his kid and he fucking snaps and goes in there with a shotgun and goes to work, which does happen all the time, right? But I think that, I don't know how it happened, why it happened in our day. If, you were stepping out of line and you were quote unquote had attention deficit disorder, dad would be like, well, I'm gonna hit you with this fucking belt until you pay attention, right? I'm gonna do a judo flip, right? So it wasn't fixed with iPads, iPhones, and prescription drugs. So I don't think there's ever been enough there's not enough time to have an actual accurate study on, okay, man, if little Johnny is in the 4th grade and he quote unquote can't pay attention, he's kind of restless in his chair in school. When somebody starts taking Ritalin or Adderall, which are methamphetamines,
Yep.
they're, let's say they're prescribed 30 milligrams a day. So you're taking 30 milligrams of Adderall, and obviously there's probably 5 to 7 milligrams of methamphetamine in that.
Yep.
But let's just say it's 5 milligrams of meth. You're taking 5 milligrams of meth a day, 7 days a week, for 25 years.
Yeah, it's got to have some effects, man.
Right? Like, what does that do to the developing brain? Because the brain's not done developing till you're about 22, 25,
Yeah.
right? So that thing, all these neurons that are firing in there and developing into, cognitive reasoning skills or critical thinking skills or anything like that,
Yeah.
we don't know if that has a negative effect. Like, I don't think that's in the discussion. It's just, oh man, ban guns. I'm like, well, murder's illegal, so making a gun illegal isn't going to stop shit.
No, it's really not, dude. I mean, drugs, guns, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, this shit's still going to exist, And I think that's a great topic, too, with the whole, like, what's happening with our youth, what's happening with the kids. And I think it's not really the kids' fault. It's the parents' fault. What are the parents doing nowadays, that's changing? And I try to come from a place, I always, come from a place of like, okay, how do I feel about this? Like, I'm compassionate for these kids that are all fucked up, but like,
Sure.
What can we do to fix it? And I always came from a very like hardened, like, dude, just kick the shit out of them. Tell them to get their head out of their ass,
Yeah.
But that's not always the answer. But where did it shift? Where did that change? Because I think they've done scientific studies to prove like if you were hit or if you were, beat as a kid, like you're most likely going to have some kind of mental health disorder, if you will, like
Sure.
whether it be anxiety, ADHD, this and that. But it seems like nowadays, like we're so quick to just find a problem with every kid. Let's fucking find a problem with them and let's medicate them.
And it's the parents walking in and saying, hey, I think my kid needs medication, and literally going in there and asking their doctor to prescribe.
Right.
Hey, I think my son needs Adderall. My neighbor's son is on it, and she says it works wonders, so I want him on it. You know what I mean? And it's like, hey,
I think there's issues that that medication is necessary and that it definitely helps. It's a better alternative, if you will.
Sure.
Beats the alternative than going down whatever road you're gonna go down without it. But I don't know, man. I'm more of the holistic type of guy. I've been on a shit ton of drugs, and I do my best to do everything I can to stay off that shit.
Yeah.
And if I can find, even when I'm sick, if I get like a cold or whatever, it's like, all right, cool. Let me get some apple cider vinegar, some water, some garlic, and some colloidal silver, and I'm good. I don't go to the drugstore to get a bunch of fucking Robitussin or anything, dude. Like I try to keep it as natural as possible. And I think that's where we're kind of like everyone is going straight to the quick fix. How do I fucking knock this shit out like right away?
sure.
And that's cool and all. I mean, I'm all for like science and human progress, but fuck, man, like you're doing a lot of damage to your internal organs and shit that's not meant to be there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It is interesting that too, in the rise of, I'll say people's issues with food and shit, food allergies, peanut allergies, and things like that.
Yeah, that is weird, right?
Well, there's, the human body's designed to be outside.
Yeah.
It's designed to be digging in the dirt and not even washing your hands, but eating food, or like, oh, hey, look, man, there's an apple, but you're not like washing your hands, so you're gonna get dirt into your mouth and things like that. But the gut has more bacteria in there than there are human beings on the planet, right?
Yep.
So there's billions of these little things in there that your body needs to process, digest food, and do all these things, and all fight and build your immune system. And it's like as you're a young child, and your thymus, which helps develop your antibodies and like that, as that's growing, eventually it shrinks down, and the body technically doesn't even need it anymore. It's just kind of in there underneath your breastplate.
Yeah.
But most of the kids now are staying indoors most of the time, and they're just playing on the video game. So I don't think they're getting enough dirt and enough bacteria, enough.
Totally.
They're not being allowed to be kids, like playing on some nasty fucking playground.
Yep.
Even though your kid gets a little sick every now and again.
Building immunity.
Building the immune system up.
Yeah, I'm reading a book called The Longevity Paradox, and by Dr. Gundry, and that's one of the things he talks about is that like the stomach controls so much shit that we're not even aware of. You know what I mean? Like the gut biome is so fucking important, for mental health, for everything. And the foods that we're eating now are so nutrient like depleted, you know what I mean? Because it's so mass produced, and it's all fucked up. You know, all the GMOs they're using, all the, I mean, yeah, it's very like hippie to talk about whatever, but it's true, you know, like they're mass producing a lot of shit, and they're throwing in all these hormones to all of our food, and it's like, it's shit that humans normally weren't eating back in the day, you know? And so now they're eating a lot, and the sugar consumption, they say now, like by the time a kid's 5 in today's society in America, will have more sugar than what a person would have had their entire life, like in the 1940s or 30s. Something crazy like that. It's fucking nuts. It's insane. So I've been trying to be more cognizant of, okay, what am I putting in my body? Does it make sense? And trying to shift some of that stuff to like give myself a fighting chance to like feel the best that I can, you know, get on top of my game.
Yeah.
Because I think that's part of the problem, is that we're all just, everyone's so like in the zone, like doing their thing. They're trying to get by, trying to, you know, do their job, do this, do that. And so like everything's just quick. You know, give the kid the iPad because I'm busy doing this over here. And, you know, give little Johnny the fucking highly processed whatever.
Potato chips.
Right.
Yeah, shut him up. He's
Yeah.
hungry.
Yeah.
He likes them. And I'm like, well, he likes them because he's addicted to salt.
Right.
He's addicted to sugar. He's addicted to processed food.
And I'm guilty of it, man. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm not sitting here saying I fucking, every meal is home cooked. I mean, come on, dude, let's be real. Like, that's not reality. But I'm aware of it and being like, you know what, dude, like I should probably, like maybe make more home cooked meals and be more on top of like, you know, my kids need to eat the broccoli and the Brussels sprouts and all the other good things.
Sure.
Instead of just fucking apple cinnamon bars all day.
Yeah. Is that their jam, the apple cinnamon bars?
Dude, Kathleen will go to Target and, you know, they're organic, so whatever.
Of course they are.
So she'll get these apple cinnamon bars and she would buy like a box of them and they'd be gone like in a fucking day. And I'm like, dude, didn't you just buy like apple cinnamon? Yeah. They love them. Yeah, they'll literally sit there and eat a whole box like,
my God,
in one sitting. You know, Archer will want one, and then Axel wants one, and then I'm like, fuck, man. So we're kind of trying to shift a little bit of that because it's like, dude, it's a lot of highly processed stuff that. But then I toy with the idea of like, dude, when I was a kid, fuck, dude, I ate all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? Like anything. Mac and cheese, Kool-Aid. I mean, you name it, dude. My diet was not. It wasn't organic at all. You know?
I remember specifically around when I was in, say, the 6th grade.
Yeah.
That summer, Velveeta shells and cheese came out and hit the market.
Dude,
and when my parents brought that home for the first time, and I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? And just, you know, but think about the shit we ate. But I think though that there's a lot of, you know, remember like it's sunny outside and my parents would be like, hey, it's sunny outside, get out of the house.
Totally. That's the difference right there, man. Is that we're not in our era. Like I was telling my son this, who's 12. I was like, Brennan, I was literally never inside. The only time I came inside is like when I had to.
Yeah.
Like I was literally outdoors doing shit, riding my bike, walking. Like even when I was in high school, my grandma used to tell me like, dude, how do you, like, you never asked me for a ride ever. I was like, why would I? I have legs. I can walk.
Got a bicycle.
So like, so like I had I had a skateboard and then and I would walk. So like at the high school from her house is, I think, I want to say it's 3 miles, maybe a little bit more than 3 miles, and I would walk there and back like no problem, like every day.
Yeah, I did. I took Taekwondo as a young kid, and the studio was 3 miles from the house.
Yeah,
and dude, think about this, man. 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, whatever. I'm like just white kid. My gi folded up in my backpack, and I just walk. And sometimes, you know, during the wintertime, you know, both my parents work.
Yeah.
Same shit, right? At, you know, wintertime, my class was at, say, you know, 4:30 in the afternoon. But by the time it was done, it'd be pitch black dark.
Yep.
And I would walk my ass home. But I was in the 5th and 6th grade doing that.
That's insane.
So if today, though, I think it's, I mean, I don't know, maybe we're more worried because we see how much evil shit is really going on. Because it's on our phone, right? You can just look down and be like, oh, yeah, you can Google and look up how many child predators or registered sex offenders are living around you. And that screen lights up and you're like, holy shit.
Yep.
I will never let my son outside at dark by himself.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or my daughter. So, you know, people are a little bit wiser and smarter, but, you know, I think back in our day, parents were just like, hey, man, the sun's out, get the fuck out.
Yeah, and I think there's now I think people are more, at least for me, like, I try to find a balance of, like, I don't want to be too paranoid, I don't want to be over paranoid, but I also don't want to be naive. Where it's like, I understand that there's some shitheads out there that will do evil shit, and whatever. But I will do my best to always protect my kids. But at the same time, like, I can't hover over them all the time either.
Sure.
So as a parent, it's like trying to find that balance. There was an article that was written. My buddy like sent it to me a couple years back. And it was talking about just that, like that we've lost our security in our society, where it's like kids aren't playing outside anymore because the parents are fucking fearful, dude. They're like, dude, I don't want my kids to get abducted or raped or whatever, So we're not allowing them to go and have adventures like we did in the 80s, because fuck, dude, I was off doing my own shit all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't think, some bad shit happened to me when I was growing up, but I think I turned out okay.
Yeah, you did all right.
Yeah.
You're doing all right, man. Okay. You're doing all right. So there you are in junior high school. Like, when did it hit you, or that you decided that you wanted to join the military?
I think having my stepdad, because he was a Marine, and then former Marine, probably Marines out there, and he left the Marines and then went into the Air Force. And so he was doing like man days where he would work like he was actually active duty, but he was technically reserves.
So what you're telling everybody is that your stepdad is the smartest Marine that has ever joined. He left and was like, fuck this, I'm going to the Air Force.
Yeah, dude. He was like, he knew, like, he's like, I got a family. This isn't like the Marines isn't a place for me. I got to like.
You're like, hey man, E6 base pay is the same no matter what branch you're in. I'm going to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so he jammed, and he was
good for him.
Yeah, totally. He was a civil engineer, and he's just doing his thing, man. And I think watching him and being like, I grew up in San Bernardino. They had Norton Air Force Base back in the day before it closed, and so I was on the swim team there. We spent a lot of time at March Air Force Base. So I was around it a lot, And when I was in high school, I was a football player. Semi-football player, I smoked some weed too. I partied a little bit. When did you start drinking and doing drugs? Like, what age do you think? I think the first beer I had, I was probably 12. Yeah. 11 or 12. It was a Red Dog, and it was the most disgusting shit I ever tasted. I was like, oh, that's gross.
Isn't that weird? As a kid, you try, because you're like mimicking your parents or whatever, and all their friends, and every time they have a house party or barbecue, everybody's drinking. Yeah. And then you sneak that beer, and you're like, oh my God, it's fucking disgusting. And then somehow you hit about 19, 20.
Yeah.
You're like,
this tastes really good.
These are delicious.
It makes my legs feel really cool too if I drink enough. Yeah. So I started. I drank my first beer probably 11 or 12, and then I didn't touch it again until. Probably high school, probably like freshman year. I really started drinking a lot. In 8th grade, I was smoking weed. That's when I first started smoking weed. And it was funny. I had a buddy. I thought it was weed he was selling me, but I think it was like just some parsley or some weird shit. Who knows? I was like a dumb kid. Like, oh, I'm gonna smoke weed. I'm gonna be cool. So I made this like foil pipe.
Yes.
And I got my pen in there and I wrapped the foil around it and turned it into a little pipe. And I'll probably get Alzheimer's as a result. But anyway. I start smoking it, and I'm like, I'm not really getting high, what is this stuff? And then I had another buddy that his dad used to grow it in the backyard, and so we didn't know anything about like drying it out or like any of that shit. So you just cut it and put it in a Ziploc bag and give it to me. So I would try to smoke this wet weed. I was just a dumbass, dude. But so 8th grade I would leave like before school. We'd walk down this little street, Ardendale, and I'd walk down Ardendale, smoke a joint, and then go to school. And so that continued, I think, pretty much all through high school. I think I smoked, all through high school. Never, like, when it was during football season, I was very strict. Like, I didn't drink or smoke during football season, ever. I was pretty, hard-nosed about that, because I wanted to, like,
was that the only sport you played in high school?
No, my freshman year, I wrestled for 1 year, and then I wrestled JV. The first tournament I went to, I think I pinned every single person I wrestled, and so they're like, oh, you're going to go to varsity. And then so I went to varsity as a freshman and got destroyed, completely destroyed. It was like going to the big leagues.
So explain to the folks watching and listening who do not wrestle, have never wrestled, just how absolutely fucking brutal wrestling training and tournaments are.
Oh, it's fucking absolutely hard. I mean, I tell everyone that, like, when it comes to mindset and sports, wrestling is probably the best sport to go to if you're looking for agility, if you're looking for mindset, because I mean, you're cutting weight,
cardio conditioning.
Like, the cardio conditioning is out of this world, and it really does humble you. Like for me, like being a freshman, like you think you're hot shit, and going to that first JV tournament. I fucked up everyone, dude. I was like, none of you guys are even a match for me. And I wasn't technically good. I was just strong and mean.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll do great.
What weight were you wrestling at then?
In my freshman year, I think I wrestled 152s.
But you cut weight to get to 152.
No, I don't think so. When I went to varsity, though, as a freshman,
Yeah.
I went to 171s.
Jesus.
And the reason I went to 171s was because we already had somebody at 152s, I think it was. I don't remember if there was another weight class in between. I can't remember. It's been a while. But I remember I wrestled 171s, and the reason I did it was because I didn't want to cut weight. I was like, I'm going to wrestle heavier. I'm meaner. I'm strong, whatever. I can do it. And I got fucked up, dude. Like, I don't think I won a match, dude.
Because the guys that you were probably wrestling
they were
probably in the 195 range, cutting down.
Yep. Totally.
And then, pummeling your ass.
Yeah, bro. I got like tied into pretzels like so many times, dude. Like it was humbling. It taught me a lot. Like you're not the baddest dude on the block. You know what I mean? There's other dudes that have been doing this their whole life, and you're a freshman. Some of these guys are seniors and they're returning state champs or whatever. And now you're wrestling them, and like they play for keeps, So it taught me a lot. So I wrestled that one year, my freshman year, and then I was like, this isn't for me. I'm more of a football player. And
what do you think made you make that decision? Like, was it just the time commitment? Was it?
No, I think I was just really good at football, so I wanted to commit to it and be like, this is just my sport, it's my jam. I had a real good connection with the coaches and with my other players on my team. I just felt more connected to it. I played since I was, let's say I started in '87, so I was 6 when I started tackle football.
Yep.
And it had been like just my life, I played when I was in Texas, and then I came back to California and played Pop Warner and all that other good stuff. And it was just more my jam, So I did wrestling, track, and football my freshman year. And I think sophomore year I may have done track as well as football. But then after that, junior and senior was definitely just all football.
Yeah. What position did you play?
So freshman year I started fullback and linebacker, and then sophomore year, same thing. I didn't really play much fullback. We had a really good fullback. So, when he was hurt or whatever, I would get in the game and try to wreak some havoc. But linebacker was my jam. And then senior year.
Inside or outside linebacker?
Inside, for sure, yeah. And then that explains,
Yeah. And how much did you weigh then? Because obviously you quit wrestling, so you wouldn't have to cut weight anymore. But you're a linebacker, so did you put on more pounds?
Not really, man. I think I topped out at, in high school, probably 190, dude. Probably.
Yeah, but how tall are you though?
6'1".
Yeah, that's a big dude.
Yeah, but
High school kid, that's big.
I didn't feel like I was that large or whatever. But my junior year, I went up to varsity for CIF my sophomore year, and then junior year, obviously, I'm in varsity, and I started playing linebacker, and I just didn't have the freshman and sophomore year. I was bigger than most of the kids, and I was probably a little bit meaner, and so I was good. I was defensive MVP and all that other stuff, but you're on JV, so who gives a shit? And then when I got to varsity, it was a game changer because people are faster and stronger and bigger and all that other stuff. So they moved me, which is kind of shocking when I think about it, to defensive tackle. And I was like, dude, I'm fucking 170, 190, really? But I was fast for the defensive line. I wasn't fast as a linebacker, but I was fast as a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
So, I ended up getting, all league and, all valley, whatever.
And how was your cardio compared to your other teammates because you had spent so much time wrestling?
Way better. I think collectively, my freshman year definitely was better, but when I stopped wrestling was just pure football. The coach we had, cardio was his jam, where he knew that all the players on our team were smaller compared to a lot of teams we were playing. Is that me? Oh, dude, rookie.
You on your own fucking show.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
I was like, come on, Chris, and it's me. What a jerk.
Great.
Anyway. So yeah, on the whole team was pretty small. And so he was like, you know what I'm going to do? You guys are going to beat people physically, but conditioning wise, you're going to beat everybody. So that's what he did. He just ran the shit out of us. So we would go into games, usually first half, we were almost always losing. And then we would come back and win in the second half a lot of times because we were just
crushing guys cardiovascularly.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I say it all the time, man. Cardio is cardio, right?
Yeah, man.
Anybody can go and lift weights and you can do a lot of things, but when you're talking about cardiovascular endurance and VO2 max and, what can your body do, in your optimal performance zone when you're fucking flat out sprinting, when you're running uphill, when you're, kind of chilling and jogging or swimming or something, riding a bicycle, triathlon type shit. it isn't that the people aren't physically or mentally capable. It's that the cardio gets that's it, man. It breaks motherfuckers, and then when you bring that into a sport, you see it in the UFC all the time, right? The guys that are now going to Colorado and training in the mountains or going up to Big Bear because they want that elevation to so they have less oxygen. So when they come back down to Vegas to fight,
crush it.
They're smashing. You know what I mean? I remember Tito Ortiz started that.
Yeah, Big Bear.
Remember that? And he came back, and he was like kind of making a comeback in the UFC.
Yeah,
and he was just
his conditioning was
insane.
Like, insane, yeah, for sure. I was I remember after high school, even after the military, when I was like recovering from I don't know how many back surgeries I had at that point, but I was like, dude, I want my cardio to be back what it was like in high school. Because my cardio was amazing in high school. I could run forever.
Yeah,
I hated it, but I could still do it. My resting heart rate was really low. And I don't know where I read it, but I read somewhere that George Bush, President Bush, was his resting heart rate was like 43, 44. And Lance Armstrong's was like 42, 43, something like that. So I was like, well, I'm going to fucking do it then. So, dude, I would get up every single day before sunrise, and I would hike to the top of this mountain every day, like religiously. Like, didn't matter what was going on. I'm hiking that mountain before sunrise. I'm going to beat the sun, get there to the top, and then watch the sunrise from the top. So I would just be motoring up this mountain. And I got my heart rate down to like in the 40s. I remember I went to the VA to get
Were you walking or running up the hill?
Kind of like fast walking.
Yep.
Running sometimes, depending on what I felt like doing. But I mean, your heart is going,
Sure.
And I went to the VA to do something, I think get tubes in my ears or something, I don't remember. But they had me hooked up to the monitors, and it kept going off because my heart rate was dropping too low. And he's like, dude, you okay? And I'm like, yeah, dude, actually totally cool, man.
Yeah.
So you can feel the difference when your heart rate is that low. I mean, I'm in the 50s now, probably 58 is my resting heart rate. But I would love to get back into the 40s.
Yeah.
It's doable. It's hard, but it's doable.
Nice.
Yeah.
So so there you are, your stepdad was in the Air Force, and then you decided as a senior in high school to
I
join?
never answered that question. No, I was
No, it's fine because we're rabbit hole conversations.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what a real conversation's about. So.
Totally. So no, I didn't decide in high school at all. Like when I took the ASVAD that you have to take, in high school. I don't know if they still make you do it, but when I was there, you got to take it. So I was stoned out of my mind when I took that test the first time. I had no aspirations of ever going to the military. I was like, I will never go to the military. Like, no way, And so I took the test, and it was kind of like, oh yeah, A, D. What I wasn't like even trying.
Yeah.
And so I graduated high school, and all my friends were going off to college. I had a scholarship, I guess, if you will, to go play football at Linfield College in McMinnville, Oregon. And they were like, hey, we don't give you scholarships, but we'll basically get you into our school, and we'll get you all the financial aid you need. And so they gave me like pretty much all the financial aid I needed. I had to come up with $4,000 a year to pay for the tuition.
Okay. And
I was like, fuck, how am I going to come up with $4,000? I'm going to be a football player, and I'm going to have to work, and how $4,000, that's a lot of money. I had no parents telling me hey, because my mom was long gone at that time. My stepdad was long gone. It was so I had nobody really guiding me saying dude, $4,000 is not that much money. You can figure it out. And I had a girlfriend at the time and didn't want to leave her and go to Oregon. So I was like, no, I'll just stay, So I was working at a place called Chick's Sporting Goods, and I was doing loss prevention. And it was probably one of the coolest jobs I ever had because it was in Pasadena. We always had the most arrests of any Chick's Sporting Goods in the in our region or whatever.
Yep.
And you could do anything necessary and proper to get your merchandise back without using deadly force. So imagine I'm a 18-year-old kid.
Sure.
They had some dude stealing shoelaces and shit and trying to run. Dude, we were beating dudes down, beating them down, bad. And, you're 18 and, you're full of testosterone and it was a fucking amazing job. But I started thinking all my buddies were going to college, and here I am this dude that's going to be the Polk High, Ed Bundy, living in his glory days. And I'm like, dude, everyone's going to college. I'm here
beating up shoplifters.
Yeah, beating up shoplifters.
Taking sunscreen.
Right.
Nice.
So I'm like, dude, this is going to be bad, dude. I'm going to be that guy going to high school parties and, hanging out still when I'm in my 20s. I was like, dude, I can't do this. So I went to the recruiter. And as luck would have it, the Air Force recruiter was there. They were actually in the office. So I was like, oh, cool. So I walked in, and I didn't talk to my stepdad. He was still alive at this time, but I didn't talk to him. I didn't talk to my grandmother. I didn't talk to anybody. I just went and was like, hey, I'm going to join the Air Force. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. Let's check out your ASVAB score. And like I said, I was stoned out of my mind when I took it, but I passed. Really? So I told him, I was like, hey man, can I like retake the test? I mean, I didn't tell him like I was high, but I was like, dude, like I can do way better, you know? I was a bright kid, so I was like, yeah, I'll figure it out. He's like, no, your test is good. It's totally cool. Like, I think he was nervous that I would fail or something. He's like, we have a passing score. We're okay.
Yeah, because you already meet the minimum requirement. He's trying to get you in there to cover his quota for the month. Yeah,
totally, man. So he showed me this cool DVD, you know, of a bunch of guys riding around on ATVs and shooting machine guns and dirt bikes and shit. And he's like, this is security forces. And I was like, security forces? And he's like, yeah, you'll be a military police officer. And you're going to ride around on ATVs and fucking dirt bikes and you're going to fucking shoot bad guys. And I was like, fuck yeah. Where do I sign up?
Yeah.
So,
you know what's funny is in commercial business practices, it's illegal as fuck, right? Bait and switch people, right? You know, like, but not for joining the military. They all have, each branch has their own badass, professionally done video where you go in there and see it, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
That you're like, oh my God, that's the Army? They're like, yeah, bro. Everybody does that. Or, you know, hey, that's the Marine Corps. And you're just like, you're all motivated, kill. Yep. And next thing you know, you're like in boot camp and it's nothing like these videos. And I'm surprised that it's actually illegal to do it.
Yeah, it's a trip. Yeah, so he showed me the video and, you know, I was sold. So I went in as a guaranteed cop. And
so you sign up thinking that in about a month and a half to 3 months, you're going to be jumping out of planes, riding around on ATVs,
shooting the fuck out of people.
Nice.
Yeah, and I told him that straight up. Like, he's like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Dude, I want to fuck up bad dudes. I want to kill bad people." And
what year was this?
2000.
Okay.
So I was like, I want to kill bad people, and I want to just fuck people up, just have do high speed shit, you know. and at the time, dude, like, I mean, I was definitely full of piss and vinegar, dude. Where I was like, yeah, I want to fuck some shit up. Let's do it. And yeah, so he was like, yeah, let's do this whole cop thing. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I sign up for it. I go and guaranteed cop, and yeah.
And did you know anything about pararescue, about
Nothing.
combat controllers?
Nothing.
Drones?
Nothing.
Nothing. He literally shows you a video and says, hey man, this is for you. This is what you should do.
Yep. So like that's why I tell people, like, they're like, oh, do you have any like regrets about that? I'm like, yeah, dude, definitely. Like, hindsight being 2020, I would have retaken the ASVAB, and I would have aced it, and then I would have been able to do whatever job I wanted to do. But as you know, it's just, I wanted to get away, dude. Like, a lot of it was, you know, like, my mom was, you know, she was just in a bad place at that time. And, you know, living in her car and whatever. She would come up to my work and just do some outlandish shit. And, I just wanted to get away from it.
Was she hooked on drugs and alcohol at the time or no?
You know, I don't know, man. I don't know what she was on. I could assume that she was, but I'm not really sure. And so I was in a rough spot because, like, I was working, I was living with my grandma at the time, and you know, my grandma was my person. Like, she was my ride or die, you know, like, there's nothing I wouldn't do for her and vice versa. So, like, she was like my mom in all, you know, in all intents and purposes. She was definitely my mom. And so my birth mom, though, would, like, come to my work, and she was living in her car. And so I felt this, like, pull to be like, dude, I got to help her. You know, I got to do something for her. So I'd, like, put her up in a hotel, you know, get her out of her car. And, like, I put her up in a hotel, and I was paying for the hotel, and I would give her money for food. My brother was doing the same thing. And then, like, she'd be, like, going to, like, buffets and shit, you know? It's like, dude, you have no money, and, like, I'm fronting all of this, and, like, you're going to, like, all-you-can-eat sushi and shit. You know? So yeah, there was a lot of that, you know? And she was, then I found out she was, like, buying weed from, like, my friends and shit.
Sure.
And granted, those friends became not friends very quickly, because I was like, no, that's not cool, dude. Like, you can do what you need to do, but, like, don't be selling my mom weed. You know, fuck that. She can get it somewhere else. So yeah, I wanted to get away from it, man. She was fucking crazy, and I wanted to, like, just escape from it all. I was like, get me out of here. So even when I signed up, he was like, well, you're going to go into boot camp on December 13th. Like, are you cool with, like, going through the holidays, like, in boot camp? I was like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, get me out of here.
And what amount of time between when you basically signed the contract, went through MEPS, that whole process to join, how long were you hanging out?
In the DEP, yeah, I was in the delayed entry program. I was in for 3 months. So I signed up in September, and then left in December. Nice. To go to boot camp. And he offered, like, he said, hey, we can change your class date so you can go to boot camp after the holidays, so you can spend one more holiday with the family. And I was like, nah, dude, I might as well get used to it now.
Right.
You know? So I went and shipped off and went to the Air Force, man.
And where'd you go to boot camp at?
Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas.
And what'd you think of that experience?
It was kind of interesting, man. When I got there, they were calling names, you know, and they were like Josh Bauer, and just like, my name is Boyer, it's not Bauer. So I was like, it's not me. And they're like, Josh Bauer, you know. And I was like, well, fuck, dude, I guess they're calling me, you know.
Right.
So I go to a certain flight. The real Josh Bauer goes to another flight. And so
Nice.
I'm in boot camp for like a week and a half, and like you're getting your ass kicked, you know. You haven't really been exposed to that kind of stress, you know, really ever. I mean, I had just with my upbringing and going through football and all that other stuff, but it's like in your face, like they're just screaming at you and whatever. So it was like kind of a little shocking at first. But they kept like asking me like, hey, sign this paper, you know, and it was like Josh Bauer, you know, it's like, sir, trainee Boyer reports as ordered. That's not my social security number, sir. Just sign the fucking paper, fucking shut the fuck up, trainee. So I'm like signing all these papers for my blood, for my fucking clothes, for everything. It's like, dude, none of this shit is me though. Like, it's not my name. It's not my social. Fuck it though. You know? So anyway, a week and a half into boot camp, they call me and they're like, Airman or trainee Boyer, get the fuck over here. You know, so I go over there. I'm like, sir, trainee Boyer reports is ordered. You know, what the fuck? And like, hey, why don't you tell us you were fucking Josh Boyer, not Josh Bauer? I'm like, dude, fuck you guys, you know? So they shipped me out. Instead of just changing the paperwork around, they made me go to a new flight. Like, so I kind of got cool with the guys that I was there with, and they're like, now you're going to a new training recruit squadron. I'm like, fuck, all right. Well, what had happened was the Josh Bauer, the real Josh Bauer, played an instrument. I didn't. And so when they got there, like, who plays an instrument? He's like, oh, I do. So they put him in a fucking band flight where he should have been. They put me in a non-band flight where I should have been, but they switched our names some reason. So when they switched our flights, Josh Bauer got put into the flight that I was in that's not a band flight, and I got put into a band flight.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, what a clusterfuck, you know? So I get there, and granted, I came from a flight that was like high speed, like just very like strict and blah, you know, whatever. And then I go to this band flight, and it was all like laxed and like way more chill, you know?
Yeah.
And I came in there with like a fucking hurricane. Like, what the fuck? You use a bunch of gaggle fucks, dude. Like, what are you doing here? You know? And like, so I started like trying to square people away because I'd already been exposed to like the way that it was supposed to be for a week and a half. And, you know, playing football, I was the captain. And so I was used to being the leader. And so, yeah, they made me a dorm chief like right away.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was my jam. And I ended up playing the bass drum for the graduation. You know?
So you literally didn't tell them, hey, guys, I don't play a musical instrument. You literally just...
No, I told them, yeah. There was a bunch of people in the flight that didn't either. And so like what they do is they give you like they give you a horn. They say you're a horn blower or whatever. And they give you a horn and you just hold it up and pretend like you're playing, but you're not really playing shit. And so that's what I was doing initially. And then one of my homies, who I'm still friends with to this day, Jonathan Bradley, who's a fucking gnarly bodybuilder now. But anyway, he was like my boy, man. I fucking love that dude. And he came down with asthma, man. And so they kicked him out for having asthma. And he was the bass drummer. Like, you know, the guy's like, boom, boom,
Yep.
boom, boom, boom. You know, it's always the same beat, too. And so, like, they booted him out for the asthma. And so I took his spot, and I had to play the bass drum at graduation. So it was kind of funny.
Nice. Yeah. So there you are, a football stud, right? Yeah. Going into the Air Force, your name gets mixed up, and there you are 6-8 weeks later playing a bass drum at a graduation ceremony.
Yep. I was like, dude, what are the odds of this shit?
You gotta love this country, man.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. It's so crazy. And it was cool too because it taught me a lot. Like that whole experience was really, really neat because you know, being a dorm chief is a lot different than being a football captain, you know, because you have now you have, instead of like, you know, 40, 50 guys on a team, like you have 120 guys in your flight or whatever, or not 120, probably not that many, maybe 70 or whatever. But you have a lot of dudes that you're responsible for, you know, and when they fuck up, you fuck up, you know, it's like, it's your fuck up. And so I learned very quickly. It's like even stupid shit, like, hey, pull your laces, you know, and then spin them and then put them in your shoe. And so when they're doing inspection, like you always had one fuck in the group that always jacked it up, you know, and his laces would be out or whatever. And that's my bad because I didn't go and check it, you know, I didn't go through and check before the inspection went down that all that shit was done. And I also learned a lot about, like it was shocking to me. There was 2 guys in my flight that attempted suicide. They were going to kill themselves in the bathroom, you know,
while they're in boot camp.
While they're in boot camp, And I'm like, holy fuck, you know? And so you have guys that are pulling dorm guard, you know, every night.
Yep.
And one of the things that being a dorm chief, they don't want you pulling dorm guard because you're a dorm chief and you're in charge of fucking everyone there. When the drill instructor's away, like you're the guy in charge. You're writing reports at night. You're the last one to take a shower. You're the last one to do a lot of shit. You're the last one to eat. And so they don't want to put more stress on you, I guess. But I told them, no, I will for sure be pulling dorm guard. I'm no better than any of these guys here. You know?
Sure.
So luckily, it wasn't the night that I was pulling dorm guard, but somebody was and found these dudes in the bathroom, and you know, it got reported. And
What were they doing? How are they trying to kill themselves?
I think they're bootlaces, using their bootlaces trying to hang themselves. Yeah.
At the same time.
No, it was two different occasions.
Jesus.
And so they asked me, you know, there was this big, huge meeting, and it was all the drill instructors, myself, and we had a sister flight at the time, and so they asked that dorm chief and all these other drill instructors, like, hey, what do we do, like, with these guys? Like, what do you want me to do with them? So they came to me because he's in my flight, like, what are we doing, boy? Like checking my leadership. And I was like, put his bed right next to mine. And they're like, what? I was like, put his bed right next to mine. And so what he was doing, the guy that was, like, trying to kill himself, one of them, he was trying to, like, fail out. So he would, like, fuck up his inspections, you know what I mean? Like, like his t-shirts were all fucked up, you know, pubic hair all over his fucking soap, you know, and just trying his best to, like, get kicked out. So what I did was I found, like, the best t-shirt folder in the flight. I found the best, like, you know, polisher, the best of this, and I made those people work with that guy. I refused to let him fail.
So you basically had your own private pile.
100%. 100%.
Full Metal Jacket, except he didn't shoot himself in the mouth with an M14.
Totally. After we graduated, he came up to me with his family actually and thanked me, and that was really cool. I think I might have got emotional about it because it was like it made me feel good to know that, like, he noticed that, like, I cared enough to be like, nah, dude, you're gonna get through this shit.
Yeah.
And it made me kind of, like, shocked a little bit because, like, dude, is this the hardest shit you've ever been through in your life?
For for most people, that's it. It's that's the shock factor, right? It's the you know, people being around people you've never met, obviously from all different race, creeds, colors, religions. You are not in control of your own time. You can't just walk away, do whatever the fuck you want, and now you're performing to somebody else's standards.
Right. You
know what I mean? And it's a lifestyle and a way of doing shit that you're not used to, and so I think that whole culture shock. You know, some people snap, man. They really do. I mean, every year some dumbass tries to kill himself in boot camp or does kill himself. It's, you know, it's ridiculous.
It's sad, but at the same time, like, I was glad that, you know, we were able to find a solution to it all. I mean, I don't know how it's handled now. You know what I mean? I think if someone were to do that now, I think it's like you're immediately discharged and whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a severity issue, you know, it's like, oh, well, was he actually hanging there or was he, like, just talking about it or whatever? And I don't know it's been a long time, so I don't know all the details of how it all went down. I just know that I didn't let that dude fail out. I was like, nah, dude, you're going to stay here and you're going to make it.
Well, it's interesting talking to you about that boot camp experience because I went through Marine Corps boot camp before I got out and joined the Navy. And the differences in the experiences is like fucking night and day, right? Like, you know, the whole idea of, like, you're having a conversation with a drill instructor and, like, hey, Boyer, what are you going to do? You know, that would never happen in the Marine Corps, right? The only time you're being talked to is when you're being yelled at and screamed at, you know what I mean? And talking to the third person, doing all this shit. And you know, like you're saying, oh, yeah, I'd be checking the watch bill and doing shit at night after they leave. And the drill instructors never leave. Yeah. You know, they're there with the recruits 24/7. So
yeah, ours were gone a lot. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's.
I mean, hearing it sounds absolutely insane to me that they're just like, hey man, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, and it's taking off.
Yeah, so they had like an office, and like there was times where they probably went home to their family or whatever. It's the dorm chief is in charge, you know. So it was a good lesson on leadership, man. It taught me a lot of shit, you know, and they wanted to send me at a time during boot camp. They were like, you know, we think you should go see the psychiatrist or some shit. I'm like, why? Like, well, you don't ever laugh. You don't ever smile. You don't ever, like, you know, laugh at our jokes or anything. And I'm like, why would I? You know, like, I'm here to graduate. That's it. Yeah. And I've been that way my whole life. I mean, it's changing now that I'm getting older, but, like, when I was younger, it was definitely, like, one track. You know, like, I'm here to do one thing, one mission. Let's just get it done. Mm-hmm. And I don't have time for fucking tiddlywinks, dude. I literally just want to put my head down and fucking get through it. Yeah. And now I'm trying to find a little bit more balance where it doesn't need to be so fucking black and white. Yeah. And because there are certain people that you'll see like in boot camp, and I was one of them. I'm sure my brother was one of them too, where you're not going to break me. You know what I mean? Like as far as like boot camp stuff. Yeah, I know you're not going to hit me. I know you're not going to fucking, what's the worst thing you do? Maybe do push-ups and like flutter kicks and smoke the shit out of me until I'm fucking want to puke or I do puke. I mean, okay. But at the end of the day, like that's not going to mentally break me. Physically it might, So there was a couple times where I got pulled to the side, hey, fucking Boyer, because that's the whole mission, it was like break you down and build you back up.
Yep.
But I would play their game. It's like, I'm just here to play the game. Like you're not going to break me. Like it's just a game and we're all playing the game and we're going to get through it and that's it, Nice. But overall, I'd say it was a pretty cool experience, It was definitely different than tech school. Tech school was a kind of a different ball of wax.
So you left from boot camp and went to tech school where?
Same place, man. I was fucking pissed about that.
And then tech school is so you could learn how to become an MP.
Yeah,
or
learn how to be
security forces.
Yeah, become the guy that's on the fucking ATVs and dirt bikes and shooting machine guns and shit. And I was like, fuck yeah, dude, we're going to tech school. And I thought like, oh, cool, like because you see all these guys like shipping out to go to their tech schools, and they're going all over the country. And I was like, well, where's our tech school? Oh, it's here on Lackland. I'm like, fuck,
they're like across the street.
Yes, literally, dude, literally, yeah. So I think they even bust us over there, and it's like literally right across the street, man. So we get there and it's way more relaxed. You're not a trainee anymore. You're an airman.
Yep.
And you still have rules and regulations. They had B-Bay, which is all the girls, were over in B-Bay.
Yeah.
You always had the B-Bay creepers, trying to go over there and get some, and get caught.
So what was that all about? Because when I was in the Marine Corps, it was all dudes, right?
Yeah.
And so there was no, mixing of male, female, and job or the barracks or anything like that. So
no, they took it very seriously. So like even in boot camp, like I said, we had a sister flight. So there was a dude in my flight that, we'd go to band practice or whatever, and he was passing notes to one of the girls in the flight.
Yep.
And he got caught doing it, and we were like we had to be like in our 5th week probably, dude. And he got recycled all the way back to 0 week.
Ooh, what happened to her?
Nothing probably.
Oh, fantastic.
No, actually, she might have got recycled. I don't. She wasn't in my flight, so I don't remember.
She probably dimed his ass out. She goes, "Yeah, this guy's been fucking hitting on me the whole time. I was scared to report him."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Fuck you, dude. Good luck."
I felt bad because it's like, dude, now he's got to like call his parents, someone change their flights and everything, because we were getting ready to graduate, and like he got recycled all the way back to 0 week. So like when I was in tech school, we had freedom to go wherever we wanted, when we're not training.
Yeah.
And I remember going to the BX and seeing that dude there, just graduating, like months later, or whatever it was.
Base exchange.
Yeah, for sure.
BX.
Yeah.
For all of you civilians.
So yeah, we went down there and I was like, oh shit, man. I was like, you're graduating, that's cool, But I had already been a couple weeks into my training, so
yeah. And I mean, it must have been, fucking amateur Animal House with all guys on one side of a building, all girls on the other side. It's got to be.
Well, you got a bunch of young dudes full of testosterone, and you think like in boot camp, like there's some guys that are jacking off. You know what I mean? Like I didn't jack off the whole time I was there.
I didn't jack off in boot camp either, which is strange because that's 12 weeks without rubbing one out, which would not happen today in my life. Yeah,
no way, me either. But I don't know. I went the whole 6 weeks or 7 weeks, and I didn't rub one out at all. But there's guys that do. So, but I'd say the majority of the guys don't, because you're just in the zone, and just doing your thing, getting through whatever. And so then you get to tech school and you got more freedom, and then you got these girls like right next to you, and there's so many guys get popped, dude, like going over there trying to bang some chicks and whatever. And it's like, what do you expect? You know what I mean? Yeah. Come on, But there has to be like, military bearing and kind of like some discipline and order. And I get it all, but it is kind of silly to think that that these guys aren't going to try and get some, and vice versa.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about the military is they, obviously it has its own uniform code of military justice, its own rules, its own laws, its own court systems, its own jails, its own prisons, and all that shit's busy and filled. I mean, people in the military commit the most heinous fucking crimes imaginable, year after year. Just because people are in the military doesn't mean that their moral compass points true north. Right. All the time. And I think where we fuck up is the government is like, well, you're in the military, so don't do X, Y, and Z. Don't do drugs. Don't drink too much. Don't you guys shouldn't be fucking each other. Yeah. There should be that separation. But I'm like, but they're still human beings. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're never going to stop people from being people.
You're actually going to make it worse, I think, by trying to like control it so much. Yeah. It's like, dude, they're it's like you tell someone not to fuck, they're gonna want to fuck even more.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly right.
So yeah, tech school was a trip. I think it's
how long was that?
11 weeks.
Okay.
So I went there with the intention of like, dude, I don't want to be a leader anymore. I'm done with it. I did it for 7 weeks. I'm over it. You know, I just want to be a regular average Joe. I don't want to stick out at all.
Yeah.
And so we went, and there was like they had changed like the curriculum around. Like it was like team 1 through 11. So every team, like team 2 is 1 week behind 1, and so on and so on. And you go down the line. So I was team 5, and so we look at team 1 who's starting the new curriculum, and everyone's failing the shit out of these tests, dude. Like bad. It's academic shit. And so all of us like at team 5, like we're waiting to team up. We're like, dude, fuck, dude, everyone's failing, dude. Like how hard is this shit, you know? Team 2, same thing. Team 3, same thing. Nothing's changing, dude. Like, I mean, maybe a little bit, the pass rate on the first test is a little bit higher, but not by much.
Yeah.
So we get to team 5 teams up when we start our shit, and we go and we're doing our thing, and we take that first test, and we come back to the schoolhouse or whatever, and they're like, Airman Boyer, stand up. I'm like, fuck. You know, I'm thinking I failed. You know, I was like, dude, did I fail? I don't think I did, but maybe. And then they had another guy, Gregory, and he had to stand up. And they're like, these 2 guys got 98% on the test. And then
what was the test on?
I think it was just job knowledge of being a cop. I think it was area-based defense or some shit like that, setting up claymore mines, and you know, just basic shit that we were learning in class. Yeah. It wasn't rocket science at all. I mean, it was just basically if you pay attention in class, and then you go back to your room and you study your little fucking binder, you'll probably do okay.
Now, did you guys have any practical application? Like you'd studied in class, but like as far as like claymore mines, you guys have any dummy claymores where you'd actually
in class,
pull them out of the bag?
In class we looked at it, but you didn't set the shit up or do any of that stuff until that's how the curriculum changed. Was that in the beginning, or the way that it was before I got there was, all the new guys would go to the field first, and that's where you're getting your 60 qualifications, your M203 qualifications, your M16, which you get in boot camp, but you'll do it again in tech school. Your 9mm, you're doing all that stuff while you're in the field, and then you come back and you do your classroom work after the field. And you'd see the difference because the guys that were out in the field for that long, they would come back just a little bit more mature. They learned a little bit more, and like there was a difference. And then they changed it to where you did your classroom first, and then you went out to the field and you applied all the shit that you learned.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's a little ass backwards, but so I did really well on that test. And so that like when you're in tech school, they give you a rope, and being a rope, you're a leader. And so like right when I passed that test, they threw a rope at me, like, yeah, you're welcome to be in a rope. And it's like, motherfucker.
The one thing you didn't want.
Yeah, I didn't want it, dude. I was like, nah, man.
That's what you get for showing off.
Right, yeah. I should have just been like the average guy, just got like a 65 or 70, just passing. And so they, so I had to go every weekend. I was in airman leadership school. So when everyone else is like off doing their thing, whatever, I was in class, like doing airman leadership school. So I try to get away from it, man, but.
So now what's the line of thinking? So you're going through your MOS training, your occupational specialty type training, or, you know, what do you call it?
Tech school.
Yeah. But by doing this extra leadership curriculum, is there like a promotion at the end of that for you, or is it
no.
It's just a bullshit certificate?
Just a certificate that says you did it.
Awesome.
And that was it. So it's like kind of teaches you to be a
team.
Right. It teaches you to be a better leader or whatever. And so yeah, it was cool though, you know, you just get through it, you know. I think for me, like looking back on it, it's like, you know what, man, like I probably would have gotten way more trouble if I wasn't in that school. You know what I mean? I probably would have been out in San Antonio, underage drinking. I would have been doing like gnarly shit. Yeah. So maybe it was a good thing that I was in that school. Yeah. You know, everything happens for a reason. So you're
getting ready to graduate, and did you pick your duty station, or did they tell you?
So they give you a dream sheet, and you kind of you just say where you want to go, you know, stateside and overseas. So my first pick for overseas was England. And at the time, my logic was I just want to go where they speak English. Like, I don't want to go to another country where they don't speak English because that's going to suck, you know?
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a racist thing. It was just like I just want it to be easier, you know, if I'm overseas, but I still want to see like shit and whatever. So I picked England.
Well, and it's cool because then you can get out of the country, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Marine Corps, they're like, hey, man, where do you want to go? Camp Pendleton or Camp Pendleton? Right. And you're like, Camp Pendleton?
Yeah. So I picked England and Italy and all kinds of other weird. I don't remember what else, but England was definitely my first pick, and I got it. And that's not the norm. It's not like, oh yeah, everyone gets their first pick. I just happened to get it. And then I remember once I got it, I was like, fuck, dude, I'm going to England. Shit, like I started getting nervous. Like I don't know if this is gonna be cool. Wow. So I found another dude on my team. Laface was his last name, Italian dude, Laface. And I was like, hey, bro, where are you going? He's like, oh, I'm going to Beale. I was like, that's California. I was like, bro, let's switch, dude. Like, I'll take Beale, dude. You take, England. He's like, fuck that. So I was trying to, like, switch with anybody I could to, like, stay in California because I was getting nervous, And then finally I got to a point where I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm just going to go. Just go do it, you know? So I did that, the RAP Recruiter's Assistance Program. Where you get to come back and get 30 days of free leave if you help your recruiter. And hopefully your recruiter's cool and doesn't really make you do anything. And most of them are, you just show up like once or twice and like, yeah, fuck off, go enjoy your leave. So I came home for 30 days before I shipped out to England, and it was cool.
So now did you try to help and warn kids in high school going into the Air Force, or did you just like, fuck them, I got mine?
Dude, I think like going through it, when I realized, like, okay, I'm not driving AT. You talking about like the video isn't what?
Yeah, like the kids coming in, they're like, hey man, tell me about the Air Force. You just went through boot camp and you just bullshit them so they'd sign.
Yeah, well, I didn't know yet. Like, so like you got to think like when you're going through boot camp, like for me, I'm not gonna say it was a joke, but it wasn't like the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life. It was just like I just gotta get through it. And then going through tech school, it's a lot of high speed shit. You're doing a lot of fun stuff. You're throwing grenades. You're setting up Claymore mines. You're shooting M60s, M203s. Like you're doing fun shit that most kids will never do, in their life, probably ever. And so when I got back for the Recruiter's Assistance Program, I didn't know what the job actually entailed yet because I hadn't got to my first duty station. So I had no clue what I was in for. Like we trained like we were fucking going to war, dude. Right. Like we trained like we were like, dude, we are the baddest of the bad, dude. Like the chair force, fuck the chair force, dude. We're security forces. And so I still had there was a sense of pride. There was a sense of like team, like, it's probably the same way in the SEAL teams. Like you have teams there that like Team 1's known for being hard. Team 5's known for having the hardest instructors and the baddest motherfuckers on the planet. Like my primary instructor was a Ranger motherfucker. So you have a lot of that. So like when I got home, like I just had a sense of pride. I was proud of what I had done and accomplished.
Hell yeah.
And I didn't know what the actual job was going to entail until I got to England. And that's when it kind of. If I would have gone to England first and then came back to like talk to the kids, they're like, hey, dude, let me tell you something. Yeah.
So you get to England.
Yeah.
And where were you stationed at?
I was stationed at RAF Mildenhall, which is 70 miles north of London.
Yeah.
So it's like a little country-ass like town, kind of in the middle of nowhere. Beautiful scenery, absolutely gorgeous base. It looks like what you'd see in on a postcard of England. They have the red, phone booths, on base. Everything's brick. It's just really nice, man. Like really cool and small, so like you can get around pretty easily. It's a refueling base, so the mission wasn't that crazy.
And so when you get there, you check in, and then you finally learn what your real job is. What was your real job?
Like standing on a gate for 14 hours, checking IDs, standing like if there was an AWACS that came down, it's probably level 2. So like we're walking wingtip to wingtip, for 14 hours with our M16.
Standing guard of the aircraft.
Right. Making sure that nobody's like coming in, and if they are and they don't have their ID out or their badge showing that they have a security clearance to be there, you're jacking them up and putting them on their face. And it was just definitely like you're just an overpaid or underpaid, if you will, security guard. You're just basically guarding the planes, you're guarding the people. You're basically you're a cop but on a base. And it's so part of the time before it used to be there was I think it was the air police, and then they had like the patrol. So there was a certain part that did patrol, and then there was the other part that did all the security. But then they shifted it to security forces where you did both. So some days I'd be on a flight line guarding a fucking plane, and the next day I'm on patrol riding in a fucking black and white or whatever color the car was and patrolling the base.
Yeah. So when you're patrolling the base, are you like an actual MP where you're pulling over people who are speeding and doing dumb shit and giving them tickets, or what was that all about?
So like I was we always play these games, like it'd be like good cop, bad cop, and I was usually the good cop because I think I just like the way I grew up and shit like that, like I never took shit too seriously, as far as like the job. I was like, okay, I'm in the Air Force, I'm a cop, come on. Like there were some guys like they would buy their own tack vest. They would buy their own shit. It's like, dude, all this shit's issued. Like, why are you buying it? You know?
Because you gotta be cool, man.
Right. So like they had to be tactical, you know? And I just wasn't that guy. So like there were guys that were, when they would be patrolling, they'd be pulling people over, issuing tickets. I can say the whole time I was there, I never once issued one ticket ever. There was only a few things that would really piss me off on duty. And that was is usually dependent wives coming through that thought because their husband was Staff Sergeant so-and-so or Tech Sergeant so-and-so that I should like bow to them. Yeah. And I didn't give a fuck who their husband was. I really didn't. Yeah. And that's
a serious problem in the military to this day is that, the wives or girlfriends of the service member. Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. What's up with you and that fucking phone, dude?
I don't know. I mean, it's on vibrate, but
that's what she said. Yeah, but anyway, so I talk to people on active duty today, and they're just like, yeah, it's still a problem that the wives and girlfriends take on the quote unquote rank or position of their man, and they think they're afforded that same respect and that bullshit. And I'm like, yeah.
It didn't go the other way though, because there was sometimes where you'd have male, like the woman's the one that's in the military, and then the dude's the dependent. Yep. And he didn't really, you didn't see the dudes doing that too often. Like, oh, my wife is chiefs.
That's because they know they're little pussies because they're chicks in the military, right? They're chicks in the military getting down with the get down. Carrying a gun for a living and doing her job. Right. And then there's bitch boy like, hey, honey, I'm going to swing by I'll
bring you lunch.
I'll bring you lunch and, I'll go to the exchange and what would you like for dinner? And like,
that's fucking funny. Nah, so we...
He's probably ashamed to walk around. That's why he's just super humble. Probably. Like, oh my God. I hope one of these motherfuckers doesn't stop me. I'm like, hey, what's your deal, dude?
Yeah. Now we... So that would kind of like annoy me a little bit. When you have dependents coming through that were, they try to like almost like abuse you because of who their husband was, and I was like, I don't give a shit. And there was times where they would be smoking cigarettes with the kids in the car, and it's like, hey, fuckface, like put out the cigarette, dude. Like your kid isn't choosing to smoke, and it's like, in my opinion, that's child endangerment because you're smoking in the fucking car with a kid. You can't tell me what to do. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. I can refuse to allow you access to this installation, and you can fuck off and come back later. Well, I'll just go to the other gate. Like, see this thing, this handy-dandy thing I have on my chest? It's called a radio. And I can go ahead and just radio to all my gates here and make sure that they know who you are and what you're doing, and they won't allow you on either. And I tell you what, in about 12 hours, we're doing changeover, and you can come and try to get on them. But you know what? We do like an oncoming report, so I'll go ahead and give them the report. They probably won't let you on either. And I'm actually going to be working for the next 4 days. So... come back in a week. Right. And usually they would comply after that, but that's the only thing that like really would set me off, where it's like, don't be a dick, and or it'd be like, it's England, so it's like raining a lot and you're standing on a gate for 12, 13, 14 hours depending on when changeover is going to happen. They could be stuck in guard mount, who knows, but they would have people come up to the gate and they would have their car and they would roll their window down, like crack their window to where it's barely open so they could slide their ID like through the little crack while I'm sitting there like getting dumped on with like freezing rain, it's like they wanted like, I can't get wet for 2 seconds. I was like, nope, you're gonna have to roll it down. Go ahead and roll it down.
Let the water blow in all over their shit.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. So it's kind of like my way of, damn the man type shit. But I'd say as a whole though, like I didn't really take the shit too seriously. I mean, the mission there was not that. I mean, it's an air refueling base. Yeah. After 9/11, shit definitely shifted. But when I first got there, it was very like lax. Everyone's just chill.
So what happened? Walk us through 9/11. Like how you heard about what was going on, what went on the base, and how the whole general attitude of your day-to-day existence changed.
Yeah, so it was very like just chill. I mean, NCOs, senior NCOs, airmen, we all hung out with one another. Like it was like a big family because you're overseas. It's a lot different than being stateside. So everything was just chill. We were playing spades at the gate shack, just chilling out. Like it was very like lackadaisical. I mean, there was a lot of shit we probably were doing that we shouldn't have been doing, but it is what it is. No one really cared. It was very chill.
Well, now those same guys that replaced you, now they're, because they have cell phones, now they're watching Pornhub.
Probably.
You know what I mean?
Probably. It's scary thinking what they're doing now, man, because we didn't have cell phones and shit. But we, like it'd be funny, man. We would have like a gate shack to be like brand new, and like within like 6 weeks at Gate Shack would be totally fucked, you know, because we'd be fighting each other, and then we had Fight Club and Gate Shacks and just fucking a bunch of wild guys or whatever. But anyway, when 9/11 kicked off, we had this thing called Elite Gate Guard. So like we had a section of cops that wore their Air Force Blues, and that's all they did was gate duty. So they never were on the flight line. They were never patrolled. They were just gate guards. And people signed up to do it because like it made the base look more professional because you had the same gate guards out there. They looked sharp. They were in their Air Force Blues, and they took their job very seriously and whatever. But the shift that they worked was an 8-hour shift. So there was a 4-hour gap between the 12. So like, so whoever was like assigned to the gate to relieve those elite gate guards after their 8 hours would have to be in blues as well. So I was one of those that on 9/11 I was wearing blues, and I'm like, fuck. All right, cool. So for the 4 hours that you're waiting for those guys, or whatever hours you're waiting to relieve these guys, when you're about to go on, you just go and check your emails and do whatever it is you're doing. So I was in the Bob Hope Community Center where we'd go check our emails, and I looked up at the TV screen, and it showed like a plane like flying into the World Trade Center, you know, and I'm like, whoa, the fuck is that? You know? And I wasn't really thinking much of it. It was just like, oh, what a fucking idiot. You know?
The first plane or the second plane?
I think it was the first. Okay. I want to say it was the first.
Yep.
And then the second one happens, and then the news like it's going fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And so like I'm like looking at my radio, just waiting for it to go off, you know, like. And sure enough, it's like Airman Boyer, Personnel Boyer, blah blah blah. Report back to the you know to the squadron, you know, this and that. So we always had A bags with us or whatever. So I had to go to report to my duty station, which was gonna be Gate 5 that day, and took my A bag. We had to go put our bulletproof vest on underneath, a flak vest on top of it, and you know, Kevlars and shit. And so I'm sitting here in blues, you know, with a Kevlar and fucking bulletproof vest.
Now, did you guys normally wear that shit, or was it just sitting there getting dusty in case of an emergency?
Getting dusty in case of an emergency. Never wore it, dude, ever.
So now you guys are putting on shit that doesn't even fit. You don't even know who's.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, you're like, dude. I mean, you when you get assigned the shit, I mean, you know try it on then, and it usually will fit, but. There was a lot of things that
sounds like such a solid plan.
Right. There's a lot of dudes though that, like for example, my buddy Phoenix, who's my best friend to this day. He came from the Army into the Air Force, and he started shifting a lot of that stuff because there was a lot of lackadaisical, like kind of like a lot of dudes didn't even know what the fuck was in their A bag. You know what I mean? Like I used mine to carry my encyclopedia of bodybuilding. You know what I mean? That was the most prized possession in there.
Well, and you know what most people don't understand and is that the Air Force is set up differently than, say, like the Marine Corps, the Army, where it's run more like a business, a corporation. So it's not like this hyper micromanaged, crazy ass existence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So he started this thing where he would do like an actual bag check, you know, a bag drag, where you have to like go through everything, try everything on, know exactly what's in your bag, and that became like part of the inspection. So he set the tone on that shit. But on 9/11, man, I went to the gate that day, and everything got closed immediately. Like everything on the base was closed. All the signs were blacked out. Like there were black trash bags over everything. So if you weren't from that base, you had no fucking clue where you are, where you're
like
going.
The actual street signs on the base?
Yeah. So like if it's like building 525 or whatever, blacked out. You don't know what it says, logistics or whatever before. You have no clue what that building is or who it belongs to.
And so do you believe or know if that was a security protocol that was already in place, or do you think some colonel was like, oh my God, what the fuck? Everybody put trash bags on the signs.
I think it was part of the protocol. I think it was like when we went to Force Protection Level Delta, like right away. Yeah, that was part of it. So all the civilians that worked there, you know, British nationals and whatnot, all got kicked off the base immediately. And nobody was allowed that wasn't mission critical to be on that base was allowed on that base. So you had like a line fucking miles long with people trying to get on the base to get gas or whatever the case may be. And if you don't have a reason to be there, fuck off, go away. And every vehicle was being searched. So, you know, you're going through and like you have the dogs, you have your mirrors, you have all this shit. And it's like, it was nerve wracking, man, because you're like, dude, you went from being super lax and chill and just kind of going through the motions, hanging out, going to the pub after work, having a couple pints, to now it's like, dude, it's real time go, man. Like we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen, and so yeah, we're doing all that shit, and then as it progressed, after a couple days after 9/11, I think I worked, I don't even know, man. It was hours and hours and hours, like a lot of hours that we put in, like right after 9/11, and then you get home, you go back to your dorm. You're so hopped up and so like, cause you're drinking bangs or whatever they had at the time, trying to stay awake, no-dos, whatever. And then you get to your dorm and you're like, fuck, dude, I have a day off and then I have to go back to work again. But you're so hopped up, you can't really sleep.
Yeah, you got the shakes, you got the whole thing.
Definitely, yeah. So they would have a posting bus that would come and like pick everybody up. So they like blow their horn. So even on your days off, you're being woken up by people that have to go to work. So it's like, there's really it was a lot, like a nerve wracking time. But then it got to the point where they shifted some things where all the trucks and shit that were coming on base for whatever reason needed to be searched. But they had to go to like a search pit. And you would open like the search, you'd open the trucks up inside of the search pit where the gates are fucking locked.
Right.
So it's like a locked gate, like they can't get out. And then I was a 60 gunner. So it's like, dude, if they open this up, dude, and there's people inside that truck, you're going to fuck them up.
Start smoking people.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So it was kind of a weird time. But as time went on and the mission kind of, it didn't become more lax. It just we got more used to it, I guess, you know? So we were putting in a lot of hours and, just kind of trying to keep the base safe. Guys were deploying, so we had augmentees coming on the base to augment us from Puerto Rico. So that was interesting. Yeah.
And were you guys ever, did you ever go to like Afghanistan or Iraq or anything?
Totally.
Like that? Yeah.
So like I didn't personally, which for a long time, man, with the military, when people would say like Happy Veterans Day, I was like, fuck off, I didn't go to Afghanistan. Don't tell me Happy Veterans Day. I'm not a real veteran.
That doesn't make you a veteran.
Well, yeah. I mean, but I had this thing with me, like where it was like I felt like less than because I didn't get deployed, and it was just the luck of the way it worked out was kind of weird.
The fucked up thing in that line of thinking is you're actually deployed. You're in a foreign country.
Right. Yeah. But I wanted to, like, everybody, most people, I mean, I'm not going to say, oh, I was so patriotic, that's why I joined the military, but like, it's like, no, but once America's, was...
No, it sounds like you were tired of paying your mom's rent and want to get the fuck out of California.
Totally, that's exactly why. But then when 9/11 kicked off, like, there is a huge amount of patriotism that was flowing through our veins.
Tons.
And we were like, dude, I want to fucking go to war, I want to fuck people up. That's what I signed up to do, like, let's do this, that's why I'm here. And so they were deploying guys to, the first time was going to Qatar, and... So they were like, hey, we need to put a fire team together. And you get cool with the guys who are doing all the deployments. They're setting them up. Yeah. So I went to Sergeant Wynn, and I was like, hey, man, can you like make sure I get on this deployment? I want to get the fuck out of here. I want to go do some cool guy shit. And he's like, yeah, for sure. So he goes to put me on the fire team. They're like, we need someone who's a 203 qualified. And I'm like, I'm 203 qualified. Just got out of tech school. I'm good. So I call my family. I tell them I'm fucking getting out of Dodge and, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And they come back to me like 2 days later. And they go, dude, you lied to us. You're not 203 qualified. Like, get the fuck out of here. I just got out of tech school. Dude, for whatever reason, that's the one weapon that wasn't on my weapons qualification. To this day, I don't know why. I shot it. I qualified on it, but it wasn't on my weapons qual. So
Allegedly,
right? Yeah, but I looked at it and it wasn't there. So I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Maybe you missed it because you're at badass motherfucker leadership school on 203 day.
Yeah, right? No, I was like, dude, what can I do to like fix this? And I was like thinking like, dude, I'll call Ranger Mulder, who was my instructor, and be like, he can verify that like I definitely am qualified. How do we fit? They're like, no, you're off the team. I'm like, fuck. And so it sent me kind of in a downward spiral of like, I was depressed about that shit, man. I really wanted to go and calling my family, telling them I'm going. Then I'll say, hey, psych, no, I'm not going.
And there was not a range within fucking 50 miles where you could go.
No, that was the thing with England, man. Like that's why like I got stuck being the Overwatch all the time because I was one of the only people who was qualified on the 60. And the reason is that once your qualification, I think it was for a year. And so then you got to get requalified before it expires. And there wasn't a range. There was a range like nearby, but trying to get the manning and all that other shit to get to the range, get the instructors out there from CADM.
It's a pain in the ass. To use a range on a military facility is a pain in the ass.
Yeah. So there was a lot of that where like there's things get lapsed, and they didn't want to go through because it was like right after 9/11. They didn't want to go through trying to set up a CADM guy to go out there and qualify people on whatever they needed. Yep. There was enough people that were two or three qualified. So like, fuck it, we have our fire team. Fuck off, So they went to Qatar and actually got into a firefight on the base, like someone tried to run the gate and shit like that. And
on that deployment that you missed?
On that deployment that I missed, yeah. I was like, fuck, man.
That's enough to piss you off, yeah.
Big time. They killed the guy with a 9mm. One of the cops there, and I was
not a 203.
No, it wasn't the 203. But I like to believe that if I was there, I would have blown that motherfucker up.
Yeah, right through the windshield, just fucking boom. Here you go.
Totally. No, so I didn't deploy, and I was bummed on that. But part of the mission, being a cop, is like you're there to protect the base. You know what I mean? And if you get deployed, the mission definitely shifted for security forces, and I can't speak on some of the things that, I talked to you offline about one of my buddies that was downrange and did a lot of really cool guy things and got awarded and got the Outstanding Airman of the Year award and went to Washington, D.C. and met all these cool people. Because the mission had shifted. We were doing a lot of area, base defense and all kinds of other crazy shit that maybe wasn't happening right after 9/11. It was more like just base defense. You're just there. Yeah. You're not patrolling. You're not doing shit. But there was a lot of things that were shifting where guys were going outside the wire and doing, fun stuff, patrolling. But, so that was that, man.
Yeah. Well, I think, too, a lot of people don't actually realize, like you're saying, the whole veteran thing, and we'll touch on that. But, a lot of people don't understand, and, I say it all the time, like the whole thank you for your service, I think is, it's burned out. You know what I mean? It's like the summer hit that they play on the radio every fucking 3 minutes. By the time end of summer, like I never want to hear that song again. And that's kind of how I feel about the whole thank you for your service thing. I'm like, but what most people don't understand is that about 20 to 25% of all the military are actually in a combat arms type of job. And out of that 20 to 25%, maybe 10, 15% will ever see combat. So it's not this crazy big number of people that, and most people believe, oh, you're in the military, you're deploying, you're fucking risking your life. You're like, nah, that's not actually the case.
Yeah, they have no clue. And that's the thing. There was a meme that was going around like about security force where it's like what my mom thinks I do, what my boss thinks I do, what the civilians think I do. And it was all like fucking funny shit. Like, it's like what my mom thinks I do. It's like, that Stargate movie or whatever. It's like walking through Stargate or whatever. And then, what your boss thinks you're doing, you're sleeping at the gate shack, you're not doing shit. And the civilians think you're like Rambo.
Yeah, people, people think that because I was in the Marine Corps, then I was a Navy SEAL, and and I have experiences in real world missions and all this other shit, and doing missions before 9/11, after 9/11, all everybody assumes that I'm some Billy badass, killed more people than cancer. Dude, I'm like, no, it's really not the case. Like, I went with months and months of literally kicking down doors and raiding targets and nothing being there but, goats, chickens, and leftover munitions that we would take and blow up. So it's, it's called hitting a dry hole.
Right.
But, I think that people just assume, and they're built into this like Pavlovian dog response that, oh, you're in the military, thank you for your fucking service, and you're like, bro. Relax, man. Just chill the fuck out, man. Really, it's not that big a deal. And I don't need, $1 off my movie ticket.
Right. There's a lot of, I just did a thing with Jubilee Media. I got a call from, or an Instagram message from Jubilee Media saying, hey, we're going to do this veteran geared like question, where you stand on the line in a single file line. They say, hey, they'll give you a prompt and then you go to whatever line you are, like disagree or strongly disagree, somewhat disagree, and then the other way toward agree. And they're like, you interested in doing that? I was like, fuck yeah, I'll do it. And because my viewpoint is a lot different, So like one of the questions was, I would happily die for my country. Where do you think all the veterans went?
Strongly agree.
Totally. Where do you think Josh Boyer went?
Strongly disagree.
Somewhat agree is where I went.
Yeah.
And the reason I did that, and everyone was like, "Fucking what?" And people listening to this probably like, "Are you fucking kidding? You wouldn't die for your country?" I'm like, "Listen, I'm not a fucking idiot." You know what I mean?
Like, they didn't ask if I would die. They asked if I would happily die. No one's. I'm telling you, dude. No one dies smiling.
Right.
That's your life is ending. Right. It's it. So it's obviously terrifying. You know what I mean? Like, you're not sitting there like, thank God.
Yeah, no, I think the thing that they...
thank God it was me.
That they were missing on, for me, was that I was like, think about, like, what you're dying for. You know what I mean? Like, if they're... And that's what I said during the interview, was like, listen, like, if it's a just cause, if it's something that I believe in, something that I can get behind, then absolutely, I'll go die for my country, if it made sense. But if it's some fucking weirdo politicians in Washington going and sending me down to war to go die for some dumbass shit, like, no, I don't want to die for that. I'm not an idiot, Yeah.
Well, they're not doing it, and their kids certainly aren't doing it.
Right, and that's the thing. And then I said that during the interview, was like, listen, I have 4 sons, and it's like, if any of my sons go and die for their country for some bullshit fucking reason, it's unforgivable, man. Like, I don't want that to happen. So, and it's a very controversial thought process, I guess, because they would think that, oh, you're a veteran, you just obviously go to strongly agree. And it's like, I've been out of the military for a while. I went to college, kind of learned some things, and I'm not I'm not
Yeah.
cannon fodder, man. You know?
Yeah. Well, and I think too that, when, today it is, people are really, really seeing our wounded veterans, right? Yeah. People who have lost limbs, skin burned, missing their eyes, and all this horrific shit that's happened to our troops, both men and women, right? So no one got a free pass on this one. Everybody's paid a pretty steep price, but it's gone on for so long that it's now just part of society, right? It barely even makes the news unless somebody maybe dies in a firefight, and it's just like a quick 30-second blurb, and it's only on 1 or 2 stations. People see that and they go out, they get nuts. I think the whole actual seeing it in their face, a guy in a wheelchair who's literally 27 years old with no legs, and he's burned up on 50% of his body. It's pretty horrific to look at. It's not something that you run into all the time, right? So for those types of veterans, then yeah, man, we're going out of our way to say thank you, and we're going to do, you know what I mean?
Totally.
But just the fact that, I don't know, I'm alive and I'm walking around and I'm like, yeah, man, I went through Buds fucking 22 years ago. And they're like, thank you for your service, man. You must be some fucking. I'm like, no, I'm trying to go. I'm just a dude trying to go to the gym.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too. Like, I think that people would hang their hat so much on the fact that they were in the military. Like, oh, I'm a veteran. It's like, that's cool and all, like, that you're a veteran, but like at the end of the day, like, it's just a job. It's a job that you signed up to do. Yeah. You volunteered to go do, and like, it's admirable because not a lot of people do it.
And I believe there is no such thing as a victim in an all-volunteer force. Right. I've always believed that. If, no one put a gun to my head and made me go to the recruiting office. And what I also find hilarious actually is, people think, oh man, the U.S. military, it's America's best and brightest. And I'm like, no, it's not.
Where do you see recruiting stations outside of junior colleges and the ghetto? They're not. You don't see a recruiting station in Beverly Hills, man. You don't see them in Brentwood.
Nope.
You just don't. And I'm not saying that because those people are wealthier that they're naturally smarter, but like, you don't just get wealth. I mean, sometimes you get handed down to you, but a lot of times it takes some intelligence to like get to that level of wealth and success. So it's kind of odd to me that you don't see them there. You see them outside of junior colleges or in bad neighborhoods typically. And why is that? Well, because you have guys like me that like, I needed an out. I needed to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Same thing with me.
So I was like, I'm gone.
Like, I literally couldn't sign the paperwork fast enough, man.
Right.
I talked about it on your podcast with me. I had a criminal record as a kid. Yeah. A lot of troubles and fights and things like that. And it was an out. But once I got in there, I was like, man, this is pretty cool. I really love being in the military. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But a lot of people just think that you're the average American who's in the military is this super.
Fucking John Rambo, right wing, fucking America,
but it's just not like that.
No, it's not at all. I mean, you do have a lot of guys that are down like that, but for me, even when I was very patriotic, and to this day, I mean, I love my country, dude. Don't get it twisted. Like, I'm not some nut job that's fuck America. They never do. That's not who I am. But I just have a different style of thinking about things.
You're a realist.
Right. I want to think through things, not just be like a brainwashed, fucking soul. Oh, sure, I'll go do that, sir. And it's like, but it makes zero sense. I'm going to get fucking killed doing this. Like, I should probably think this through before I just jump into it. So that's just kind of like my thought process now.
Nice. So you're overseas, enjoying the pubs,
Totally.
Post 9/11, things kind of like get back to a different state.
Yeah.
But then, was it overseas that you got into tattooing and all this other?
Yeah, I kind of I like tattoos and stuff, so I was like, and part of it was like just being rebellious because they have so many rules and shit. Like, you can't do this, can't do that. I was like, fuck that.
Do you wait until you were in the Air Force to get your first tat, or did you get that in like high school?
My first tat was in high school. Yeah.
What was it?
My brother and I got a tattoo on our shoulders that said Brotherhood. So he had one on his left shoulder, I had mine on my right.
Yeah.
And that was my first tattoo. And then I put flames around it. And
nice.
Then I got this tribal band right here. So those are my first 3 tattoos before going to the military.
Yeah. Now, were you like most people who get their first couple tattoos? You think you're like, oh my God, that's so badass, and it's cool. And then you get older and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I ever did that. And
I don't regret any of them, but I look at like, I wish I would have waited like my wife did, because like she went to like the best of the best to get her tattoos.
Yeah.
And so like I have like the tattoos on my hands are really nice. I think, you know, the Viking on my arm, but it's a cover up, you know?
Yep.
Like I had some ugly ass shit there that you can see like on my forearm that's still there that I haven't covered up yet. But it's
I have the same. My quarter sleeve
Right.
on my left shoulder is a samurai, and that covers up this like horrific fucking eagle I got when I was 18 or 19, something like that.
Totally.
You know, some $90 tattoo, and at the time I'm like, yeah, man, it's fucking. I'm in the Marine Corps. I'm like, yeah, what a big old eagle. You know what I mean? And it was like all I could afford, and then
totally.
and then 15 years later, you're like, oh my god, what the fuck is that?
I was so I was all about the tattooing, man. I wanted to but hindsight being 2020, I should have waited until tattooing like kind of came around a little bit, or until I had the money to pay for like
A legit artist,
like a legit artist, you know, because like I look at Kathleen's tattoos and they're absolutely gorgeous, man. Like she has like really good artwork, and she always gets like compliments on it and shit, and like mine looks like some prison shit, you know.
Yeah, but you know, and I think over time though, the people who are involved in tattooing now are artists.
Totally.
And they're just like, hey man, this is my medium. My medium is putting, you know what I mean, tattoos on people's skin.
Yep.
But the way that they're able to bring out, 3D images, 2D images, and the shading and all the the skill set that has grown since, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Is way different than when we were getting tattoos.
Yeah, it's evolved a lot. So I was going to like this guy in Lakenheath, a little town outside of the base. So we have Lakenheath and Mildenhall are right next to each other. They were a PRP base where they had nukes on their base, so they were like their cops were way more high speed than us because we were like all lax and chill.
Yeah.
And they were like fucking couldn't even have cough syrup without getting in trouble. And so anyway, there was a tattoo shop there. And I started working out a deal with a guy where it's like he couldn't, get shit on base for cheap, because he lived he's a British dude. Yeah. So I would like buy him stuff on base, and then I would exchange it for tattoos. Yeah. And he would have like a party or whatever, and I'd be like, hey, dude, I'll get all your beer for your party if you tattoo me. And he's like, Roger that. So I would give him all this, all the beer and shit, and he would give me tattoos.
Was that what he wanted most? Was the alcohol because it was, so much cheaper?
It seemed like the alcohol was a big thing, and always like stereo stuff, like a receiver or surround sound stuff. He was really into, and so I was like, yeah, dude, I'm down for that. So I'd like buy shit on base and exchange it for tattoos.
Nice.
So it was cool. It was a good little bartering system that I had going on. I don't know if it's probably illegal, but
no, it's not, because you're actually buying it. It's not like you're stealing it from the base.
Yeah, no, I was buying it with my own money.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
fine.
Yeah.
It's not illegal.
So I did that, and I really got into it. I did my whole back, and then started down the arms, and just kept kind of going with it. I was like, this is kind of
And
cool.
what's your pain threshold or pain tolerance for like how long can you sit, without tapping out?
Probably 24 hours.
What?
I don't have. My pain threshold is it's weird. Like I'd
rather thank you for that than your service. I can sit for like 4. I'm such a fucking pussy, dude. I tap out around 4 hours.
No, I can sit for a long time. It's uncomfortable and I don't like it, and I get like I'll be really tired after a tattoo just because like I fought it off for the whole time. I think the longest I've sat in one session was probably 8 hours, maybe 8 to 10. But what I'll do is I'm really good at like just taking myself to another place, another planet. I'm not even there. I mean, it's not that it doesn't hurt. It does hurt, but like I'm in a different like universe. It was funny. I did a class with Johnny Primo. We were doing the medical portion. We did the shooting portion, then we did a medical portion. And he's like, all right, who wants to get an MP airway? I'm like, fuck, I got to do it. Like just because, like I know him and I've been to a couple classes and I need to do it. I can't be a pussy, so let's do it.
Can you explain to people what that is?
Yeah, so you take a little soft rubber device and you stick it up your nasal canal, and then it goes down the back of your throat. So if your face gets completely fucked up and you can't get an airway through your mouth because you've swallowed your teeth or whatever the case may be, then you get an airway through the nose, and that way they can give you CPR through that. They put a little device on there and get an airway because you need to fucking breathe or you die. So
I'd never heard that before. That's weird.
Yeah, so usually you're passed out, right? So like you're like people that are getting an MP airway, like they're because they need an airway, and it's like urgent. But we're wide awake for this shit. So while I was doing it, I went to my happy place, and so Primo kept going up to me and smacking my legs. Like, no, you're not going to your happy place. Don't go. Because he knew exactly what I was doing. And I do the same shit when I'm tattooing. Like, totally. I just kind of check out.
Nice.
So, yeah.
How was that experience, the getting the airway put through your nose?
It kind of sucked, man. I was, when I was a kid, I got attacked by a dog, and they reconstructed all my sinuses. So I was kind of nervous about, like, is there anything fucked up, with my sinuses? I don't really know. And so I looked at the MP airways, and they were all different sizes, And as it turns out, like, I get the thickest, fucking fattest one, dude.
Of course that's what he picked out.
I'm like, fuck, man. I don't know if that was intentional, if it's just the luck of the draw,
Knowing Johnny, that was 100% intentional.
Yeah, so I was like, fuck, man. So we had Billy there, and Billy's like, I don't know if you've met Billy, but he's an amazing human. But he was like, guiding everyone while they're doing it. And like, these are just random dudes off the street that like, they don't have any medical training, And so it's like, go shove this thing up this guy's nose with some lube on it, And so it was a pretty gnarly experience. You feel like you're kind of gagging,
Yep.
Just gotta kind of breathe through it, but it's like, like feels like kind of gross,
Yeah.
But yeah,
think about it, man. You're having a foreign object, pushed up your nose and twisted, and then it falls into the back of your throat. Like, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah,
but I did it, so it's all good.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
So tattooing was cool, and that became like kind of my. It was like not a counterculture, but like very much. There wasn't a lot of dudes on the base that were getting tatted up like I was,
Yeah.
I was always different, as far as the way that I did things. Like a lot of the guys, you'd see them, and girls, like they all wore the same shit. They kind of drank the same kind of beer. They had the same kind of tattoos, and I just was never that guy. You know what I mean? Like when everyone else was wearing, FUBU or Echo or whatever, I was wearing Hawaiian shirts and, puka shells.
So you're just a goofy fuck.
Totally, dude. Totally. I mean, dude, I look back at pictures, or I used to look back at the pictures, and I would be wearing like cargo shorts, a Hawaiian shirt, and like some like gnarly like mandals, And
like Birkenstock type shit.
Like almost Birkenstocks, but even worse. I don't even remember what
How is that possible? How is it possible to have
They look like jellies, but they were like, but leather jelly. Jellies for little kids, they have like, it covers all your toes, and like, but your ankles are,
So this is the precursor to Crocs, basically, is what you're saying. You were
100%, dude. That's a great, totally, dude. It was like that. So like, I was like,
but you were still getting pussy though. You were still going out in town and getting laid.
It was the mystique, bro. Yeah, totally. It was the mystique of Josh Boyer, because I was very much like I was a gym nut and a gym rat. Like, I wasn't the dude that like really was like, dude, I want to get so much ass, while I'm here. I want to fuck so many women. Like, it just wasn't who I was, dude. Like, I was more interested in physical fitness, learning, and just tattooing, and like just doing my own thing. I definitely marched to my own beat. I was kind of just like, hey man,
So do you ever feel looking back that you didn't fit in, that somehow there was
100%.
Something about you that just wasn't like everybody else?
Definitely.
What do you think that is?
I think in that arena, I think the difference was my thought process was different. Like I was a thinker. Like I wasn't a guy that was like, sir, yes sir, I'm gonna do whatever you like. I just wasn't ever that guy. I was a free thinker where I was like, okay, like, does this make sense? Like, why am I doing this?
Yeah. So just so you know, for anybody listening, if you were in the Marine Corps, and I'm being very honest with you, you would have been in the brig. You'd have been in fucking prison. You'd be serving life in Leavenworth.
Definitely, dude. I don't doubt it.
You know what I mean? It's like, take that hill, Marine. You'd be that guy's like, hey sir, what? Why? You know what I mean? You'd be that guy. But
I was very high speed as far as I was the best at physical fitness. There's nobody in my squadron, and anybody that was stationed with me that listens to this, they can challenge me to that. That's fine. But I was definitely the strongest, the biggest, the fastest, and I took it seriously. Like it was very important to me to be physically fit and strong and powerful.
So what was your your typical workout?
So I got up in the mornings. Like if I started work at 6, I was usually in the gym by 3:30 in the morning to work out. Mm-hmm. And I did the typical bodybuilding stuff like chest tries, back buys, shoulders, legs was a split. Yep. And I would do it 6 days a week. I was in the gym. I only took one day off. And you have free food, so I was eating nonstop. It's like fucking, if I knew then though what I know now as far as diet, it's like I was eating so much fucking protein that's like my body can't even process the amount of protein I was eating. Like it's just gonna fucking excrete most of it, piss it out or whatever, and it's like probably taxing the shit out of my kidneys. Who knows? But I didn't know, it's like, oh, let me get 12 hard-boiled eggs and 5 chicken breasts. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. Like,
and what's the heaviest that you got up to?
247.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was 247 pounds. Probably.
That's a huge swing from when you were in high school than being, 3 years later. That's a huge jump in weight, man.
Yeah, man. I was juiced out of my mind, so that's kind of how that happened. Let's be truthful. That's the thing, dude, is that a lot of people I see on social media that, just work out, don't be a pussy and get after it. Anybody, if I'm doing it, anybody can do it. It's like, but what you're not telling people is that you're on 1,500 milligrams of testosterone a week.
Yeah.
And there's a difference, dude. I'm sorry, there is. Like, yes, you're still disciplined. You're still disciplined. You're still getting after it. Your diet is still on point, but you're also using anabolic steroids. And there's a difference to people that are and that aren't. And that's something that, like, I was very transparent with as far as I could be in the military.
I think it should be issued to people in the military.
Fuck yeah, dude.
It's like, hey, man, you want us, these, young, smart-ish, fit motherfuckers, right?
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, yeah, go to the GNC on base and get a multivitamin and protein shake. And it's like, no, man, why don't you monitor us via, blood tests and get us on an actual fucking program, cycling on, cycling off, nutrition, just turn us into absolute beast mode universal soldiers. Yeah. And, that's that, what I mean? Because it's imposing and, it's good. It's better for the joints, better for the body to train, smarter and not harder and fuck yourself up. But I'm a big believer that, it like you said, man, I'm in my 40s, right? So, like, you've observed all these people who are roughly my age or younger.
Yeah.
And they're just, 8% body fat, burning up the track, fucking crushing it, ripped. I'm like, you're not doing that on coffee and protein bars, man.
Keto, bro. Keto diet.
Yeah, totally, bro. I just when I order tacos, I just say no shell, bro. You're like,
fuck off.
I'm like, is that what it is? Or is it that fucking HGH needle hanging out of your ass?
Yeah, it's a trip. So I try, and I'll be transparent with that. With when I was in, I was definitely juicing, and I didn't have any issues with it. It was like, no, I'm gonna fucking juice. And
now, did you ever cycle off, or were you just on the program 24/7?
No, I would cycle off, with a little HCG and Novadex and stuff like that, and then get back on.
Yeah.
And I was like, I got up to 247, and looking back on it, it's like, dude, I agree. Guys in the military should.
But a ripped 247, not a lineman with a gut.
No, not at all, dude. I had no gut at all, and that was part because I did a lot of cardio too. I wasn't just lifting; I was doing a lot of cardio. I would like run around the base and shit, and I would get taped every time. I would have to go in to weigh in for my physical, and for your height and your weight, you need to weigh a certain thing for your height. I think mine for 6'1", I think it was like 207. I couldn't be over 207. I was 247. So they're like, yeah, you need to go get taped, Boyer. And I'm like, what? You need to get so I would lift up my shirt. It's like a full-on six-pack. And I'm like, you want me to go get taped? They're like, yeah, you need to go get taped. I'm like, okay. So they would fucking, they would do my neck. And my neck was just humongous, dude. Yeah. And so they would do my neck. And I think I was maybe 11% at that time. Yeah. At my biggest. And 11
Which is not a lot.
No. Yeah. Like I'd say like models that you see in magazines are probably between 8 and 13 probably.
Yeah.
So I was right around that area. I was pretty. I was a specimen at that time.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone though.
And did you just get into that out of just because you had that background in football and physical fitness, or was it a pride thing or boredom? I mean,
I think it was boredom. To be honest with you, I looking back, and I talked to my buddy Phoenix about this, that I should have gone to the Army. Is what I should have done, because there are so many things in the Army, so many different schools that could have kept my attention. But being in England and doing the job that I was doing was mind numbing. It wasn't occupying my time enough. It was just like, I'm just going through the motions here. This sucks. I don't take it serious at all because it's a fucking joke. And I just don't like it. It sucks. And so I was like a little kid about it, like, oh, fuck you, I'll do what I want then. And so I actually walked into the Bob Hope Community Center and I met a guy, and I won't say his name, but he was like, yeah, you're wearing a Temple City football shirt. And I'm like, yeah, I used to play against you guys in the 70s. And I'm like, what the fuck? Temple City's like a little tiny ass town. I'm in England, 6,000 miles away from there, and about that. Oh, wow, it's weird. So we struck up a conversation, and he had been living there for like 20 years. So he's like, yeah, you looking for some juice or look for some gear or whatever? I'm like, yeah, totally, man.
You're like, yes, now I am.
Yeah, totally. So he sent me to this dungeon-ass gym, dude. It was like my kind of gym, like dark, old rusty weights, and just like that was my kind of shit. I wasn't a guy that wanted to be like, in the Equinox gym. It was like I want to be in a dungeon with just a bunch of iron and just throw it around. I just loved it. To this day, I love lifting weights. Just physically, I can't do it anymore.
Yep.
So I don't. But if I could, I would still be Jack and Steel for sure. So anyway, he sent me this gym. I met this British dude, who was a bodybuilder, and he started hooking me up. And so established this relationship with this guy, and was staying on the gear for a while. And then I got popped. So
during a room inspection, or somebody got pissed and dimed you out?
Somebody got pissed, dimed me out. And
that's so shitty.
Yeah, big time. So they're like, yeah, so I came back from the gym one day, and they were like, yeah, we're there in my room, searching my room. So I'm like, fuck, I am fucked. So
the cops are searching the cop.
Yeah, man. Well, it was OSI, so they used to be cops, and they went over to Office of Special Investigations. So they were going through my room, and they weren't really finding anything. So I'm like, dude, they're probably not going to find anything. I mean, I had hidden it pretty well. But I had just shot up before I went to the gym, and I put it in my flashlight, like, the vial and the syringe.
Okay.
Just unscrewed the flashlight and put it in there because I was in a hurry.
Yep. And
he picked up the flashlight, and I knew right away. I was like, I'm fucked. Because I knew he was going to unscrew it and fucking open it. So he did. And he's like, oh, what's this? I was like, and it says fucking like testosterone or whatever on the bottle. I was like, what do you think it is, dude? Fucking peanut oil? Come on, man. And so I was, I was kind of like, fuck, man, I'm done. And so they took me down to the station, and or whatever, their office. They tried to get me to tell them like where I was getting the stuff, who I was selling it to, or if I was, and I just wasn't talking. I wasn't going to tell them anything.
Smart man.
I didn't have a lawyer, and I just didn't want to talk. I was like, I'm not going to tell you. Like me telling on anybody else or whatever is going to do nothing.
Nothing.
It will absolutely do. All it's going to do is create more shit for other people. I'm fucked regardless. So I'm just going to shut up and not say anything. So that's what I did. And they took me down to do my blood and my urine. I guess there was a chain of custody issue with that. And they somehow, some way misplaced my blood and my urine. So all they had me on really was possession. And so I got Article 15. I mean, I was looking at like doing some time,
Yeah.
But the commander I had at the time, who I still talk to this day, who I honor, this man, like I honor him a lot. He had mercy on me. He could have totally fucked my life over big time. And he chose not to, because I think he saw something in me that a lot of other people probably weren't. But I wasn't a bad kid. I was just fucking bored and misguided,
Yeah.
The leadership at that time, aside from him, I mean, he was an amazing leader, a man that I greatly respected. But the NCOs that were there at the time were just kind of going through the motions like everybody else.
Sure.
There wasn't a lot of like getting in your face. Like I needed that hard leadership.
Yeah, there was zero intensity basically, right?
None. Yeah, and that's what I needed, because of like my personality and just like kind of dude I was.
Yeah.
I didn't honor, like I needed an alpha male to get in my face and fucking square me away, a little bit.
So if you were to be 18 again or 19 and join the military again, knowing what you know today, what do you think you would have tried to do or want to do?
I think I would have gone the SF route, probably. If not, like I think had I retaken the ASVAB.
That's Army Special Forces, for you listening who don't know what SF means.
Yeah. So I would have gone probably the Special Forces route. And if not, then, pararescue or combat control. I really didn't like the water too much, so that probably would have kept me away from SEALs. Or
that's probably a good bet.
Yeah, so I probably wouldn't have done it. I drowned when I was a kid, so I think I always had a fear of water, like growing up.
Yeah.
Like I had no heart rate, wasn't breathing, seizure from lack of oxygen in my brain, so then some of my mouth was all chewed up. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks doing like brain scans and shit.
And no brain damage from that.
They say.
They say. How long were you without oxygen?
I don't know. It had to be at least, I want to say minutes, like 3 minutes probably.
That's a long time, man.
Yeah. I mean, the inside of my mouth being all chewed up from the seizures and shit, like it was an indicator there was quite a while. And the fact that my heart was completely stopped, I was black and blue.
Ooh.
And they revived me.
And how old were you when that happened?
I think it was 3.
Oh yeah, that'll fuck you up for sure, dude.
Definitely. So like after that, like even taking a shower, the shower being in my face, it would kind of wig me out a little bit.
Okay.
Growing up. So I knew that I didn't want to be in the water. I was like, no, fuck that.
Yeah,
I'm good with
I'd
that.
say SEAL team's definitely out.
Yeah, that was out. So I think going back, like looking back on all that, I think I would have and should have maybe gone the Army route.
Yeah.
Just because it would have given me more opportunity to do a lot of the things that because I'm very good at like just silencing minutia around me. Like when it's like if it was going through SF training, mentally I could do it. Physically right now, like there's no way, but mentally I could.
No, I'm talking about back in the day, not right now.
Back in
not
the
sitting
day.
here at the table today. I mean,
back in the day, I would have
if somebody said tomorrow I was going to be day one of first phase of Buds, I wouldn't make it. I mean, I'm 45 years old. My body literally cannot do what it used to do when I was 22 doing that. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm not going to mount the fucking bar and do, 10 sets of 12 pull-ups. It just isn't fucking happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would have passed if I would have gone through SF training. And I'm sure there's guys that are out there like, fuck that guy. He wouldn't be able to do it. He would have quit. And maybe I didn't go through it, so who knows? I just think I know myself mentally, and like I'm kind of a
Well, no one can predict that, right? I mean,
who knows?
you can measure. It's like a combine, right, for the NFL or the NBA or whatever the fuck. You can measure somebody's speed, their agility, their ability to catch a ball, to remember plays.
Yeah.
How far they can jump, how high they can, all that shit. But you can't test somebody's actual mental toughness and their actual heart. You can't measure any of that shit. And so there are thousands of stories. I mean, look, you think I was cheered along like, oh man, dude, did you say you want to be a Navy SEAL? Fuck yeah, man, you're totally gonna make it. No, my whole childhood, my whole life, I was told that I was never gonna do it. I was too small. You're a fucking pussy, and all that stuff. But then and of course you carry that with you.
Yep.
And
it's like a chip on your shoulder.
Well, it's a chip on your shoulder, but it's also I found it to be empowering because every single day I kept showing up.
Yeah.
And kept passing and kept
Fuck yeah.
doing it. I was like, maybe I can do this.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just took over itself. So I would say to anybody, that, that's what I don't like about people in general is that they're so fucking negative, right? Yeah. And, oh no, there's no way, man. You'd never, like, how the fuck do they know?
Yeah. And so, and how do I know that I would have passed it? I just think that mentally, like, I just know. I don't like to just give up, or like it's hard to break me mentally. Physically, you could definitely break me. Like I mean, obviously, I've had 6 back surgeries. You're gonna I can be broken, but mentally, that's a whole nother ball of wax,
Yeah.
So I'd like to believe that hindsight being 2020, like that's probably the route I should have gone.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, man.
So post, NJP and being busted for steroids, was that basically the end of the career? Did you?
No, man. He gave me the Article 15, and at that time, my back was all fucked up, and I was having some weird, like, panic attacks and weird shit happening to me. There was a lot of things happening back home that I think were contributing to a lot of that.
What was going on?
So I had to go home on emergency leave twice from England because my mom was trying to commit suicide, or saying she was going to commit suicide. So, I would get a call from the family member. Hey, you need to come back home. This is what's happening. She's holed up in a hotel saying she's going to off herself. So I would come back home and, try to put her in an institute or whatever, try to get her some help. And she just wouldn't go. She's like, nah, fuck that. I'm not going. And they don't know shit about me. I'm not crazy.
Right.
You just said you were going to kill yourself, and I'm home from England to try and help you, but whatever.
You're good?
Yeah. So I think there was a lot of that stress on me being overseas. And I didn't even know what a panic attack was. I had no clue what the fuck it was. All I knew was that I thought I was dying. Like, and I didn't know what was happening to me. Like, it was like really weird. Like, I was like, dude, I think I'm having a heart attack. I don't know what the fuck. And I start waking out, start sweating all crazy and whatever. At the same time.
And would something set that off, or was it just random?
No, random. Out of nowhere. Like, literally out of nowhere. And I didn't know why. I didn't know how, whatever. So, true to form, the military, I'll just fucking throw you on some fucking benzos, man. You're good. So here I am, carrying a gun, on benzos,
Nice.
So they had taken my gun away for a little bit while they sorted everything out, but then ended up giving it back to me. and went back to work, and everything was cool. And then they're like, yeah, you're going to get a medical discharge because my back was all jacked up. They didn't really know exactly what was wrong with it.
Now, was that from the gym, or did you fall off a truck, you get hit by a fucking Humvee?
No one knows. I don't even know.
Fucking chick too hard and threw your back out? Like,
dude, there was actually a guy that I was stationed with that actually did that. That's a true story. That is a true. I'm not gonna mention his name, but that legitimately happened, dude. And if he's listening to this podcast, he knows who he is, and it's fucking hilarious, and it's a great story. But anyway, no, there's no specific injury. What was happening is like, I'd be driving in a Humvee and I'd be like, fuck, man, I kept like arching my back. Like, dude, it hurts so fucking bad, but I don't know what's wrong with it. And I was young, so I was like, dude, like, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Just take some Motrin, press
You're
on.
24. You don't give a fuck.
Yeah. So I'm just like, I keep motoring through, but it was getting to the point where like, it was getting hard to walk. Like I couldn't put my right foot in front of my left. It would just shoot down my leg. And I'm like, this can't be good, So I was going to PT, doing a lot of physical therapy. So they started a medical board process.
And how long were you dealing with the pain before either you said something or somebody saw it and was like, hey, man, what's going on with you?
It was months.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how many months, but it was a long time.
And were you self-medicating with the booze and other shit? Or
fuck yeah, dude.
Nice. Tell me about that. So what type of drugs other than the steroids did you use?
I didn't do any drugs in England. I was very much like straight laced as far as like steroids. I didn't consider a drug because I was like, that's in our body. It's testosterone. And I didn't see, I felt like, dude, I'm not harming anybody. You know what I mean? Like it's all good. I did throw a TV off the third floor though once.
Because you roid raged?
Yeah, big time. And I was trying to watch Top Gun. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was watching Top Gun, and the TV like kept glitching. Kept like making skipping and shit. It was one of those TVs that had the DVD player inside the TV.
Yep.
Old school shit. So I was smacking the side of the TV to try to get it to stop like skipping, and it just
which probably fucked the TV up even more.
Totally, dude. And so I just got so pissed that I
and you probably weren't tapping it with the juice running through. You're probably gorilla fucking the side.
Definitely, man.
Swinging at that thing at like, Thor's hammer to try to get the,
So I picked it up. I picked the TV up and I ripped it like out of like the socket, and like, and I my door was open because like, it was always like cool in England. It wasn't too hot. So the door was open. And so I fucking ripped it out, and I was on the third floor where my dorm was. I just threw it off the fucking balcony into the parking lot.
Now, was it really that it was skipping, or that it was skipping during the volleyball scene, and you wanted to?
Dude, I'm like I'm a Top Gun fanatic, so that was part of the deal. Was like, dude, this is like my favorite movie. I want to watch it, and it's fucking up, and I'm pissed, and whatever.
Yeah. So you're gonna go see the new Top Gun.
100%.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go see it for sure.
Definitely. Yeah. So yeah, I threw it off the third floor, and then shattered everywhere, and there's a guy down there who was brand new to the base. He was a staff sergeant. And I think I was an A1, like I was an E3 or an E4 at the time. And the staff sergeant's down there, and he's like, you better get down here right now, airman, and pick this shit up. And of course, like, we're all cops. We all live together. We all work together. We all know each other. We know each other's personal business. Like, all of it. It's very, like...
There's almost no secrets in an environment like that.
No, none. And so, of course, like, he says that. Everyone knows who he's talking to. And everyone knew that at the time, like, I was not somebody that you want to fucking fuck with. I was a mean dickhead, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, and I was willing to throw hands with anybody. I was nice to people, but like, if you got...
Sounds like it.
Well, I mean, that guy, it was like, I was not in a good headspace at the moment. And, the way he was talking to me, and like, I felt like, dude, you fucking just got here, bro. You don't even know who I am, dude. And, I was just an arrogant asshole, And so, of course, when he says that, everyone in the dorms hears it, and they're like, oh, shit. So they're hyping it up.
Oh, yeah.
So, of course, I'm getting more hyped up, like, fuck this dude. And so you better get down here right now. I'm like, fuck you. Clean it up yourself, bitch. I'm like...
Solid.
Yeah, so totally solid, man. Like a great... Like, it's the model airman of what you want for the United States Air Force. Yeah. Said nobody ever.
You should have been in Special Forces for sure, dude. Like, that fits right in.
So I was a total fucking loose cannon,
it's like,
man.
Get over here. You're like, who the fuck you talking to, bro?
Yeah. So... I was a total fucking loose cannon at the moment. So it ended up happening where my best friend Phoenix got the call, like, hey, go apprehend, Airman Boyer, for disorderly conduct and, I forget what the other UCMJ fucking deal
conduct
was.
Unbecoming,
yeah,
breaking shit,
yeah, like
destruction of property,
yeah, insubordination, all kinds of other weird shit. And so, like, go arrest him. He's like, fuck, I'm not going to go arrest that guy. So, anyway, he comes up, and he was from California, too. So, he knew how to speak my language, you know. So he was just like, "Listen, bro, like we're getting good
all
now."
chill California
he's like,
shit,
bro.
yeah.
Like it's all good, dude. Like what were you watching? I was like, Top Gun, man. He's like, fuck, I love that movie. And so we start rapping. He's like, dude, listen, like you know, you're not supposed to throw your TV off the 3rd floor. Personally, I don't give a fuck. It's your TV. You're the dumbass that has to go buy a new one. I don't give a shit. So we ended up. He's like, I'll go down there and clean it up with you, man. Let's go. Let's clean it up. I was like, Roger that. So we went down and cleaned it up together.
So they didn't force him to put the cuffs on you.
Fuck no. Not even, dude. When I got arrested for the juice, there was 2 guys. There was OSI guys there, and there was 2 cops that came up to apprehend me. And from what I understand, I've heard this secondhand, but people were like, "Oh, you need to go arrest Boyer," and a lot of guys were like, "Nope, not doing it. Yeah, not going to do that."
Yeah.
Because I work with these guys. You know, these are my peers. They're not people that I like. There weren't some dudes off the street. You know.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of respect amongst my peers. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people liked me, and it wasn't because I was kind to people. You know, I would throw my TV off the 3rd floor, but if someone disrespected me, I got a little fucking rowdy and rambunctious.
Sure.
But I wasn't a dickhead. I was very kind. I felt like I was kind to people. You know, if there was like a bully situation, like I'm the one that's gonna fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like I don't tolerate that kind of shit.
So do you think that's from the juice, or do you think that's more from like your childhood and you're just? It sounds like you have a natural aversion to authority, or perceived like somebody's coming down on you too hard or trying to get you to do shit you really don't want to do. You just have this like healthy questioning.
Definitely.
About your personality. Yeah.
I've always been that way. I think it's my childhood. And I think growing up, being in the situations I was in, I learned to be very observant and kind of like learn how to be a survivor.
Yeah.
And so if I felt like someone was like encroaching in that safe space with me, it's like, fuck you, dude. And I wasn't down for it. So when they popped me for the juice, they sent 2 cops to put me in handcuffs. And I was like, nope. And they were like, nah, Boyer, like, we really need to put you in handcuffs. And I was like, I'm going to tell you right now, if you try to put me in those handcuffs, one or both of you are going off the 3rd floor, dude.
I don't know why they just didn't tase your ass.
They didn't have tasers, bro.
What?
Nah, they didn't have tasers.
Nightstick shampoo just clocked you in the fucking
Dude, you gotta remember, though, these are guys I drink with on the weekends. You know, these are guys I hang out with. So, like, it wasn't that they were so much scared of me. I don't think that was it at all. I think it was like a respect thing where it's like, do we really want to fucking... And so I told him, I was like, listen, I'm not resisting
It's going to create
guys.
more problems than it's going to solve.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not resisting you. I'll go wherever you want me to go right now, but you're not going to fucking send me out of these dorms in fucking cuffs, dude. Like, it's not happening. Like, fuck that. And at the time, no shit, dude. Like, I don't think one pair of handcuffs would have worked anyway, because the way my shoulders and my body movement, like, I just wasn't flexible enough to even put my arms behind my back at that time. Fucking gorilla. And so anyway, I ended up going down and not being in handcuffs, so that was cool.
So you clean up the TV.
Clean up the TV, and that was rad. And but yeah, so when I when all this medical stuff was going down, I had a psychiatrist that I was seeing. I had a physical therapist that I was seeing, and then the medical board. It takes forever to go through. Okay. And so when it finally came down, like, yeah, we're gonna medically discharge this guy. I had a choice, like, fucking, you're going to take this medical discharge or you can stay in. And I had orders to Izmir, Turkey, where you wear a concealed 9, khakis and a polo shirt. You live on the economy. And I'm like, it's a remote tour. So you're there for a year and then you get to go. I was single. So it's like, I'll go remote to remote to remote to remote and, just go all over the world. And I was really excited about it. So I asked the doc, I was like, hey, can I have the weekend to think about this? Like, I don't know, man. I might want to stay in and just go to Izmir. He said, yeah, take the weekend. Think about it. So I took the weekend, thought about it, and was like, yeah, I'm going to go home. So I got the medical discharge, went home.
Nice. And how long were you in total?
3 years.
3 years. So you come back to California.
Yep.
And then what'd you do when you came home?
So while I was there in England, there was a girl that was there. We were stationed together. And she ended up, getting pregnant. And... so I was like, yeah, right. So I started getting served with papers while I was in the Air Force, child support papers and shit. And I'm like, that can't be right. Like I was banging all kinds of girls. She was banging all kinds of dudes. Like, who knows, Come to find out. So she lived in California, kind of like 40 minutes away from where I lived at the time. So I got out of the military shortly after she did. And, we ended up meeting up and she was like, this is definitely your kid. And I was like, I don't think so. I highly doubt it. She ends up having the kid, and her dad called me to the hospital like after she was born. I show up, and then we go through this whole process of trying to figure out if it's mine. We did the DNA test with the county, and it came back that, yeah, it's my daughter. So that was the first thing that I had to tackle once I got out, man.
Wow.
Was figuring out what the fuck I'm going to do.
So mentally, what was that like for you? I mean, obviously you just left the Air Force. Yeah. How long between the time they were like, hey man, you're going home, plane lands, and you're at a hospital with a brand new daughter?
9 months.
Whew.
No, less than 9 months, like probably 6 months.
Yeah.
So
that's a pretty
it was heavy,
pretty
dude.
crazy downshift.
Yeah, man. And I got out, and I knew like immediately that I wanted to be a dad. I was like, I'm stoked about being a dad, but I definitely do not want to be married to this girl. I don't want to be with her. I don't want to be married to her. I really want nothing to do with her. But I still want to be a dad, because I felt like it's my role, it's my job.
Hell
like
yeah.
I created this life, so let me do my best to support it and take care of it. And so that's what I was attempting to do. And it seemed like, I'm not going to sit here. I'll tell my side of the story. There's always two sides to the story, but I'll share what my side of that was. It got to the point where we were going back and forth. I got out of the military. I went straight to school. I got an EMT certification, so I became an EMT. And I was, she took me to court to get child support, which is fine, pay child support. But the level of the amount that I was paying, like, didn't even fit what I was making at all.
Right.
Like, I was bringing home like $200 every 2 weeks after working 120 hours. Like, I don't even know how that's legal. I don't think it is anymore. It probably wasn't even at that time, but I didn't have a lawyer, so I didn't know any better. And I was living with my grandma, so I was like, if not, I would have been homeless. But anyway, we kept going back and forth to court. Like, what I was trying to accomplish was I just wanted to see my kid, she can have the money. Like, I just want to see my kid.
Right.
Granted, like, I was arguing about the money because it was like, dude, like, I can't afford to like keep paying you this crazy amount. Like, this is nuts.
Yeah.
So this went on for, like 3 years, man, of back and forth. And that was my primary probably focus outside of the military. Once I got out, was like, how do I navigate this situation?
And what were you? You were an EMT that whole time?
I was an EMT, and then from being an EMT, I did that, and then I got into the elevator trade. Yeah. And was in the elevator trade in the union, and was working and doing that.
And it's just fixing and repairing elevators.
I was installing them at first, and then from there went into management and became like the boss of the guys who were installing the elevators.
Nice.
So it was a good gig, but I was trying to. And then I got married, and had my son, and it was like, dude, then I have like this child that I had with this lady that I was in the military with, who was like literally trying everything she could to like make my life as miserable as possible.
Right.
And I didn't know like what to do. I didn't know how to navigate that at all. So it got to a certain point. I had moved to Vegas with my job, and I'd come back to pick up my daughter one time, and I think it was Thanksgiving. And I used to bring the cops with me every time because I just didn't want any drama. I didn't want any bullshit. I didn't want her to like say I did something I didn't do or whatever. And so the cop's like, hey man, I can't let you take her. I'm like, why? He's like, you have a restraining order against you. I was like, for what? And I was like kind of laughing because I was like, you serious? And he's like, yeah, domestic violence. And I was like, bro, I don't even live here. Like, I don't even live in the state. I was like, here's my license. And he's like, I believe you.
Yeah.
But everybody has like the ability to get a temporary restraining order, and then they have to come and show cause and then get a permanent restraining order.
It's fucking insane.
It's fucking crazy. I mean, I get it from the protection standpoint. I get it, because there are people that it's legitimate.
Yeah, if you're doing something, but to just,
there should be some recourse if they prove that it was false or that it was just out of malice or out of like, some form of manipulation. Then there should be some like recourse for that because that's bullshit. But anyway, so they wouldn't let me take my daughter. And then when we came back to court, I was able to show that like the intention was to get a permanent restraining order against me so I could pay her, $1,400 a month or whatever it was, and then never see my kid.
Yeah.
Ever. And I was able to prove that through like postmarked, mail that she had sent me and shit like that. And so she gave me the option. She said, hey, listen, like I know you're married and you have a kid, and we're not making this life any easier for our daughter. So like, will you allow my husband to adopt your daughter, and you can go about your life, and I'll drop everything and you leave. And I was like, fuck, I don't know. First, like my initial reaction was like, fuck you. No.
Yeah.
But then I thought about it and I was like, how much suffering do I need to go through? Like, how much do I need to keep stay in this course of like, I'm just going to fucking never see my kid. I'm going to try my best to be a dad, but I'm going to be trying my best to be a dad with a person who doesn't want me in their life.
Right.
Who's going to do everything they can to make that difficult.
Yeah. Well, then your daughter's growing up in that environment and
Totally.
seeing that. So,
Yeah.
you know.
So the decision I made was to agree with her. So yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. And so I signed the papers. I signed it. She signed it. The judge signed it. And off I went.
Back to Vegas. And how long were you living in Vegas before you came back to California?
2 years.
Yeah. And did you hurt your back again and get more fucked up in the elevator trade?
Fuck yeah, dude. Like not. It started obviously started in the military, and then getting out. It started to progressively just was getting worse, dude. Like I didn't know what was wrong with it. I didn't know like, oh yeah, I have this issue.
Yeah.
But I had an MRI done, and they're like, hey, you have 4 herniated discs, man.
Holy shit.
I was like, you fucking kidding me? They're like, yeah. So I had surgery, and they fucked that surgery up, and then had to do another one 15 days later. So I had 2 back surgeries within 15 days.
Jesus.
So that started like a whole like, fuck, dude, what am I going to do with my life? You know, because every year I would go back to work after every surgery, and then just ended up having a surgery the next year, and then the next year.
Because of the basically you ended up getting hooked on opioids because of all the pain meds that you were getting from these surgeries.
Definitely, man.
And to manage the pain, and that just was a part of your life for how long?
I'd say like 2005. About 8-9 years. I was taking every opiate you can imagine. So like you go to the doctor, you have your surgery or whatever, and then they give you like Oxycontin, or they give you like hydrocodone or whatever. And then they get to a point where it's like, okay, like I'm your surgeon, like I'm not like your like pain management doctor, so they send you to pain management. And then once you go to pain management, it's like all bets are off, dude. It's like, what can we give you to fucking numb the shit out of you?
Right. Well, and not only that, but as you know, because you've been through it.
Yeah.
They can say, hey man, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad's the pain? You're like, it's a 9. I can barely walk, I can barely move, and they're just like, here you go.
Yep.
So
I was on at any given day, after the first 2 surgeries, I was I had a fentanyl patch that I wore, changed out every 3 days.
How was that?
I don't know. I would do that. Like this whole time was like such a huge like fog in my life. Like a very much like people will tell me things that were happening during that time, and I don't remember.
Were you able to work and like actually functioning in day-to-day life with a fentanyl patch? Yeah. Driving the car, going to work.
Fentanyl patch. This was like, that was just the start of it. So the fentanyl patch was like, I changed that out every 3 days. I would take some morphine sulfate on top of that, take a couple Norcos on top of that, and then that would be like just to start my day.
That was the cocktail to get you rolling.
That's the cocktail to get me rolling. I waited about a couple hours after that, and then I would pop a 30 milligram Adderall to like speed me up and be like, all right, cool, let's go. Beam me up, Scotty, let's go. So I take the Adderall, go to work, getting it done, whatever, and then be like, all right, cool, like I'm going to go to school now. So I'd go to school full time after like working all day. I'd pop another Adderall to keep me through like whatever classes I was taking. And then I would get home and be like, fuck man, I need to like come down. So I would take an Ambien and wash that down with, and throughout the day I was taking Klonopin, anti-anxiety meds. So I take like sometimes up to 6 milligrams of Klonopin a day, which is fucking ungodly.
Wow.
And so I'd wash all that shit down with, some Ambien and Klonopin, and then go to bed, dude, and then start all over the next day.
Wash, rinse, and repeat. And you would do it, and how long were you on that crazy-ass routine?
About 9 years. Yeah,
Woo.
8 to 9 years. Yeah, that was the standard.
Now, was there did anybody ever say anything to you or try to have like an intervention, or was it just something that what was the breaking point, like the wall that you hit where you're like, holy shit, I actually have a problem. I gotta address it and fix it.
It's kind of funny. I was talking to somebody after I got divorced. So like I got married, had my son. We got divorced. We were living here in San Diego, and we got divorced, and I was like, fuck, I need to get my life together, And so I was searching for like answers. I was like, man, how can I like figure this life out? Like, what is up? I'm always willing to like own my side of things, own my side of the fence. So I knew like getting divorced, like I knew it wasn't all her fault. I knew that. So I was like, well, what can I do to fix myself? Like, what can I learn from this?
Sure.
So part of that was, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go down to Peru and do an ayahuasca ceremony. I'm going to fucking go down a gnarly trip and like figure everything out and figure out all life's, crazy mysteries. And so I looked up on this website, and it was like, you cannot come down here and do this shit if you're taking any like mind-altering drugs, i.e. Adderall, Klonopin, pain pills, whatever. You have to do this diet before you go and whatever. And I'm like, fuck. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I'm so like held back based on like the drugs I'm taking. Like it's a hindrance to what I want to do. It's like a crutch that I want to get rid of. And now I have this son, and I'm a single dad. Like, fuck, he needs me to be available, and I'm fucked up all the time.
Yeah.
And I got to a point where I didn't know if I was in pain anymore. I had no fucking clue, because I was taking the shit every day, all day, that I didn't feel anything. Like going through the divorce and shit like that. Most people go through a divorce. I'm sure there's some tears that are shed. There's some anger, some other things that happen. Like for me, I felt nothing.
Yeah.
At all. Like, and that was with a lot of things in my life. Like I can't, going through that whole process, I can't remember a time that I cried even. I just didn't feel anymore.
Yeah.
And so I was like, you know what? I need to be done with this shit. So I was reading a lot of books and, doing a lot of yoga and meditating and stuff. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to quit everything cold turkey, because that seems like a brilliant idea.
Sure, why not?
Fuck it. So
rolling like that for 9 years, and you're just going to quit cold turkey?
Yeah, man. So I took all the drugs. Of course, like I had family members that were like, "Hey, man, like give me this shit, dude. Some gnarly stuff." And I was like,
"Let me
nope.
hang on to it for you, just in case you need it."
Right. And I was like, "No way, man." So I tossed it all down the toilet, and that started like a year of torture, like literally a year of fucking pure hell, of like withdrawing from all that shit.
Yeah.
And 3 seizures. Fucking. It was just torture, pure torture, dude.
Now, did you go to a doctor to let him know what was
Nope.
going on?
Nope. I did nothing. I said, I'm going to drink water and press the fuck on. That's what I did. So I went to, I would go out to Malibu, and I would paddleboard out into the middle like of the ocean as far as I could go.
Yep.
And I would I called it my church. It's where I would go to like just clear my head.
Sure.
And so I do that, and sometimes I would smoke a bowl out there and just kind of like just chill. And so when I quit all the drugs, that was part of my routine. The other part of my routine was I would go down in my truck and like sleep in my truck by the water, by Huntington Beach or whatever. And you get these things. People that have taken benzodiazepines will understand this, but it's like a brain shock when you quit all that shit. It literally feels like your brain is being electrocuted. It's like the loudest, painful fucking thing that happens to your brain. It's like, it feels like it's like when you're coming off the benzos.
Holy
when you quit cold turkey, and it hurts, and it's scary. Like you're like, dude, am I fucking dying? Is this it? Is God taking me home now? Like what's happening? But I had got to a point, and I share this with a lot of people. Like I don't recommend anybody doing it the way that I did. But I will tell you that people are like, how do you get off that shit? How did you get off of it? I got to a point where I was willing to die in order to be clean. And that's what I needed, because I had tried like 9 times before that to quit everything. Yeah. And I just couldn't fucking hack it. Like every time I'd be like, I know to feel quote unquote normal again, I just take another pill and I'm good. And so I would, because I did. I can't, right. I don't like the suffering. This sucks. So I'll just take a pill, and then back on the train I'd go. Yep. And
I feel nothing. I can take a pill, and yeah,
totally. So when I quit everything this last time, it was like, no, I kind of accepted the idea that I would be willing to die before I would take another pill. Yeah. And, my grandma and everybody else, a lot of other people in my family are like, you have a son that's a responsible, whatever. I was like, listen, if I fucking die doing this shit, at least I'll die and he'll know that I died doing something admirable, like I was trying to be a better father. I was trying to be a better human. Yeah. And so, yeah.
Dude, did you cut out all the alcohol as well?
When I was getting clean, I don't think I drank at all. I can't remember 100% if that's accurate. So if someone that wants to call me on that, say, no, you did drink. Maybe I did. I don't think, at least for the first 3 months, I don't think I was drinking at all. I don't think I was boozing at all. Yeah. And I don't think I smoked weed maybe once or twice in the first couple months, and that didn't end very well for me. So I was like, you know what? Like,
why not? What was going on there?
I think it just fucked with my brain a little bit too much, and I didn't enjoy the high. It kind of got me really fucking hyper paranoid. Because imagine I smoked a lot of weed before that, but I was taking benzos, dude. So that it was like being really, really high, but with 0 paranoia or anxiety. Right. None. So it's like, dude, I love being high. And then so then all of a sudden, you know, it's like I take like some gnarly fucking bong rips, you know, and then I'm like, dude, I have no anti-anxiety or anything to like stop the paranoia or fucking anxiety from this.
Right.
And it was like getting hit with a fucking like from a freight train, you know. I was like, oh, this is not cool.
Jesus.
So yeah, I was like, you know, I'm just gonna cut it all out and just give my brain a chance to like reset.
Yeah.
So I stopped everything.
And how long did it take before you could really kind of, you know, function and not have these, you know, panic attacks, the electrocutions through the brain, all the hurt and pain for your skeletal system and your back?
I would say it probably took a good like 5 months probably.
Yeah.
Before I was like out of the woods, because the first 5 months were like I had to carry like tennis balls with me to like squeeze them because my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Mm-hmm. My back was like excruciating pain just because like my body was like, what the fuck? I had broken out all over my entire body with blackheads everywhere. Like I wasn't prone to acne. I'm not like like when I was a kid, I probably had a little bit in high school.
Yeah.
But I had like blackheads all over my body just with my body detoxing all that shit out.
My God.
It was insane, dude. I was like, my cousin loved it because she loves popping pimples. She's a weirdo. But she came
a lot
over.
of chicks do. A lot of women get off on that. I don't understand the fascination of that, but hey,
she loved it. She's like, oh, can I come over and pop them? I'm like, dude, please, dude, get this shit off of me. So yeah, but I would say like 5 months, dude, was like
first cousin or second cousin?
first.
All right, so you guys didn't sleep together.
No, we're not from Mississippi. I have family from Mississippi, but we're not. She's not one of them. So yeah, so it was like 5 months, man, of torture, and then I just kind of caught my groove a little bit, you know.
Yep.
And it's like, fuck it, man, I'm good.
And you were still doing work in the elevator industry?
No, at this point, when I quit everything, it was after my 5th back surgery, and I was out of work at that moment. Like, I was on disability. I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going back to work.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to get clean. So that was the other thing that, like, you know, like, talk about being transparent with people that are talking about fitness, but they're juicing a fucking shit ton of testosterone.
Right.
People getting clean, it's like, that still have jobs to go to and still have life to deal with. It was a lot easier for me because I didn't have that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's being truthful. That's being transparent. Like, I didn't have a job that I had to worry about. So my whole focus was allowed to be in fucking getting clean.
Yeah.
So I can sit here and say like, oh, I'm a total badass because I didn't go to rehab. I didn't need no doctors. I didn't need none of that shit. I also didn't have a job that I had to worry about going to, you know? So that's the truth. So my whole focus was being a dad and getting clean.
And how long have you been clean and sober?
Since, that was October 8th of 2011 is when I quit everything cold turkey.
Damn.
And but since then, like, I started dealing with anxiety again, panic attacks again. So there was a moment in time where I started taking benzos again. Mm-hmm. And I was like, dude, I can't go down this road again. So I quit again, like, cold turkey. And that's another thing that, like, I'm transparent with, because I've always had this fear of being fraudulent. I've had a fear of being like, I don't ever want people to think that I'm misleading them or not giving them the whole truth about things.
Yeah.
So that's the whole truth, is that, like, yeah, I got clean of all my drugs, all my, you know, pain pills. When I had this last back surgery, the 6th one, I took the drugs they gave me in the hospital, but I didn't take another one when I left the hospital. That's the truth. But the other truth of that is that there's been times where, like, my anxiety got so bad that I was like, dude, I can't function. You know what I mean? And at this time, I'm at work, you know, and, like, I can't function, you know? Like, I don't know how the fuck I'm going to go to this meeting right now with all these fucking people, and I'm wigging the fuck out.
And was there, at that point in time, was there things that you knew triggered it or caused it?
No. Nope. I wish I knew. If I knew, like, what the triggers were, I would be like, all right, cool. And anxiety is different. Panic attacks and anxiety are different for everybody. And I like to tell people that it's not like, oh, Josh has, like, test anxiety. He's about to take a test, so he's so nervous and he freaks out. That wasn't it. It's like, It was a visceral body response. So it's like, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's like, I have fucking extreme vertigo. I'm fucking dizzy as fuck, and I don't know why. And because I'm, like, I consider myself to be, you know, above average intelligence, whatever. I mean, I have enough intelligence to know, like, that's not normal. You know,
right.
I'd be like,
sure.
Okay, let me do the process of elimination here, and I start going through, racking my brain as to what could be wrong.
Yeah. And how many years? How many years did you play football?
A lot, dude. Like, probably, let's see, 87. I started 6, like 13 years.
So, you ever been checked for TBI, traumatic brain injury?
No.
So, I mean, look, man, the brain is obviously developing, right? So people who have extreme like impacts to the head, things like that, over the years, their brain is developing, and you're people who play like say football, they're prone to a TBI just as like an IED went off on the side of the road. It's an extreme shock and impact to the brain, and it damages the brain and bruises the brain and causes all kinds of shit. And a lot of that is uncontrollable impulses, anger outbursts, all kinds of, just a lot of the stuff that happens. They're like, oh yeah, he was in Afghanistan and he came home, he's a fucking dick. Well, maybe he is a dick or she's a bitch, but it's because their brain's not functioning and not, going correct. Obviously, you listen to Joe Rogan's podcast. Yeah. He had Roseanne Barr on there a while back. And she gets a lot of shit for her tweets and the random crazy shit she does. But when she was a kid, she was like really good in school and straight A student and awesome at math. And then one day she got hit by a car. In this old school car, she flipped over and the hood ornament went through her skull. Oh shit! And she was in the hospital and really fucked up for a long time. Went through rehab, and ever since then, like she has these. It's classic simple symptoms of a traumatic brain injury. That these uncontrollable outbursts and just saying shit and doing, a lot of extreme stuff, and that's why I believe that type of extreme behavior then goes into drinking, drug use, sexual conquests and all that other.
Yeah. So I think that there could be that. I mean, I had my brain scanned after getting off everything, and they were like, "Oh, you have delta slowing in your temporal lobes, which is concurrent with having epilepsy." And I was like, "Fuck off." Maybe
listen to a doctor.
It's like, well, maybe no, but maybe I do. Maybe that's true that I do have that shit. And there's like partial onset seizures, is what they called it.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay. But I was also on fucking benzodiazepines for 9 years and quit it all cold turkey. It's going to take some time for my brain to rewire itself, I'm not going to just, okay, I have this issue, let me just fucking pop another pill. So, like, I made the decision to be like, you know what? I'm good. Are there moments where I fucking kind of wig out a little bit? Sure. Yeah. I still have them to this day. Sure. It happens, but I'm not, I'm more interested in, like, figuring out the core of the issue, not, like, just me put a Band-Aid on what the symptom is,
Yeah.
So that's kind of the journey that I like to share with people. Is like, listen, like, did I get off all my drugs and shit like that? Did I recover from my 6 back surgery without any pain pills? Yes, all that shit's true. I did it. But there's also a side of that where it's like, have I had moments of, I'm not even gonna call them moments of weakness, just moments where I couldn't manage myself.
Sure.
Definitely, I did.
Yeah.
And in those moments, there have been times where I caved and been like, I'm going to take a benzo because I need to function right now. It's important what I'm doing right now, and I can't afford to fucking wig out right now.
Right.
So it's definitely more manageable now. You know what I mean? I do breath work and kind of like scanning my body and figuring out where the fuck I am and why.
A little self-assessment and self-checks and all that stuff. Yeah.
But sometimes you get so deep with it, you're so in the panic or whatever you're dealing with, that it's very hard to get to that place of like scanning your body and your mind and your emotion. I mean, like, dude, like, how do I fix this shit?
Right.
And it gets too deep where you feel like you're in a hole and you can't get out of it. And so I honor people that go through it, and I don't view people as weak-minded. And I went through a very judgmental state when I got off all my drugs of like, dude, why can't you just fucking get off everything? Stop being a pussy.
Yeah.
And that was very much my mindset. And now, since I've experienced other things through life, it's like, don't be such a dick. Everyone has their own journey, their own struggles, and I'm no different.
Yeah. So all that goes down, and there you are, sitting on the couch one day, let's say, and you decide to get into podcasting and doing what you're doing now, and what was it about this that spoke to you that you said, hey man, I really got to do it and get involved in this? Yeah. So like I after my 6 back surgery. The doctors were like, listen, you're not going back to work, like 6 back surgeries, you're toast, like you're done. Yeah.
And, so I was fucking crushed at first. I was like, dude, I'm so young. Like what am I going to do? How am I going to support my family? Blah, blah, blah. I had bought into like some long-term disability programs. So financially I was okay. But they were like, oh, you need to apply for Social Security. It's part of the deal. So I'm like, all right. So I applied for Social Security. Even the attorney they hired for me was like, there's no way they're approving this shit. You're way too young.
Right.
And so I guess they sent me to do some nerve conduction test on my legs. It came back that the nerves were pretty much fucked, like shocker. And he approved it. He called the doctor. A doctor called in like telephonically to the hearing or whatever, And he doesn't know me from anybody, but he read my reports and was like, dude, how many surgeries this guy had? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, the A-lift, P-lift fusion, that's his second fusion, 6 back surgery. Like, now he's done. So they approved it. And I was shocked and was like, dude, I don't know, what am I going to do with my life? I got to figure this out. So I kind of talked with Kathleen about it and was like, I need to do something. And I've always had a fascination with podcasts because I think it's an awesome forum to do what we're doing right now, just sharing our stories, and hopefully things that I share, that you share, that my guests share, like resonates with somebody. Yeah. They can like feel what I'm saying, or they maybe had the same issues. And so I was like, man, I fucking love podcasts. I'll listen to Joe Rogan. It's like, I learned so much shit from it. So many takeaways and cool shit. And so like, why don't I start my own? And so it was kind of born out of like wanting to share my story of recovery and how I did it. And I wanted to share it primarily with veterans because I was a veteran. I wanted to share them because I knew like in the VA system, it's like all these dudes are fucked up on drugs, dude. A lot of them, many. It's like,
I got a drawer full. Man, I wish this camera, but like I went to the VA and I was like, hey man, here's what's going on, and less than a year later, in the mail, as you know, the VA just sends it once a month, man. You just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, like clockwork, man.
But next thing you know, man, I've got 8 to 9 to 10 bottles of different shit, and I was like, all right, well, they're prescribing it to me. Maybe I'm supposed to be taking it, whatever. And I was taking that shit, and within maybe like a week or two, we were driving down the road, and my wife's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I was literally just like a zombie staring out the window, wasn't talking. I could hear shit, but spatially I wasn't there. I was just literally numb, mentally numb. And I was like staring out the fucking window. I was like, dude, 2 right turns away from being start licking the windows. And I was like, yep. And, I just didn't like being that. It didn't feel like I was myself. And I don't want to be numb to the world and just let everything else, go by, which is just like what you're saying. You're like, hey man, my back hurts and my legs hurt and I've got nerve damage. I got all this shit going on, but do you want to roll through life not experiencing life? You're just in this numbed out, drugged out state. And I'm just like,
that was kind of the deal. Like that it almost, caused like them not to approve my Social Security disability was that like, oh, well, what pain pills are you taking? I was like, none. Like, oh, you must not be in pain. I was like, motherfucker, if you knew how much pain I'm in every day, you would be shocked. Like to this day, like I still deal with it every single day. Yeah. But it's a mental game. It's like a mental game of like, so one of the things I've been doing is, I'll tap into my body and be like, okay, my back hurts right now. My shoulders hurt. My neck hurts. Whatever hurts. Okay. It's just a part of the deal. But what feels good? Like what in my body feels good? Like the beating of my heart. Does that feel good? Does the flow of life through my body, does that feel good? Like, can I even feel it? So I try to find something like, the feeling of like sexual energy in my balls. Like dudes can feel that. They know what that is. You know what I mean? When you get all hyped up, getting ready to bang a chick or something like that. And you could feel that energy or whatever. So like what I try to do is like tap into my body with something that feels good. And then I hyper focus on that shit as much as I possibly can. And the more that I do that, the more that the pain and shit falls away.
So you're saying you walk around with a heart on a lot?
Semi. Let's say a pre-poptual, dude.
You're like, that feels good. I'm going to focus on my cock. Yeah, totally. Just like raging. Just walk around the house.
It's funny. It sounds like airy-fairy and like, like, come on, guy. And it's like, no, but it's true life, dude. Like we all have like sensations in our body that feel good, but I think a lot of people are so tuned into like what's wrong that they forget about what's good and what's right. Yeah. So for me, that's what I'm guilty of it. Like where it's like, I'm so hyper focused on, dude, my anxiety, I got vertigo, my back hurts and this and that. And you go down this spiral of shit, Right. So I try to find like just the good shit that I feel in my body, like the good sensations I'm having, and then hyper focus on it. And then next thing you know, like a lot of that pain and stuff will just subside. It's not as bad. It's still there, but it's just not as bad.
Yeah. Because you're not focused as much on it.
Correct. Okay. And it takes it's practice. It's not something that overnight you'd be like, oh, my balls feel really good, and like now my back doesn't hurt. That's great. It's like, no, dude. It takes a lot of practice, dude. A lot. So it is what it is, man. And so the podcast was kind of born out of wanting to share that story and wanting to meet like a bunch of new people and expand my network and be like, yeah, dude, like let's talk about this. And hopefully by me sharing my story and hearing the stories of other people, it can help people. And so far it's been mission accomplished, man. Like I really have got a lot of really awesome feedback.
Yeah. So what's the, when you look back at all the podcasts you've done in the last year,
Yeah.
what do you think your like biggest positive takeaway is from all of this shit?
I think the biggest positive takeaway from all the podcasts, I think, would definitely be like that. There's a different takeaway from every single one of them. There's always a takeaway. There's not one podcast that I've done that I didn't, even if it wasn't one that I didn't really particularly like. It was like I felt like that was like pulling teeth. That was hard, you know.
Yeah.
But there's still a good takeaway. The other thing is that like this shit's for life. Like I have a recording of this forever it's until I fucking delete everything, or even when I do that, it's stored somewhere, you know. So I can always go. It's like a resource. It's like a fucking Rolodex of information. Sure. It's like you go through and it's like, what was that person's favorite book? What they say their book that inspired them most was? Oh, cool. Let me go check out that book. I haven't read it yet.
Yeah.
So it's like a Rolodex of information. It's a Rolodex of people, and it's like, I think that for me, that's been the best benefit. You know, being like, fuck, man. Yeah, a lot of cool information, you know, and things that it really highlights things like for me that maybe I need to work on, you know, when I'm talking with somebody.
What do you think? What do you think your biggest deficiency is that you hear yourself or watch these things and you're like, man, I got to fix that. I got to work on that. What do you think it is?
I think it's, and someone pointed this out to me the other day, actually yesterday, that when I go into a podcast, I go into it very laxed, very like I don't do a lot of research. I don't want to know about the person too much. But I think sometimes when you're telling a story, and this is what they said, maybe try this and see if it works. When you go and you interview somebody, know as much about them as you can that doesn't like taint the conversation.
Sure.
So when you start the conversation, you give them a powerful introduction, and then you reverse engineer and be like, okay, so how did you get where you are now? Now go. Because now the way it is, it's like I just give the table or give the mic over to my guests and they share their story. And although they love doing that, I've got a lot of really good feedback about the ability for me to listen and hear their story. There's been other people who've been like, dude, you need to interact a little bit more.
Sure.
And so it's been a work in progress, man. There's been times where like I feel like, dude, I fucking talk too much. I need to shut up, like.
I don't think so because, obviously I've engaged in this conversation. I'm not just here like, going off a checklist of questions. We're engaged in a real conversation, and an honest conversation. And I think that is the power of these podcasts is that you're listening to people, and even though, dude, and most of your guys are veterans, right? Or your girls, whatever.
Totally.
But they're all the stories, even though they're similar, they're all so different.
Totally.
You know what I mean? So, and that's I think is what is so badass about what you're doing is that you're traveling out, you're reaching out to people who, you're not saying, hey, this is who I am, come to my studio. Right. And you're really taking an active approach to this, which I haven't seen from anybody really. Yeah, I wanted to do it differently. When I started the podcast, I knew it was going to be an investment, and I knew that like it was going to cost some fucking money. And that's the other thing that like, I like to, not like to share with people, but to tell them that like I care deeply about what I'm doing. It's not like I'm just a podcaster and I just want to meet a bunch of cool people and expand like who I know and be able to like name drop and shit. Yeah. There's nothing to do with that. Like if that was the case, then I would do like you said and just call them and try to get people to come to me. But it's like, no, I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to meet these people, So I've had people hit me up like, oh, dude, you got to meet like Chris Osman. You got to meet Pat McNamara. Like, dude, what? How'd you do that? I fucking reached out to him and booked a plane flight and fucking went and did it. Or with you, like drove down here and did it. Yeah. So I find that surprising too is people will hit me up on the DM or whatever and do whatever, and I respond to all of them, right? And people are just blown away. They're like, I can't believe you actually responded. I'm like, why would I not respond? Yeah. Dude, because there's so many that like people, a lot of times, like even with my DMs, like I don't see some of them for a while. It'll be like request, and so I have to hit the request button to see the actual DM. And there's been times where I haven't seen it for a couple days, and it's like I'm the same way where it's like I want to respond to everybody. And if I miss anybody, like I genuinely feel bad about it. I was like, I need to fucking get back to that person. Because I think you get so big, like when you're like a Gary Vee or a Joe Rogan, like dude, you're getting so many fucking DMs. You're probably not seeing half of them. And like I've hit up Joe like I don't know how many times trying to get him on the podcast. There's no fucking way, dude. If you landed that fish, I'd be shocked. I mean, the guy's probably got to have at least 1,000 DMs a day. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's like this 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon. It's like I'm gonna know somebody that knows Joe, and like I already do. And so it's like, and
eventually it'll be a natural progression.
Yeah. Well, your friend that's the comic
Yeah.
knows Josh Wolf really well.
Yeah.
Josh Wolf is really good boys with Joe Rogan.
There you go.
So you're only 3 people away.
That's right. So it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time.
Technically 2, because you already got your boy. So you're 2 people away from literally sitting in the studio and talking. Which your story is awesome, man. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, we're and I never wanted to like hype it up to where it's like I'm somebody special. And that's one of the other things that actually came from this podcast was that you always feel like your story is so fucking fascinating because it's your fucking story. You know, it's like, dude, I've been through some shit in my life. You know, my childhood was fucked, and I went through this, and this. And then you start talking to people on the podcast, and they share their story, and you're like, fuck.
Right.
Like, and it makes you realize that you're not really that special, bro. You know what I mean? There's plenty of people out there that have experienced way worse than you have.
Yeah.
And they're still trucking. You know what I mean? And so it really, for me, it just made me feel a lot better about my shitty situations, you know, sometimes in life, you know?
Well, so many people try to fix their past by fucking up their future.
Yeah.
And they just go in these rabbit holes of depression and regret and, second guessing and all this shit. And you know the drill, man. I mean, you take a few sips of the booze, get on the drugs, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, that feels a lot better than thinking about, the shit that I fucked up. Oh. And it's just, I've been there, man. And, I was very open and vocal about, all the drugs and shit that I tried. I didn't try it till I was, years removed from the military. Never did a drug on active duty. But alcohol was always my jam, man. I loved fucking drinking and hanging out with everybody. It became like this, like a social thing. Yeah. So you start combining, hey man, when I'm having a good time, it's because I'm fucked up. It's because I'm drinking, because I'm out, and it becomes a lifestyle. Like, and you fell into it, man, for 9 years. Yeah, which is crazy, and it's ballsy just to cut it off like that, cold turkey,
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm learning to be less of an extremist and more of like a balanced dude. Be like, all right, cool. Like for example, my iron levels are really high. I'm a carrier for hemochromatosis. For those of you who don't know what hemochromatosis is, it means you have an iron overload in your body. It affects a lot of Caucasian males, particularly Northern European. And we're men, so we don't have periods, so we don't get rid of any iron. So
a lot of us act like we do, though.
Well played, dude. That was nice. So anyway, I was a carrier for it. And the only reason I found out is we were trying to figure out what we were having when Kathleen and I were having Archer. She wanted to know early what we were having, so they did this genetic test. And like, oh, you're both carriers for hemochromatosis. I'm like, fuck, what's that? I didn't even know what it was. And so every time I get my iron levels checked, they're always fucking high, dude, like super high.
Wow.
So what I normally would do in the past would be like, I have high iron, fucking no meat ever. I can't eat meat ever. It's done. It's out of my life. And I would just cut it off cold turkey. That's what I would do. But now being more balanced, it's like, okay, let's do a little experiment. All right, I will cut out red meat for a couple months and maybe eat a little bit of chicken, a little bit of sushi. And then in 4 months, when I go back to do my blood work, my iron's still high, okay, I'll cut something else out. So it's like trying to find a happy balance, where I don't need to be so fucking extreme about shit. The other thing that came up for me too on this podcast was, some people will turn to, in regards to their past, will turn to like drugs and alcohol, trying to like reconcile some of it. What I found myself doing was I wasn't really being truthful about a lot of things. I was like trying to hide from my past. That situation with my daughter was one of the biggest ones, man. I was so scared of the judgment that I would receive as sharing that story. And I heard people on the podcast sharing their stories that was like so truthful and so transparent. It's like, they shared theirs. Why can't I share mine? And nobody walked in my shoes. They don't know what I went through. They have no clue. And they can judge me all they want. That's fine. Like we're judgmental people. We're humans. You look at people, you're going to judge them no matter what. So like, who knows, by me sharing that story of what I went through, I didn't go into too much detail about it, but, at some point there might be another person that listens to this that went through the same struggles, man, and had to make that hard call. Yeah. And did you come from a place of love, or did you come from a place, like, where did you come from when you made that decision? Was it hard for you, or were you just being a fucking deadbeat, or what were you doing? And the people that know me, and they see the way that I am with my sons, it's like, they're my life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not some fucking shithead that doesn't want to be a dad. That's all I've ever wanted to be, and like do a better job than my dad ever did, and give my kids the life that they deserve. But there needs to be a two-party deal. You know what I mean? Like, it takes two.
Absolutely.
And so like Kathleen and I have always talked about, like, if for whatever reason we separated. You know, it's like we can't deal with each other. We fucking hate each other. She would never keep my kids from me. Never.
Yeah.
Not in a million years, no matter how mad she is at me. None of that shit. It would never fucking happen because she knows how important it is for our sons to have their father in their life.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest things about divorce, right? Is that the two adults then use an innocent child or children as the weapon against each other.
Pawn.
And it's just, and it's so fucked up for the kids, and so, you know, fucks up the whole, kids are very perceptive, right?
Totally.
And they can see most shit.
Yeah.
And, you know, when mom and dad are fighting and going, you know what I mean? And then the kids are just going to grow up resentful and fucking angry. And it's just a perpetual cycle of bullshit.
Of hate. And you're basically repeating a cycle. And that's kind of where, I shared this with somebody else the other day where, like, man, that must have been a hard, like, decision for you to make. I was like, fuck yeah, it was. And for a long time, I fucking beat myself up over it. Like, dude, what the fuck? You know, and it ended up, there was a lot of manipulation, a lot of things that happened with that decision, even after that decision, that really put my family in extreme jeopardy.
Yeah.
And I feel more at peace with that decision now more than ever. And the reason is that as a man, you're going to need to make decisions that suck for some people. That decision that you make might really hurt somebody. Sure. But at the same time, it's going to protect your family. So where I stand now, it's like, yeah, like my daughter is out there and she, like when she's an adult and she wants to have a relationship with me, I'm sure that will happen. She'll find me and we can like try and mend some of those fences and I can share with her like my side of everything. But I also have 4 boys and a wife that I love dearly, that I need to protect like their safety and protect like what I have going on. And that's what's in front of me now.
Yeah.
And so you got to make the hard calls. And I know that it's not fair for my daughter, man. It's not fair for her to have to deal with all this shit. Not at all, man. She didn't deserve this.
Right.
But it's just the part of life, man.
Yeah. Well, I think too that, you know, by listening to, you know, a lot of these veterans and other people that you've interviewed before and talked to, you know, hearing their stories and their honesty, and, you know, I try to say, you know, try to think about it in a bigger perspective of, you know, when you're working in that chaotic environment and you're doing your shit, you're just in this routine, this military routine, right? Yeah. And it becomes a routine.
Totally.
And it doesn't even matter at what level, whether you're, you know, the lowest E1 sweeping the floors, it's a routine to guys in special operations jumping out of planes, killing motherfuckers, getting shot at, and, you know, and all that. But then you come home and it's that downtime, that quiet time when the music stops, right?
Yep.
And there's nobody there but you, man. And it's a fucked up situation because now it's the time that, you know, and you touched on it, is that you had the time to really, really reflect and think about all the shit, all life, right? The music stopped just long enough for you to realize, you're like, Jesus, man. And that's where, like you said, you know, shame, regret, all these types of feelings start to come up. And then naturally people, you know, don't want to feel that because it sucks. And that's when you turn to the booze and the pills, and it's the self-medication with all kinds of drugs and shit. So, you know, the good news is you're not alone. I mean, there's millions and millions of people like us running around, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But
I think there's a lot of dudes too that like, especially in the military, because I think that there's a lot of like, you know, careless, if you will, sex, and like, you know, they're just young people that are, you know, downrange or wherever they are, and you're just, you have no guidance really. You know what I mean? It's like the first time being away from home. And there's a lot of that stuff where it's like they have kids out of wedlock and like trying to like sort through all that, you know. It's like, fuck, dude, now I'm on the other side of the country, I'm in another world, like how do I navigate this, you know? So yeah, there was a lot of that, man. And I think for me, like getting clean, like getting off all the drugs was the first time that in a long time that I ever felt anything. I was like, wow, that's what it feels like to feel weird, you know? It was scary as fuck, dude, at first. You know, like, dude, even like getting on a fucking plane was like a big deal for me. Because, like, I was like, man, I love flying. I'm fucking flying all over the place. It's fucking great. I'm traveling to, you know, fucking Tahiti and here and there, and I fucking love it. And then I got off all the drugs, and I was like, fuck this, dude. Being on a fuselage, flying through the fucking air. Fuck, this guy at the front, dude, is probably hammered, you know? Who knows? Right. And I'd be bugging out, dude. And so, like, doing the podcast, I really had to, like, hype myself up to, like, go to some of these trips.
Yeah.
And actually, I was here the last time I was out here in San Diego with you. I went and stayed at my buddy Dave's house, and then I was going to North Carolina the next day from here. And I was at the airport, And I was just fucking wigging out, dude. I was like, fuck, I don't want to go on this trip, dude. I really don't want to go on this plane. I don't want to go. Like, I was tired. I was fucking anxious. I didn't like it. And dude, this guy, I get a tap on the shoulder. And I'm thinking like, oh, it's just somebody like I'm in their way or whatever. So I turn around and the guy like looks at me and he's like, hey, you're the guy from the My Backstory podcast, huh? I was like, what, dude? And I was shocked, you know. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, man, I'm on my way to boot camp. I'm going to selection and shit like that. I just want to let you know, man, I listen to your podcast and I fucking love it. Thank you.
That's pretty badass.
And dude, I fucking got the chills and I fucking like skipped onto that plane. I was it like put juice back into my tank, you know, to make like, it wasn't about being recognized really. I mean, I was shocked by that because I'd never anybody call me out like in public, like in an airport like that. But it was just a good feeling to know that like what I'm doing is like touching someone else's life. And it just made it all worth it. I was like, fuck your anxiety. Get on that plane, bitch.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool.
That is pretty
Super
badass.
cool.
Yeah, it is. And it's a surreal experience. I mean, you know, it's the same thing has happened with me or like, you know, being at the SHOT Show in Las Vegas and guys want to take pictures and, hey man, can you sign an autograph? I remember the first time somebody asked me to sign an autograph for them and I was like, what the fuck? That's like for like real famous motherfuckers, right? I'm just a dude. I'm a dude that was a SEAL, like, and I make nylon gear. I sew nylon into a rectangle. Like this isn't really worthy of an autograph, but you know, people build other people up in their mind of, you know, whatever. And I always say the hero moniker and they're like, oh man, thank you for your service. You're a hero. And shit. I'm like, man, that's pretty tough to live up to because I'm not that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the more and more I hear it or people try to say it, like you kind of almost say you're offended by it.
Right.
But you almost want to just go, dude, can you just shut the fuck up? Because I'm not a hero. I'm a guy that was in the military that did a job like millions and millions and millions of people before me and millions of people after me. So I just was doing a job at a moment in time. That's it.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of mystique, especially around the SEALs. You know, like before you didn't have access to information. You didn't see like what the SEALs were doing. There wasn't like shit on the news about the SEALs. It was like all very secretive, you know?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of kids, especially like kids in my era, like growing up, I had no fucking clue what SEALs did. It was so fucking mysterious. Like, oh, dude, Navy SEALs, bro. They're like, fuck, dude. They're like secret soldiers, man. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot of guys like that are out there that they idolize people like you for sure. And rightfully so. I mean, you guys go through some fucking pretty intense training and whatever, but I think it takes a lot of humility to get to the place that you are now. Because I think there's a lot of guys that are like, they get hyped up on that, like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm a Navy SEAL. Fuck yeah, I'm SF or I'm whatever. You know, it's like,
yeah,
cool. Like, that's cool.
Well, and I think that's a big problem for guys that transition out.
Yeah.
You know, when, you know, for those that don't know, like a guy's going to retire. Let's say he does 20 years, 30 years, whatever. Well, you know, his retirement ceremony is typically on a Friday.
Yeah.
Right? And they got the plaques and all the cool shit for him, the bottle of whiskey, fucking people up there telling stories. Oh, I remember that one time in fucking Thailand and all that stuff, right? And
was it a dude or a chick?
Both. I think it was both. But regardless, but the guy's replacement is sitting in the audience watching.
Yep.
And the doors, you know, the name on the fucking door has already been changed. Like literally by Monday morning, you're a foregone conclusion.
Yep.
You're a nobody.
Yep.
And a lot of guys get out and they're like, man, I don't know. I don't want to abuse the trident or I don't want to be a sellout. And they're still trying to maintain some type of, you know, continuity between the civilian version of themselves and quote unquote not letting the team down or abusing the unit they came from and trying to have some respect. And I say, look, do me this favor. Get out, wait about 90 days, go back to your old command. I don't give a fuck what unit you're in. Just go back to your old command and say, hey, it's not really working out. Having a hard time making my mortgage payment, and I need to make, you know, my daughter's tuition payment for college. Is there any way you guys can help me out? And see what they say. They're gonna be like, man, that really sucks for you, bro.
Yep.
Later. So the like I say, man, you're just a dude that did that.
Cog in a wheel, man.
Yeah, you just held a spot. That's it.
Yeah. I think a lot of guys. I mean, I suffered with that realization, I guess, when I was working in corporate, you know, because I saw these guys that were in their 60s, you know, they've worked for this company forever. And it's like, they've worked for this company forever and they're, you know, that's all they've ever done. That's it. It's like work for this company and they're going to get their gold watch and they're going to retire. And it's like,
yeah.
But you know, like when you retire, like you're just replaced. All that time and effort you put into this, like you're just a number, dude. That's it. And I had a hard time like buying into that whole system, you know, where I was like, I'll give to this company as much as I can and be a good employee, but my family will always come first. If my wife is in the hospital or my kid has some fucking school function, I'm going to be there. And if you don't want me to be there, well, you can fuck off.
Yeah.
Like,
well, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your work and being professional,
totally.
and being good and being recognized as an expert in your field, right? As you should if you give a shit about what you do.
Yep.
But it's the people that leave their job or they leave the military and they somehow think that being a command master chief means a fucking thing to the girl. Like,
on the outside, it means nothing.
It means nothing, dude. I tell people all the time, like, look, man, the ribbons, the medals, all this, the plaques, all that stuff is recognition from your peers and from the government saying, hey, man, we recognize on this date or these dates you did X. Here's a medal. Here's a ribbon. Right? It's something for personal pride. Right? And recognition of accomplishments that you've done. But I say again, go to Starbucks, order some shit up, and then when they say, hey man, that's $14.95, you're like, but I've got 2 silver stars with, I got 2 silver stars and I've got a Purple Heart. And they're gonna be like, cool, that's $14.95. You know what I mean? People take, I think they just put too much stock into doing their job. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a trip. There's a lot of identity attached with, and I suffered with that too. Like after my 5th back surgery, when I was out of work for a while before I went back, I hated that question when they'd be like, hey, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm fucking disabled. I've had 5 back surgeries. Like I fucking hated that question because I knew I was gonna have to answer it, and I know how I was gonna answer it.
Sure.
And it sucked because there's a lot of identity attached to what we do for a living, and even
is.
Yeah. So like, and even at work. Or when I started this podcast, I would tell Kathleen, like people would ask me, oh, what do you do for a living? I'm like, I'm a traveling podcaster. And, I was like, fuck, I hate saying that. She's like, why? Aren't you fucking proud of what you do? Like, she's like, a lot of people like would die to do what you do. Like they would love to have that ability to fly all over the country, interview a bunch of cool people that they wish they could meet. And you're fucking changing people's lives, man. Like that's fucking rad. Yep. So I asked my 12-year-old, I was like, hey, what do you think about your dad being a podcaster? He's like, I think it's the fucking coolest thing ever. I was like, okay, I'm sold.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a thing like with me, or there was a thing with me where like I want my kids to be proud of me. I want them to be proud of what their dad does, and like I had this like inferiority complex of, I think it was because I watched like my father, my stepdad like was just always trying to get by. He worked at GTE and then just trying to get by. But with my dad or my father, he was just never really did much. You know what I mean? Like didn't really accomplish much, didn't have any money in the bank, didn't own a house, didn't, lived in apartments and was just trying to get by. And like, I don't know, maybe that's me being an asshole or whatever, judgy prick, but like, I expected more from him, like try a little bit harder, like fuck. And so I never wanted that with my kids. I always wanted to have something that they were proud of. Like, dude, my dad owns his house. He fucking, he has a podcast and he does his thing. So yeah, I struggle with that a lot. And with the whole work thing is like when I was an employee, which I'm probably one of the worst employees ever, but I think I like working for myself way better. But being an employee, like for me, it was like, I always liked to keep things in perspective where it's like, okay, I'm here to do a job and I'll be the best motherfucker ever at this job. Yep. But it's going to take me 4 hours and it might take you fucking 12. I'm going to figure it out as fast as possible so I can get it done as fast as possible so I can do the shit that I want to do. And, dude, I had bosses that fucking hated me for that shit. They're like, oh, I'm in here at 4 a.m. I'm staying here till 6 o'clock at night. I'm like, well, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah. I like having sex with my wife. So I'm going to get here at 6 and I'm going to leave at fucking 3.
Yeah, that's when you just say, well, hey man, just real quick, how much do you get paid to be a vice president here? Okay, cool. So I'll tell you what, give me your salary, you take mine, and we'll see how many fucking mornings you're here at 4:30 and staying. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's never an equal compensation for effort, right? And that's a common mistake in business. Is all these leaders are like, how do I motivate the troops? Quote unquote. And you're like, motherfucker, they're not even in the military, and you're calling them troops. We need boots on the ground. I'm like, you're going to a trade show in Las Vegas. What the fuck are you talking about boots on the ground? Make it sound like they're invading it. So the not military. Big business has brought in so many fucking people who were in the military to give them speeches and motivate them and all that, which is great. But there's a lot of things that don't correlate.
It doesn't relate at all.
The military does not have human resources.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can't. So I say it all the time. I'm like, yeah, it's cool. You want to motivate Debbie, but what if you say, hey, Debbie, listen. I need you to quit fucking around. Get your fat ass in here earlier. put the fuck out, quit your goddamn bitching, and do your goddamn job, or you'll be standing watching until your fucking eyes bleed.
Yep.
Have a great day. Dude, you would be in HR in 20 minutes being read your rights, probably being arrested, fired. I mean, it just doesn't, it's not the same thing, right?
No, it doesn't add up at all. It's way different. And that was the thing too, is like,
and there's no compensation. The military, like, hey man, I'm an E1, E2, and no one holds you back. You're like, okay, if I'm in for 2 years and I have this PT score and this rifle score, I can get promoted. Awesome.
Yep.
Right? And every 3 years, leadership changes. People get orders. They move all over the place. In a business, you're literally dealing with the same fucksticks for up to 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, and it sucks.
And it's all that inner politics that holds you back from getting promoted. And they're like, why aren't you motivated, bro? You're like, because I've been here for 10 years. I'm making the same goddamn salary. That's why.
There was Clark said something on the podcast I did with him, and he was like, your destiny is largely shaped by your leadership. And I was like, fucking spot on, bro. Like, if you realize, like, if I look back at my life, the people that empowered me the most, like when I was working, is the best I ever did with like an employer. Yep. Like when I had a boss that believed in me, that was like, dude, this guy doesn't need to be here 10 hours. He can get what everyone else is getting done in 10 hours. He gets done in like 4 or 5. Right. I don't care if I ever see him. He can come in the office just to fill out paperwork and shit like that, but be remote. I don't care. You're great. Like, do your thing. Yeah. You're making money for the company. I don't give a shit how you do it. Just do it. Those kind of bosses, like, they help your trajectory go the right direction. Then I had other bosses that were like very old school, where it's like, no, you need to be here. I need to see you to know you're working. I was like, you're outside smoking cigarettes all day long. You're not getting shit done. And I'm sorry, dude, but like, activity doesn't equal productivity. And just because you're here and everybody sees your face doesn't mean you're actually doing shit.
That's right.
So it's like it's a big difference, you know. And like, and the other thing that was different with the military and the corporate side was accountability. Like for me, it's like, own your shit. If you fuck up, just own it. But everyone's always trying to pass the bucket corporate, you know, like, well, it was Billy Bob, and Billy Bob did it. And no one ever wants to take responsibility for the fuck up. You know, it's like, just own your shit, man. You fucked up. You made a mistake, dude. Just own it. Yeah. And nobody wants to do it. I think they're all scared for their job, though. That's why.
Well, that's also an inherent disadvantage of the human DNA makeup, right? We're so afraid for people to learn about our fuck ups and our mistakes, right? Totally. And I think there's a lot of power and you've seen it, and you touched on it earlier, was that, you know, you've interviewed so many people now, right? Yeah. And probably had a mental image of what this person was going to look like, or how they're going to be in person, or how they're going to talk and act. And they start to talk, and you start to open up that little can, right, of truth. And you're like, probably like, fuck, man, this guy was doing drugs. That guy was fucking popping Adderall like they were Tic Tacs. That's unbelievable. Yeah. You know, he's so disciplined and focused now. You're like, oh yeah, man. But when I got out of the military for like 2 years, I was a fucking drug addict because I didn't know how to I didn't know what else to do. I was just bored, and my boy was like, yo, man, want to try some cocaine? You're like, shit, fuck y'all. Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, sounds like fun, bro. And then bang, next thing you know, you're on the booger sugar train, and you're just a fucking mess. Yep. So, but by owning that shit and by saying it out loud, then there's nothing anybody can hold over you, and that's the most liberating and most powerful thing about it, right?
That's freedom, in my opinion, man. Like, the more that you let out of your closet, the more that you share some of your mistakes or some of the shit that you've done or whatever, the less power people have over you to be like, oh, well, let me tell you about this. Because I always had that monkey on my back, especially with that story about my daughter, like sharing it openly. It was like, I was like, fuck, dude, I'm going to get to a point where like my podcast is, you know, whatever, however big it is, whatever. And then, you know, my family's going to come out of the woodwork. Man, let me tell you what a piece of shit that guy is. You know, it's like, I've already shared that story. You know, that
stand in line.
Yeah, seriously, that monkey is off my back, man. I'm not going to allow that to have any power over me, man. Yeah, not no more. It's super liberating to just let it go, to let like all your shit go. Because at the end of the day, like, who really gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like, because I was hooked on like opiates and I was hooked on fucking Adderall and you name it, like you gonna judge me for that? Yeah, that's cool, but that's not who I am anymore. Yeah, and you see that happening a lot.
But there's a billion other people doing it, and it's designed that way. When they make the drug, they're like, hey man, this is going to trigger a response in the brain, and it's going to release so much dopamine. This person's going to want it for the rest of their life, and we hope they do, because that's how we make money. Yep, and that's
sad.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that, where like you see people trying to clean up their act, you know, trying to clean up their life and be better humans. Like, you know, just better people. And there's always haters on the outside that are like, well, let me tell you about what he did in 1996. It's like, dude, who cares, dude?
Who gives a fuck?
I even saw somebody, I think it was on with your stuff with Webb, was talking about like, oh, well, he was arrested. Yeah? What about it? so what?
Yeah.
What does that prove by you sharing that story about me? You know, does it make me feel any, so when you come out and you share it, yeah, this is what happened.
Yeah.
What do you got on me? Nothing. I've already shared that story, dick.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, man, I got pissed and some dude was getting stupid. So I jumped out of my car and beat his ass and I got arrested for it. But guess what also happened that day? About 13,000 other people in the United States got arrested right along with me.
Yep.
Because every day, that's about how many people get arrested. And I'm like, okay, cool, man. No big deal.
Yeah, it's nothing, dude. It's not. It's all in the past, too. That's the other thing, too, is like, you're talking to an innocent man. You know, you want to talk to me about shit I did in the past? That's fine, dude. But like, I don't want to go there. For what?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not that dude anymore. It is what it is.
Yeah. And let's be honest, man. Most people, well, maybe it's not as prevalent as it used to be at one time, but most people are not going to let somebody just pick on them, talk shit to them, fuck with them. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let somebody swerve their car at me with my wife in the car, not do something and be like, oh, hey, man, and just wave off. I'm like, no, dude, you want to throw down? I'm going to get out of the car and fucking throw down with you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's a 50-50 proposition, right? Because the dude could have beat the fucking shit out of me or I beat him up. I mean, it's just the way that it goes.
Yeah.
But I'm not going
It wasn't his day.
Just wasn't his day, yeah. You know what I mean? So.
That's good shit, man.
Yeah. What a pain in the ass though, man. The whole, and you know, because you've experienced it too, is like getting arrested, bailing out, going to fucking court. It's a pain.
I didn't understand it, dude. Like when I went to jail, I was like, oh, so how much do I have to pay you? And I was like, how much is the bail? They're like, oh, it's I think it was $30,000 or something. And I was like, okay, so I got to pay you 10% of that, so $3,000 plus like fees and whatever else.
Yeah.
I don't know. And so I'm thinking in my mind, like, dude, I'm gonna get off on it. They're not gonna press charges on this. I'll be good.
Yeah.
I'll get that money back. And I was like, oh, so. No, I'm not going to have to go to jail after all. So can I get that three G's back? Oh, no. That was just insurance that you would actually show up to your court date. I was like, you fucking kidding me?
What an amazing business of bail bondsman. Holy fuck, bro.
Dude. Making a killing. Yeah. So
what'd you get arrested for?
So the charge was assault with a deadly weapon.
Did you hit somebody with something or stab them?
Allegedly. There was a huge fight that broke out, and I ended up going to jail. It was like a melee, you know what I mean, with like a bunch of fucking dudes.
Yep.
Through me and my wife at the time, now ex-wife, and two people I was with, threw us all on the ground. We were getting stomped out. And then somebody got stabbed that night, you know, and they were like, well, we're taking you to jail for assault with a deadly weapon. And they ended up, no charges were pressed.
Nice.
Or charges were pressed because you get arrested, because, right, you have to have charged. The person that allegedly got stabbed didn't decide that they wanted to move forward with it.
Yeah, I got arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and assault with intent to do great bodily injury, plus a strike enhancement. So like the max sentence was supposed to be, you know, if I got convicted, 13 years in state prison. Right. And I was like, for throwing a couple punches and fucking some dude up. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Yeah. So then I get with the attorney and all the medical, you know, all this shit came back. And in the state of California, you know, for any listener who doesn't know this, is that if you get into a fight, bare knuckled, right, and you hit somebody and they have a concussion or you break a bone, it's assault with a deadly weapon. Same as if you'd have stabbed him or fucking shot him. Yeah. So it's pretty scary. It's kind of, you know, it's funny, as Joe Rogan talks about it all the time on his podcast. He's like, you know, I don't fight with people not because I can't fight or I don't want to fight. It's because one of these days, someone's going to say something, do something, whatever, and I'm going to, you know, you're going to swing and hit a guy and he's going to fall down, hit his head on the fucking curb and die. Yep. You're literally going to be going to big boy prison for 25 years for manslaughter. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's dangerous, man.
It's crazy. I told you before the podcast, like, I always had this nightmare of going to prison. And so when that whole deal went down, I think there was a lot of people in my life, like in my past, that were like, they would not be shocked if I ended up there, you know, just the road that I was on. And then when that whole thing went down and I was sitting in county jail, I was like, fuck, man. I think that premonition is like coming true. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to end up in fucking big boy prison. I was looking at like 6 years or whatever it was. Yep. And I was like, dude, I'm going to be there a lot longer than I need to be, because that's just the way the game works, you know? Yeah. And I could feel myself going there, like already just being in county. Like, dude, I'll fuck up anybody, dude. Like, just to protect myself and whoever I need to ride with, and just let me just get out of this shit. And I think at that moment is really when I woke the fuck up. I was like, listen, like, I will never put myself in a situation like that again. Yeah. Ever.
I'm the same way, man. I mean, that fist fight, all in was about $30,000 of money between attorneys and bail and bullshit. And because I'm quote unquote considered a public figure, then, you know, the shit ends up in the newspaper and all this stuff. But, you know, at the end of the day, I go in there and it was knocked all the way down from 13 years, right? I remember the first court date was like, hey, if you just take a year, well, I'm like, no. And, you know, we get all the medical paperwork and all this and that. And the dudes that I beat up, his father is a surgeon here in San Diego and has his own private practice. So had his one of his boys at his private practice write a false medical report saying I broke his fucking bones and I did all this shit to him. And when it came time to court, you know, it was proved that they falsified these medical reports. So it was all dropped down to a misdemeanor, and that's that. But it's still, like you say, man, it's that, you know, there's no punishment. There's no repercussions for anybody.
For the other side.
For the other side, it's just like, hey, man, take your licks and go home. But it was a serious fucking wake-up call. It's like, dude. And you know the drill, man. You're sitting there in jail. And next thing you know, you're rapping down with, you know, some Sereno and, you know, because he's the only one in the holding cell with you and shit. And, you know, it starts to fill up and you're kind of like, you know, about 24 hours ago, I was kicking it at home with my family. Sitting in the AC.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Watching my television, like, how in the fuck did this happen? You're like, well, but the only answer is because I did this to myself. I fucked up. You know what I mean? So
I kept playing my son calling me dad. Like, I kept hearing that in my head, like playing over and over again. I'm
nice self-torture.
Fuck, dude. Like, when am I gonna hear that again, dude? I was like, God damn it, Josh. Like, what are you doing here? And I remember thinking, like, at the time, like, I was in college, you know, and I was like looking at all these like other people that are in there. I'm not saying that I'm any better than them, but it's like, I don't belong in here, dude. This isn't a place for me, you know, like whatever. It's just not, I'm not meant for this. And, you see like the segregation, like happening like pretty much immediately, you know? And, I was looking at all the other white dudes that I was with and like, they're in there for like, DUI, mommy got mad at me and like whatever. And they were like, you know, some of them were like crying and like whatever. And I'm like, oh, dude.
You're going to get your fucking lunch taken.
Yeah, man.
You're going to get your fucking ass beat.
Yep. So I was like, this is not going to be good. I have no one really like to ride with while I'm in here. You know, this sucks. And then there was one other dude that came in there and he was in there for ADW as well. And he, you know, we just gave each other a look and we knew what that meant. Like if shit goes down, like we got each other, we're good. But yeah, it was a big time wake up call to be like, what situations am I putting myself in? Yeah. Why am I putting myself in those situations? And is it all worth it? You know, at the end of the day, like that particular situation, if I would have done it all over again, number one, I just would have never gone where I went. But if it was done exactly the same way over again, I would get charged with the same thing again. I don't have any regrets about what happened or how it went down. I had regrets about even being there though. That's the only regret I have.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Thankfully, I haven't had any other run-ins with the law.
Yeah.
And I cleaned my shit up after that. I was like, nah, I don't even, you know, even now, like I'll go to bars. I went not too long ago, maybe a couple years ago, and I wasn't drinking at this time, and my buddy wanted to go, and I'm like, all right, cool, let's go. And this is like just a prime example of like you put yourself in situations, you're just prone for shit to happen. And there was a guy behind me taking his shirt off in the bar, and I was like, that's kind of odd because they serve food there, so there's kids there too, you know? It's like they have a bar at the time. It's like a gastropub, I guess. And so I see him taking his shirt off, and I turn around to look, and because I was like, is he really taking a shirt off in the fucking bar? It's weird. So I turn around, and I look at him. He's like, what are you looking at, faggot? Like right in my face. And I'm like, oh. And so like everything inside of me wanted to like mop that motherfucker up like all over the bar. Because like, number one, like, you just fucking disrespected me in front of all these people. And if you did it to me, I'm sure you've done it to a lot of other people.
Right.
And you're that punk bitch that needs to get fucked up. You know what I mean? There's certain assholes that need to get punched.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was one of them. But it was like a split second like decision of like, my kids are at home. My wife is waiting for me. What's it going to prove? Like nothing. This guy's a miserable prick. Yeah. And I'm just going to walk away.
Yeah. And you came in there to get water.
Seriously, dude, I wasn't even drinking, dude. That was the thing. I'm there with my buddy just to be a support, you know? Like, yeah, you want to go drink? Cool, I'll go. I'll go with you. I'm just gonna have water. Yeah. And I wasn't even fucked up, but I was in a situation that I probably shouldn't have been in. And it's like, why am I even here? You know? So now, like when that happens, like I told you before, like with Mike Ritlin, he uses that analogy of like putting your emotions in a suitcase and just handing it to the other person.
Sure.
And that's how I feel now. So if someone comes up to me and says, "What's up, faggot?" or you know some other derogatory like comment to me, I just laugh it off, dude. Like, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
You know? Rob Dubois used an analogy that I thought was pretty awesome during the podcast where he was talking about Saddam Hussein. And he was like, you know, the guy was a terrible human being and this and that. But one of the things that happened when he was being hung is he had all these guys from his old army that were in front of him watching him being hung, you know?
Yep.
And they're like, yeah, fuck you, you know, like you're going to go to hell, motherfucker, this and that. And so as he has like the noose around his neck, he looks down at them. He said, now do you feel like men? And they fucking shut the fuck up. So what I took from that story was that, what am I doing as a man? Do I need to pound my fucking chest and let people know I'm tough? Do I need to like punch someone in the mouth for calling me a fag or whatever? Does that prove anything? No. I don't need to do that. That's not strength. That's insecurity. And I've spent a lot of years doing that, like being insecure and needing to prove myself. And I don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you've been that other person, you know what I mean? As far as like in that mental mindset and all that. So they're just, you know, it's typically not you or me or whoever specifically. It's just their mood, and it's like, hey, I'm going out with the intention to get into a fucking bar fight or whatever tonight, and you know that's what their mission is when they leave the house. You know what I mean? And
it wasn't a weekend for me unless I was fucking fighting and drinking. You know, that was a complete weekend. And if I didn't do one of those three, it was like, this isn't done yet. I need to go out again.
Yeah. Now I'm all old and super chill. I'm just like, hey man, unless the trouble literally comes to my actual doorstep, then it means fucking nothing to me, dude.
Yeah, and that's the thing. My son laughs about it because he's seen me on the other side. He's seen me like be like gnarly and get fired up and shit. And you know, now it's like I have oils that I use to calm me down at night, just to chill. You know, botanical oils, just fucking get in the zone. You know, I'll smoke weed every once in a while. I do a lot of meditation. I don't have time for it. And he's like, Dad, are you like turning into a hippie? I'm like, yeah, I guess you could say that. You know, kind of.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think it like for what? Like I don't need to be a tough guy. You know, like for what? You know? And he's like, are you gonna like wear linen pants a lot now and stuff? I was like, until you wear some linen pants, buddy. Don't talk shit about my linen pants because they're fucking comfortable, you know? And so now it's like, as I'm getting older, it's like becoming more about like comfort and necessity and like.
You're in full blown dad mode.
Totally, man. Yeah. Totally. And I'm getting to the point where I give zero fucks what people think of me. You know, it's like, I know who I am, you know, and I don't need to seek like any kind of validation from outside of myself.
Right.
And that's been a work in progress, you know, where you feel you need to be validated. But I don't feel that anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I know I have a loving wife at home. I have amazing kids. And I know what I'm like capable of, and I know like what's in my heart. And for me, it's more about like, I want to leave the world better. You know, I don't want to fucking add to the violence and add to the turmoil and shit. I want to be a guy that I hope people that meet me be like, man, he was a really cool dude. Yeah. You know, like he was a nice guy. And like he's the kind of guy to take the shirt off his back and give it to you. Yeah. And give you the last dollar he had. That's how I want to be remembered.
Well, you know, my impression of you when we first met and hung out and, you know, have stayed in contact. Yeah. You're just, you know, you are what the world needs, right? It's authentic. You know, you're on authenticity and that self, you know, reflection or deprecation, whatever, and a self-assessment and being aware of all the negative shit that happened, the mistakes, the whatever, but it just made you who you are. And that's what draws people to you naturally, right? Is that you're just a natural person. You're not trying to pretend to be something that you're not. You're not trying to impress fucking people for likes and, you know, bullshit and comments and things like that. So that's, you know, in everything that you do, it comes across that way. So it's not just it's not just Josh, the podcast guy that's like this. This is who you really are. You know what I mean? And you've owned your own story, and that's what gives, I think, other people the strength to open up when they're talking to you.
Yeah, I like that, man. I appreciate that.
It's a fucking, it's what you used to think was a liability has probably become one of your biggest assets.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so I found that kind of like sharing, you know, my shortcomings, if you will.
Well, you haven't taken your pants off, so you don't know what all the shortcomings are. But
you know, dude, I actually did an exercise, dude. This is funny, dude. I'm gonna share this with the listeners real quick. Where are we at on time? Fucking 4 hours, dude.
Yeah.
Serious?
You won't shut the fuck up, dude.
All right, bro. This is the last story I'm sharing. So I did a men's retreat last month, and I was not looking forward to it. I was actually really nervous about it because my whole life has been very surrounded by a lot of alpha type males. I always consider myself to be a leader and like very mindsets everything. Don't be a pussy, like fucking figure it out, be a survivor. And I knew going to this retreat, I was going to be around men that weren't of that same mindset. So I was really fucking nervous about it. I was like, dude, I don't know if I'm going to fit in. This is going to suck. So I had a whole contingency plan mapped out for me to get the fuck out of Dodge if I needed to. But I ended up showing up and being welcomed by these dudes like none other, man. It was the fucking greatest experience ever. Like I was really pumped on it. No judgment. We were able to share all of our stuff. And when we peel back the onion, there's a lot of things that all of us were experiencing that we probably weren't sharing. And then we shared it openly. But one of those exercises you talk about, taking my pants down or whatever, that was one of the exercises where he was like, okay, everyone's going to get naked in the circle. And we all started cracking up, because we were like, is this guy fucking serious? And one of the things, the message behind that was like, just because we're men, we're still looking at other dudes to be like, oh, like my cock isn't as big as his or whatever. If you're in the showers or you're like, we're at hot springs, and so everyone's naked. And it's like, it's just a natural thing. Like you're second guessing yourself. You don't have a lot of confidence, You can have outwardly confidence, like saying like, oh, I'm a badass, I'm tough, whatever. But when it comes to the inner stuff, probably not really sharing that. So that we all got naked. He's like, now I want you to stare down at your cock. And I want you to fucking look at it and be like,
was this the AVN porn awards or an actual or an actual retreat? Where the fuck are you talking about right now?
Awesome. So it was,
and you paid for this.
I paid for it, dude.
Sweet.
I paid for it. So he basically was like,
well, give me $100 before you leave, and I'll be like, yo, dude,
pull it out, bro. Pull it out.
Pull your fucking cock out and stare at it.
So he had us talk.
I'm in the wrong goddamn business. Fuck this nylon shit, dude.
Bro, I'm telling you, dude. That's where it's at, is men's work. So anyway, he had us like, look at our cock and stuff, and was like, hey, listen, how many of you have experienced shame in your life around sexuality? How many of you have been molested? How many of you have had like issues around sex? How many of you don't think your body looks like it should? How many of you like look at other men and be like, fuck, I wish I had 6-pack abs like that. I wish I was as big as that. I used to be fucking big. How many of you experienced that? And dude, like everyone in the fucking group was like, me,
Yeah, right.
And by the time we were done, there was just such an acceptance of who we were. It wasn't a comparison anymore. It wasn't like, oh, fuck, I'll even talk about one of the guys there, Jeremy, who's like a fucking straight yoga master, but he's got a Greek god fucking body, dude. Like he's fucking chiseled, and there's no juice, there's no nothing. He's just a yoga freak. So he's fucking got a great body and like great diet and all that other good shit. And so I looked at that dude and I was like, fuck, man, I wish I was that cut, dude.
Yeah.
I used to be that big. I used to be that cut. And when we left that exercise,
then you're like, hey man, what's your diet? And he's like, wheatgrass shots and the Impossible Burger. You're like, nah, fuck that.
No, I'm out.
I'm out.
No,
I'm gonna go to fucking Chick-fil-A. Fuck that guy.
Right. So no, it was a good experience, man. And that kind of, it was funny at first to be, oh, look at your cock, and it was like we all start cracking up. But the takeaway from that was like just accepting you for who you were, like accepting your body for what it looks like. Not saying that you just shut down and be like, you know what, fuck it, I look how I look, and I'm not gonna work at it at all. That wasn't the intention. The intention was like basically just to accept your body and yourself like as you are and love yourself, dude. Like this is who you are, man. And a lot of dudes don't ever talk about that. They're always talking about women like, oh, they don't like their bodies. They're always super critical. So are dudes, though.
Yeah.
Dudes are fucking super critical.
Critical.
Yeah, I'll look in the mirror and be like, fuck, dude, you bag ass, dude. Like, get your shit, fucking go work out, dude,
So did you guys hug it out naked?
No, dude, there's no hugs naked.
Did you guys end it with the elephant trunk ceremony where you guys reach underneath and grab it and you guys just walk around like the elephant circle?
No, we actually put a piece of bread in the middle. Like a big old piece of bread, like in the middle of all of us, and then we all jerked off, and then whoever finished last had to eat the bread, dude.
Sounds like an amazing retreat. It's more like a fucking nightmare.
No, dude, it was a good experience, man. The whole thing was. I highly recommend like guys that are looking for other stuff than just like being a tough guy and being like a badass, because there's a lot of feelings that like dudes just don't ever talk about, because they weren't told or taught that that's okay to express yourself. You know what I mean? Like. When I was in jail, for example, like I missed my fucking son like immensely, dude. Like the thought of like not seeing my son again was fucking frightening, dude.
Scary, man.
And it was a scary fucking feeling, and there was a lot of like emotion to that. Like fuck, man. But a lot of dudes won't talk about that. They'll just be like, "Oh, fuck it, dude. I just did my time and fucking got out, man. That's it." It's like, bro, stop being an asshole, dude. That's not true.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's enough about that. So I did the retreat. It was great, and but
where was that? What was the name of the retreat?
Fuck, what was the name of it? I don't know what the name of it was. I don't think that there's I know the guy who runs it, Shems Hartwell, but I don't know if there was a name for the retreat. There has to be, but I don't know. I don't recall what it was called.
Yeah.
It's in Sierraville. There's another one coming up in September, and it's we all left that experience. Every single one of us. I think it was 25 or 27 of us. And
what's the name of it? Like Cockfest 2019 or?
I think it was called something like Love Your Cock 2000. I don't know, dude. I don't remember what it's called. But it was.
So you don't remember the name, don't remember you're at. You just remember being in the woods staring at a bunch of cocks.
Sierraville,
sounds
California.
like the most amazing fucking retreat ever.
We were dropping acid. So no shit, there it was. No, so
it was talking to me like a serpent.
That's right. The tree was talking to me, man. The bush was on fire. Yeah, so we did that. I don't remember what the name of the retreat is, but we have another one coming up in September. And honestly, man, like, I never thought that I would be one of those guys that goes to a retreat like that, ever.
Yeah.
Ever. But really what it taught me was drop the fucking judgment, man. Not just of other people, but of myself, you know? Being so fucking self-critical about everything. And just accept yourself for who you are and what you are. And own your edges, man. Do some shadow work and really ask yourself, like, what the fuck? Why do you have a problem with that? Like, where is that coming from? There's a lot of pain that I think a lot of dudes, especially dudes, because they're always told or taught not to express any of their pain, that they're not really owning. And so for me, going to that retreat was like, wow, there's a lot of pain that I really wasn't addressing.
Sure.
And so it was good to have like a container of dudes that like, where it's like, there was no one there being like, Josh, stop being a pussy. You know what I mean? It was very welcoming and warming and like accepting. Like, yeah, dude, like that sucks. You're going through that, bro. You know, like fucking, let me tell you what I was experiencing. Like, there's a lot of commonality. And so it felt very inclusive and, yeah, so it's rad. So I recommend it for everyone.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to share before we end this?
Fucking 4 hour and.
Hey, man, you got a big backstory. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And
man.
Apparently a big cock.
I didn't say anything about the size of my cock. I said you told us to love our cock. I didn't say if it was small or big. I think it's average. It's average. I don't know what the average cock size is, but I'd say mine's probably average.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to the story. I hope it didn't bore the shit out of you. Hopefully you're still awake. And if you're loving this podcast, it would be greatly appreciated if you go to iTunes or Spotify or wherever else you go to listen to podcasts and rate that podcast if you dig it. Try not to give it a 1, though. You know, if you're going to rate it, it's like 5. If it's not 5 or 4 stars, like, maybe leave it to yourself.
Hey, don't be a fucking asshole, right? Like, don't go there just to be a dick and click on 2 stars. Just 5 stars across the board. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, I looked at my ratings the other day, and it's like there's a 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star.
Haters.
And it's like,
fucking haters.
Hi, dude. Like, I mean, I get it. If you fucking think I suck, that's fine. I can take that. But at least give me some feedback on why you give me 1 star. But anyway, if you guys dig the podcast, please do that. That'd be greatly appreciated. You'll be able to find this on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, LinkedIn, YouTube. And Chris, thank you so much, man, for doing this, being willing to do this interview for me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, man. You put it out on the gram that you were looking for somebody to do an interview, and I was like, hey, man, can I do it? And I've literally never done an interview in my life, so hopefully...
Well, this is like the beginning of something great, dude. I really do think you should start your podcast, whether that be the War on Weakness podcast or whatever, Rhuged podcast, whatever. I think you'll do good at it because there is a side of you that is, not a side of you, all of you is very transparent and real. And I think that's what resonates with a shit ton of your followers. Yeah. Like, man, this motherfucker like just puts it out there and calls a spade a spade. Yeah. Like, not a lot of people do that. They're afraid of doing that, and you definitely are not afraid to call a motherfucker out.
Well, I call myself out
right
all the time because I'm obviously not perfect, and you know I've done so much dumb shit. I've done great things too, but you know it's better like we talked about, just to own the fucking dirt. Don't let anybody hold anything over you, and empower yourself to not be beholden to fucking anybody.
Yeah. Why don't you share, before we sign off real quick, why don't you share what you're doing now? Like what you're up to, where people can find you, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I used to be Chris Osman Designs, but I didn't want to keep using my name in commerce, so I changed the brand name to Rhuged, and also, you know, wanted to have a single word brand name. Started out with Tactical Assault Gear, then became Chris Osman Designs. It was always 3 words. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. So came up with Rhuged. It's spelled Rhuged. You can find me on Instagram is where all my shit's at Rhuged and then _. And yeah, that's where I'm at.
Fuck yeah. So you guys heard it. So all you guys are doing Tactical Gear still?
So I got back into doing tactical gear, which I've done since like 1998, and then I really got into it in like 2000, 2002 time frame. And so tactical gear, motorcycle, because I've been riding for so long, and you know some apparel. So that's what my passion in life is, and it's what I like to do. Good shit, man. So you guys know where to find him. You can hit him up in his DMs, and he'll probably actually get back to you. I will actually answer. I answer every single DM. That's fucking awesome, dude. Unless it's like one of those like Satan ones, you know, where it's like boobs, like trying to like
catfishy into something.
The other day, real quick, had a dude, literally, I think it was actually yesterday, some fucking guy's like, I'm doing my video, after I work out, I'm, doing this 90-day challenge and bullshit anyway. So skip to the part where this guy DMs me because I'm like, I had just got done with a run and I'm like, wearing a Nike dry fit t-shirt. And this guy's like, hey, bro, I can't believe you'd wear a fucking Nike t-shirt. And I'm like, why not? And he's like, well, the whole Colin Kaepernick thing and Nike supporting him and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, well, I don't give a fuck about Colin Kaepernick and what his deal is. I said, look, dude, he wants to take a knee. Freedom of speech is a two-way street. Right. You can't just be like, it's only this way. And if you don't do it that way, you're not a fucking blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that definitive, if you don't do exactly what I say, exactly how I say it, then you are not X. Yeah. So I'm like, look, he paid the fucking price. His career's over. His shit's ruined. He's been booed and fucked over by millions of people, burning his fucking jerseys and shit in the street. I'm like, but I'm not going to throw away a perfect
like Nike, motherfucker.
Yeah, I like dry fit. I like the way it fucking fits. And I'm not going to throw away a perfectly good t-shirt because some fucking asshole wants to take a knee during the national anthem. And then I got into it with him and I go, look, let me ask you a question. You ever been to a professional sports game? Yeah, man, I go all the time. Cool. So during the national anthem, there's still people coming in from the parking lot getting their ticket, their bag checked and shit. I go, there's people standing in line getting food. There's people in the bathroom taking a piss and a shit. There's people ripping shots at the bar.
That's a great point.
I'm like, but those are the patriotic Americans. But Colin Kaepernick's fucked up. I'm like,
mind fucked him, dude.
Yeah, I totally mind fucked him. He's like, oh man, I thought you were a hardcore fucking Republican, and I'm like, see, that's the problem, man. You think just because I was in the military that I'm supposed to have a certain mindset and think a certain way?
Hoorah!
And I'm like, but I really don't. I'm like, I'm like you, man. I like a common sense approach. Yep. I'm like, I'm not gonna hate a fucking stranger just because.
Totally, man.
That motherfucker didn't do shit to me.
It sounds like that challenge triggered a lot of people because I think I told you about how I got messaged about your 90-day challenge. Someone sent me a DM and was like, I like the 90-day challenge. I think it's kind of cool, but the whole media blackout thing is kind of stupid. And I was like, that's cool.
That has been so fantastic. I have not seen. I'm probably 20 some odd days out from this 90 day, and I have not seen a fucking news article. Haven't watched the news.
He was like, well, no, that I think that's stupid. And I was like, why is that stupid? And he's like, well, because I like to be well informed. I was like, does that make you feel important? Like that you're well informed, that you know what's going on in fucking Somalia, or like what's the deal? Yeah. And he just went on and on about how like being informed is like super important and how like we can't. I was like, so if there's like a national like tragedy happening or there's something across the world that's happening, what are you gonna do about it? I mean, that's cool, you know about it, but what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
Probably not a damn thing.
Thoughts and prayers.
Right. So
does jack and shit.
Just being a realist, I just 90 days off of reading the news. Yeah. Isn't going to hurt anybody, man.
Well, and I think people do it because they, again, need something to attach themselves to so they can be part of the fucking conversation at work. Definitely. So they could have an opinion about X, Y, and Z, but I'm like, but is it really your opinion? Do you have any experience with that? Or is it a pre-fixed position that somebody told you through a fucking television set from some obscure studio in New York how you should think, how you should feel, who you should be mad at? And then that's what you take to work. You're like, well, here's my fucking opinion. I'm like, no, you don't have an opinion. Bro, you heard that on a fucking television.
Fox News' opinion, bro.
Yeah, or whoever, right? It's like, dude, you heard that on television, and now somehow that's your opinion, and that's what you're enraged about. And I'm like, but I'm not doing that.
Nah, it's fucking crazy. People don't like to be mindfucked like that. They just want to be, just kind of fall in line. It's all good. But whatever works for you, man. I'm not going to judge that. I'm just, hey.
I should have responded like, oh my God, bro, I didn't even notice. Fuck, I'm like...
Sorry, dude, I'm going to burn this shit right now.
Yeah, I got my barbecue on right now. I'm fucking lighting my whole closet on fire. Thank you, bro. Thank you for being a fucking American and a patriot.
I love it. Well, thanks again, brother. And sorry, guys, that I was so long-winded, but hopefully you enjoyed the podcast, and we'll see you again soon. Peace.
Thank you for listening to Getting Real with Josh Boyer. If you're loving the podcast, please leave a rating and subscribe. You can follow us on all social media platforms and YouTube at gettingreal_. You can also check us out at joshboyer.com.